Placebo by David Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Each 1955 was worse than the last. Placebo by David Mason. The object appeared in the middle of Main Way, about 50 feet from the statue of Vasil Lindsay, and at least 100 from anything else. It was much too big and complicated to have been hidden anywhere, and it hadn't any wheels, tracks, wings, or other visible means of movement. Corrigan looked the object over, decided that it could not have come from any logical place on the world. Not being prejudiced, he then thought a little about the illogical places, and the places that weren't in the world. Corrigan decided that it must be another attempt at time travel, and he clucked his tongue sympathetically. Well, somebody had to break the news. Corrigan arose from the grass and walked toward the object. There was a young man sitting in the object on a sort of high saddle. He looked a little wild-eyed, and he seemed to be talking to himself as he pulled and twisted at the rows of controls in front of him. Corrigan looked up at him, decided that he couldn't be very healthy, and that the stiff gray garments he wore must be extremely uncomfortable. "Greetings, traveler," Corrigan called. "You speak English," the young man exclaimed. "Good! Maybe I can get some help here. What year is it?" 1955 by most systems." The young man turned a little paler. "I've just left 1955, he said unhappily. 4 times, in fact. 4 different 1955s. And each one's a bit worse. Now the machine won't work." "Your theory's wrong," Corrigan said calmly. "Hasn't it occurred to you yet that time travel might be impossible?" The young man made a choking sound. He began to climb down from his perch, keeping his eyes fixed suspiciously on Corrigan as he did so. He saw Corrigan as a small brown man, dressed in loose blue trousers, barefooted, and with a puff of white hair that seemed never to have been properly cut. The lawns and grassy roads, the bright and impermanent-looking buildings, and Corrigan himself all added up to one thing in the young man's head. "You're wrong," Corrigan said. "I'm not a lunatic, and this isn't an asylum. We don't have 'em." The young man on the ground now stared at Corrigan in evident horror. "Mind reading?" "More or less," Corrigan said. "It saves time. For instance, you're Darwin Leonard, and you'd like very much to get back to wherever you started from. In fact, you have to, or something unpleasant might happen to you, by your standards." "I'd be absent without permission," Leonard admitted. I wish you wouldn't do that." "Only when it's absolutely necessary," Corrigan smiled. "I'm a philosopher by trade, myself, not a mind reader. My name is Philip Corrigan, and I'll be glad to help you on your way. But I think it might be a little difficult. We aren't really a very mechanically minded people here." Leonard ran his hands through his hair. "I've got to get back. Isn't there anybody who knows something about time machines?" Corrigan had been thinking swiftly. He had also been carrying on a conversation, which Leonard could not possibly hear, with a man who was several miles away. "Well, he wants to go home." "Fine, he ought to. Why doesn't he?" "He's lost his confidence. He thinks his machine's broken down." "What kind of, I suppose the thing never really did work very well." "Most of them don't. They go traveling around, hit or miss, through probability, under the operator's own mental steam. But this fellow probably comes from a world where an idea like that's illegal." "Sounds like it. Corrigan, take him on a guided tour or something and keep him busy. I'll be over as soon as I can. I'm going to do something for his self-confidence. Here's the story to give him." Corrigan had always enjoyed conducting guided tours, and he was enjoying this one especially well. He had a slight wicked taste for complicated teasing, and Leonard was a perfect object. He had evidently come from one of the most unpleasant probabilities, a world full of complex rules and harshly restrictive. Everything that he saw bothered him. The handsome girls, wearing unstrategically placed flowers, and very little else, the flocks of children, as plentiful as pigeons and apparently as free of supervision, and almost totally absent of anybody actually performing useful work. All of it contributed to Leonard's increasing nervousness. The guided tour went in a wide circle, and Leonard and Corrigan wound up sitting in a tavern facing on Main Way. Leonard ignored the green drink before him and peered unhappily out the big window toward his machine. "Where is that friend of yours?" he asked for the 5th time. "He'll be here," Corrigan assured him. "Why hurry? Don't you like it here?" Leonard's mouth hardened. He looked around him and shook his head. "No," he spoke almost apologetically. "I'm sorry. Well, look, old fellow, no hard feelings, I hope. But this world of yours is primitive. Degenerate, I'd say." "Primitive?" "No laws, not even morals. Those girls. And of course, you don't have any civilized advantages. Not even ground transportation. That man you spoke of has to walk here. And that's something else I don't understand. You say he's another time traveler?" "Probability traveler, actually," Corrigan corrected. "All right, probability. Why does he stay here? Why would any really intelligent man give up civilization?" "Well, you know how it is. He's gone native, you might say. Life among the lotus eaters and all that. Might happen to anybody, even yourself." Leonard shuddered. "It's all right, though," Corrigan continued. "He'll be here in a minute, and I'm sure he'll be able to help. Knows all there is to know about these machines. In fact, here he comes now." Burwell entered, and Corrigan could hardly suppress a small chuckle. Burwell had picked up on Leonard's idea about what a man of intelligence and authority ought to look like, and had gone to some trouble to look the part. He was wearing a uniform of some sort, spectacles, and an expression of extreme wisdom. "I'm sure I can repair what's wrong," Burwell told Leonard. "Let's go and look at your machine." Arriving, Burwell climbed over the mechanism with an air of bored ability, occasionally thumping at something, adjusting something else, or hitting a part with a tool until it rang. He muttered to himself as he worked, allowing the sound of his musings to drift in Leonard's direction. Badly twisted impeller. The varnish is more or less swaffled. Let's see if... there we are." He climbed down and solemnly shook hands with Leonard. "Fine machine you've got there, my boy. It'll take you back to your own place quite easily now. There wasn't a thing wrong except the drift crotch. However, I wouldn't use it again if I were you. There's no real control on these things. A man could end up anywhere, and of course, you'd never find your way back here without control." "Well, thanks," Leonard said doubtfully. He glanced around. It's a shame there's no way we could regularly communicate between our worlds. There's a lot we could do for this one." "I'm sure of that," Burwell said, hastily looking away. "But it isn't worth the danger and difficulty of reaching us. For myself, it doesn't matter anymore." He assumed a noble, tragic expression. "But you are young. You've got your life ahead of you. Your state and your society need you. I'm glad to help you on your way." Leonard mounted the machine, and Burwell beamed a thought at Corrigan. "I've convinced him that the thing works, and that it would not be easy to come back. Actually, that machine of his is a real work of art. It doesn't do a damn thing. This boy comes from a place where they have to have a mechanical crutch for everything. His gadgets are pink pill stuff. Something to convince him he can do things he could do anyway. All we have to do now is give him a small mental shove to help him along, and he'll be home in no time. All right now, shove!" Burwell and Corrigan shoved. Leonard and his machine faded and were gone, leaving only a flattened place on the grass. "Brr," Burwell said. "I am glad that worked. If he'd stayed another week or so, we'd have had our first lunatic in centuries." "Of course," Corrigan said, stirring the grass with his toes. "Did you get what he was thinking about when he talked about his world and ours getting in touch and civilizing us?" "I got it all right," Burwell said. "That fellow's mind is a swamp, a real primitive. And just like any other primitive, all he needed was a placebo from a witch doctor. Me, in my savage regalia. Just let me get this thing with the glass in it off my nose, and these button things opened up a bit, and we can get on with the chess game. I hope the next time traveler picks somewhere else to land, though. I've never felt so silly in my life." The end of Placebo by David Mason. Road Stop by David Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. It was like any other car on the road. It was automatic, self-contained, and eternal. Road Stop by David Mason. The highway stretched away in ruler-straight perspective toward both horizons, black and shining in the sun like a river of ink. Beside it, the bright pastel buildings of Rest Stop 25 stood among the green trees. Occasionally, a car shot past, a flash of metal and a hiss of split wind. But the road was one which was used more often at night, and was nearly empty in the afternoon. Sam was the only attendant on duty. Stop 25 needed only 2 human attendants, even at its busiest hours. He sat staring out at the highway, his elbows on the lunch counter, his round face blank, but his mouth set tightly. The phone at his elbow emitted a small grunting noise. "You still there?" the phone voice said inquiringly. "Yeah," Sam said, still staring at the highway. "Well," the voice paused, "look, it might not come your way. It usually turns west at the New Britain intersection." "Not always," Sam said. "It went by here once before." "It almost never stops anyway," the voice said firmly. "It won't stop." "Sometimes it does," Sam said. "It doesn't have to." Sam shrugged and said nothing. Okay then, the voice said. I called you about it anyway. Thanks. Sam turned away, still watching the road. Far off, a speck of metal gleamed, growing larger. The distant, high sound of brakes began as the car decelerated, coming toward the stop. It was just an ordinary car, Sam told himself. That other car was still hundreds of miles away, but his hands were damp as he watched it grow larger. It was an ordinary Tallman sedan with 2 people in it. It swung into the stop's parking lot, and its doors slid open smoothly. A small red light flashed on its arched front. The repair signal. In response, the doors of the repair shop opened. The Tallman waited as a man and a woman emerged from its padded interior and moved slowly into the repair shop. The doors closed behind it. The couple came toward the restaurant, where Sam stood waiting. Hi, the man said to Sam. Afternoon, Sam moved to the counter. Something to eat while you're waiting, folks? A tall, dark girl glanced out at the closed doors of the repair shop. How long's that car going to take? She asked in a tired voice. I wanted to get home tonight. Not long, Sam said. It doesn't look like anything complicated. How can you tell? The man asked, sitting down. It could take all night. Like something to eat while you're waiting? Sam asked. The woman stared at the lunch racks critically. I never like these places to eat in, the woman said, curling her lip. You never know how long the food's been stored in the robot. Oh, hell, Grace, the man said wearily. To Sam, he gave an apologetic shrug. Just coffee. Well, you don't know, the woman insisted. I mean, she watched Sam drawing the coffee into a cup. I used to cook a lot by hand, till Jack had the auto kitchen put in. He never had any stomach troubles until then. It's getting so everything's, oh, I don't know, it's all out of reach. You don't know what's happening anymore. Like the car. I wish I knew what she was talking about half the time, Jack said, blowing on his coffee. Sam leaned on the counter, looked past the couple toward the empty road. I know what the lady means, Sam said almost to himself. You get to thinking, well, I can remember when people used to drive their own cars, themselves, steering and everything, except on the biggest highways. And everything got done with people. People made things, and cooked food, and grew plants. Everybody was busy all the time. It was better then. The man called Jack shrugged. Sure. Everybody always talks about the good old days, but I don't see any of them going to live in the woods. Like Grace, she said she doesn't like the auto kitchen, but she uses it. It saves time, Grace said. I guess I'll have coffee too, mister. It saves time, she says, Jack said. For what? She's got too much time now. I wonder what it must have been like in the old days here, Grace said vaguely, staring around the lunchroom. Everybody running in and out, all the drivers, trucks with men in them, the way you read about it in the historical novels. Men that drove their own cars in all kinds of weather. Gee! Just like on TV, Sam said, grinning. I hope we get the car out of there pretty soon, Jack said anxiously. He glanced out toward the silent garage. I always wondered what would happen if the machinery stuck, or something. How would you ever get your car out? It doesn't get stuck, Sam said. A peculiar look crossed his face as he added, Not anymore. Did it ever? Sam shrugged. Oh, well, 20 or 30 years ago, all this automatic stuff wasn't quite as good as it is now. Cars, repair shops, things went wrong sometimes. Like the Traveler. The Traveler? The woman looked up. Oh, that's a ghost story, like the Flying Dutchman, isn't it? The lunchroom was completely silent. Sam was no longer paying any attention to the couple sitting at the counter. He was close to the big window, standing stiffly, feet apart, like an admiral on a ship's bridge, his eyes studying the empty horizon. There, where the lines of the road met with the precision of a drawing board exercise in perspective, he thought he saw a fleck of light. It isn't when it goes past, Sam said in a quiet, tight voice. He talked at the window, his back to the other two. His words meant mostly for himself. It's not its going by, that doesn't bother me, he repeated. It came to my old place 5 or 6 times, I remember. That's why I finally asked for a transfer out here, where it hardly ever goes by. But I could have gotten used to it. I mean, you don't have to look at it or anything. It's just another car. Old, sure, but there's no difference. The car goes by, that's all. Only... You mean it's real? The woman asked in a low voice. Her husband's eyes were looking out toward the empty road, following Sam's look. The Traveler, he said, without looking at his wife. Sure, it's real. Why do you think they didn't make that model car anymore? It's real. I knew someone who saw it once. There might even be 2 or 3 travelers, Sam said, watching the distant glitter of light. There was certainly a car coming. Just a car, although it was still too far away to tell for sure. A haunted car? The woman said, her eyes wider. Gee! It isn't a haunted car, her husband said. It's just one of the earliest makes of automatic highway cars. Everything automatic. Steering, destination set, just like any car is nowadays. Only it wasn't quite perfect, somehow. They got into their car, Sam said, his eyes picking out the distant microscopic details. The high, flaring fins, the double headlamps, lit up although it was broad daylight on the road. He knew what the rest would be. It was moving so slowly. But it always moved slowly, barely 30 miles an hour, as if someone wanted you to look and see. They just got in the way anybody would do, Sam said. They set a destination, and the windows closed up, and the air conditioner went on, and the car went out on the road. Only it never got there, the other man said, wherever it was going to go. But, the woman looked puzzled, wouldn't anybody stop it? I mean, wouldn't it run out of fuel or, well, how did the people in it get out? It does just what any car does, her husband told her. It gets fuel when it needs it. You can't just stop a robot control device, not until it's good and ready. But the people in it, she said, they'd starve or something. The car, called the Traveler, rolling at the stately 30 miles an hour it always held, was coming down the road now, and the 2 men stood watching. The woman, a little behind them, watched too, her face growing whiter. No one said anything as the old-fashioned car rolled by, straight and steady down the highway, holding the center of the lane as sharply as it always did. There was a film of dust inside the windows, though the Traveler was clean and shiny outside. But the film did hide the white boned faces, the despairing hands that had long ago stopped trying to break through those closed windows. They never did get out, the man named Jack said as the Traveler rolled on, growing smaller along the endless road. I don't mind when it goes past, Sam said, his voice thinner-edged. I really don't. It's just a car. Things like that used to happen. I mean, it's a car. Even when it stops to get gas, I don't have to pay any attention." He looked at the couple, his mouth loose. "As long as it just goes on, that's all right. But I keep thinking someday it'll stop, and the door will open, and maybe they'll want lunch." He giggled uncontrollably and then choked it back. Outside, the big hangar doors of the repair shop opened. The car that had been inside appeared. It moved out and stopped, its doors open invitingly. "Your car's ready now," Sam told the couple. "So long, folks. Have a nice trip." The end of Road Stop by David Mason.
Glowworm by Harlan Ellison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ben Tucker. Glowworm by Harlan Ellison. When the sun sank behind the blasted horizon, its glare blotted out by the twisted wreckage rising obscenely against the hills, Seligman continued to glow. He shone with a steady off-green aura that surrounded his body, radiated from the tips of his hair, crawled from his skin, and lit his way in the darkest night. It had been with him for 2 years now. Though Seligman had never been a melodramatic man, he had more than once rolled the phrase through his mind, letting it fall from his lips. "I'm a freak." Which was not entirely true. There was no longer anyone he might have termed normal for his comparison. Not only were there no more men, there was no more life of any kind. The silence was broken only by the searching wind, picking its way cautiously between the slow, rusting girders of a dead past. Even as he said, "Freak!" his mind washed the word with 2 waves almost as one. Vindictiveness and resignation inextricably bound in self-pity, hopelessness, and hatred. "They were at fault!" he screamed at the tortured piles of masonry in his path. Across the viewer of his mind, thoughts twisted nimbly, knowing the route, having traversed it often before. Man had reached for the stars, finding them within his reach. Were he willing to give up his ancestral home? Those who had wanted space more than one planet had gone, out past the edge, into the wilderness of no return. It would take years to get there, and the journey back was an unthinkable one. Time had set its seal upon them. Go if you must, but don't look behind you. So they had gone. They had left the steam of Venus, the grit wind of Mars, the ice of Pluto, the sun-bake of Mercury. There had been no Earthmen left in the system of Sol, except, of course, on Earth, which had been left to madmen. And they had been too busy throwing things at each other to worry about the stars. The men who knew no other answer stayed and fought. They were the ones who fathered the Attilas, the Genghis Khans, the Hitlers. They were the ones who pushed the buttons and launched the missiles that chased each other across the skies, fell like downed birds, exploded, blasted, cratered, chewed out and carved out the face of the planet. They were also the little men who had failed to resist, even as they had failed to look up at the night sky. They were the ones who had destroyed the earth. Now no one was left. No man, just Seligman, and he glowed. "They were at fault!" he screamed again, and the sound was a lost thing in the night. His mind carried him back through the years to the days near the end of what had to be the last war, because there would be no one left to fight another. He was carried back again to the sterile white rooms, where the searching instruments, the prying needles, the clucking scientists all labored over him and his group. They were to be a last-ditch throwaway. They were the indestructible men, a new breed of soldier able to live through the searing heat of the bombs, to walk unaffected through the purgatory hail of radiation, to assault where ordinary men would have collapsed long before. Seligman picked his way over the rubble, his aura casting the faintest phosphorescence over the ruptured metal and plastic shreds. He paused momentarily, eyeing the blasted remnants of a fence to which clung a sign held to the twined metal by one rusting bolt. Newark Spaceport. Entrance by authorization only. Shards of metal scrap moved under his bare feet, their razored edges rasping against the flesh, yet causing no break in the skin. Another product of the sterile white rooms and the strangely hued fluids injected into his body. 23 young men, routine volunteers as fit as the era of war could produce, had been moved to the solitary block building in Salt Lake City. It was a cubed structure with no windows and only one door, guarded night and day. If nothing else, they had security. No one knew the intensive experimentation going on inside those steel-enforced concrete walls, even the men upon whose bodies the experiments were being performed. It was because of those experiments performed on him that Seligman was here now, alone, because of the myopic little men with their foreign accents and their clippings of skin from his buttocks and shoulders, the bacteriologists and the endocrine specialists, the epidermis men and the bloodstream inspectors. Because of all of them, he was here now, when no one else had lived. Seligman rubbed his forehead at the base of the hairline. Why had he lived? Was it some strain of rare origin running through his body that had allowed him to stand the effects of the bombs? Was it a combination of the experiments performed on him, and only in a certain way on him, for none of the other 22 had lived, and the radiation? He gave up for the millionth time. Had he been a student of the ills of man, he might have ventured a guess, but it was too far afield for a common foot soldier. All that counted was that when he had awakened, pinned thighs, chest, and arms under the masonry of a building in Salt Lake City, he was alive and could see. He could see, that is, till the tears clouded the vision of his own sick green glow. It was life. But at times like this, with the flickering light of his passage marked on the ash-littered remains of his culture, he wondered if it was worth the agony. He never really approached madness, for the shock of realizing he was totally and finally alone, without a voice or a face or a touch in all the world, overrode the smaller shock of his transformation. He lived. He was that fabled, joked-about last man on Earth. But it wasn't a joke now. Nor had the months after the final dust of extinction settled across the planet been a joke. Those months had labored past as he searched the country, taking what little food was still sealed from radiation. Though why radiation should bother him he could not imagine, habit more than anything. And disease, racing from one end of the continent in search of one other human to share his torment. But of course there had been no one. He was cut off like a withered arm from the body that was his race. Not only was he alone, and with the double terror of an aura that never dimmed, sending the word freak pounding through his mind, but there were other changes equally terrifying. It had been in Philadelphia, while grubbing inside a broken store window, that he had discovered another symptom of his change. The jagged glass pane had ripped the shirt through to his skin, but had not damaged him. The flesh showed white momentarily, and then even that faded. Seligman experimented cautiously, then recklessly, and found that the radiations, or his treatments, or both, had indeed changed him. He was completely impervious to harm of a minor sort. Fire in small amounts did not bother him. Sharp edges could no more rip his flesh than they could a piece of treated steel. Work produced no calluses. He was, in a limited sense of the word, invulnerable. The indestructible man had been created too late to bring satisfaction to the myopic butchers who had puttered unceasingly about his body. Perhaps had they managed to survive, they might still not comprehend what had occurred. It was too much like the product of a wild coincidence. But that had not lessened his agony. Loneliness can be a powerful thing, more consuming than hatred, more demanding than mother love, more driving than ambition. It could, in fact, drive a man to the stars. Perhaps it had been a communal yearning within his glowing breast. Perhaps a sense of the dramatic, or a last vestige of that unconscious debt all men owe to their kind. Perhaps it was simply an urge to talk to someone. Seligman summed it up, without soul-searching in the philosophy. I can't be worse off than I am now, so why not? It didn't matter, really. Whatever the reason, he knew by the time his search was over that he must seek men out, wherever in the stars they might be, and tell them. He must be a messenger of death to his kin beyond the earth. They would mourn little, he knew, but he still had to tell them. He would have to go after them and say, "Your fathers are gone. Your home is no more. They played the last hand of that most dangerous of games and lost. The earth is dead." He smiled a tight, grim smile as he thought. At least I won't have to carry a lantern to them. They'll see me coming by my own glow. Glow, little glow worm, glimmer, glimmer. Seligman threaded his way through the tortured wreckage and crumpled metalwork of what had been a towering structure of shining planed glass and steel and plastic. Even though he knew he was alone, Seligman turned and looked back over his shoulder, sensing he was being watched. He had had that feeling many times, and he knew it for what it was. It was death, standing straddle-legged over the face of the land, casting shadow and eternal silence upon it. The only light came from the lone man stalking toward the rocket, standing sentry like a pillar of January ice in the center of the blast area. His fingers twitched as he thought of the 2 years' work that had gone into erecting that shaft of beryllium. Innumerable painstaking trips to and from the junk heaps of that field, pirating pieces from other ships, liberating cases of parts from bombed-out storage sheds, relentlessly forcing himself on, even when exhaustion cried its claim. Seligman had not been a scientist or a mechanic, but determination, texts on rocket motors, and the original miracle of finding an only partially destroyed ship with its drive still intact had provided him with the means to leave this place of death. It was one of the latest model ships, a Smith-class cruiser with conning bubbles set far back on the tapered nose, and the ugly black depressions behind which the Bergsil cannons rested on movable tracks. He climbed the whole ladder into the open inspection hatch, finding his way easily even without a torch. His fingers began running over the complicated leads of the drive components, checking and rechecking what he already knew was sound and foolproof, or as foolproof as an amateur could make them. Now that it was ready, and all that remained were these routine check tests and loading the food for the journey, he found himself more terrified of leaving than of remaining alone till he died. And when that might be with his stamina, he had no idea. How would they receive a man as transformed as he? Would they not instinctively fear, mistrust, despise him? Am I stalling? The question suddenly formed in his mind, causing his sure inspection to falter. Had he been purposefully putting the takeoff date further and further ahead, using the checks and other tasks as further attempts to stall? His head began to ache with the turmoil of his thoughts. Then he shook himself in disgust. The tests were necessary. It was stressed repeatedly in all of the texts lying about the floor of the drive chamber. His hands shook, but that same impetus which had carried him for 2 years forced him to complete the checkups. Just as dawn oozed up over the outline of the tatters that had been New York, he finished his work on the ship. Without pause, sensing he must race not with time but with the doubts raging inside him, he climbed back down the ladder and began loading food boxes. They were stacked neatly to one side of a hand-powered lift he had restored. The hard rubber containers of concentrates and the bulbs of carefully sought-out liquids made an imposing and somewhat perplexing sight. Food is the main problem, he told himself. If I should get past a point of no return and find my food giving out, my chances would be nil. I'll have to wait till I can find more stores of food. He estimated the time needed for the search and realized it might be months, perhaps even another year, till he had accrued enough from the wasted stores within any conceivable distance. In fact, finding a mill in the city after he had carted box after box of edibles out to the rocket had become an increasingly more difficult job. Further, he suddenly realized he had not eaten since the day before. The day before? He had been so engrossed in the final touches of the ship, he had completely neglected to eat. Well, it had happened before, even before the blast. With an effort, he began to grope back, trying to remember the last time he had eaten. Then it became quite clear to him. It leaped out and dissolved away all the delays he had been contriving. He had not eaten in 3 weeks. Seligman had known it, of course, but it had been buried so deeply that he only half feared it. He had tried to deny the truth, for when that last seemingly insurmountable problem was removed, there was nothing but his own inadequacies to prevent his leaving. Now it came out full bloom. The treatments and radiation had done more than make him merely impervious to mild perils. He no longer needed to eat. He boggled at the concept for a moment, shaken by the realization that he had not recognized the fact before. He had heard of anaerobic bacteria or yeasts that could derive their energy from other sources, without the normal oxidation of foods. Bringing the impossible to relatively homely terms made it easier for him to accept. Maybe it was even possible to absorb energy directly. At least he felt no slightest twinge of hunger, even after 3 weeks of back-breaking work without eating. Probably he would have to take along a certain amount of proteins to replenish the body tissue he expended. But as for the bulky boxes of edibles dotting the space around the ship, most were no longer a necessity. Now that he had faced up to the idea that he had been delaying through fear of the trip itself, and that there was nothing left to stop his leaving almost immediately, Seligman again found himself caught up in the old drive. He was suddenly intent on getting the ship into the air and beyond. Dusk mingled with the blotching of the sun before Seligman was ready. It had not been stalling this time, however. The sorting and packing of needed proteins took time. But now he was ready. There was nothing to keep him on Earth. He took one last look around. It seemed the thing to do. Sentimentalism was not one of Seligman's more outstanding traits, but he did it in preparation for anyone who might ask him, what did it look like at the end? It was with a twinge of regret that he brought the fact to mind. He had never really looked at his sterile world in the 2 years he had been preparing to leave it. One became accustomed to living in a pile of rubble, and after a bit it no longer offered even the feel of an environment. He climbed the ladder into the ship, carefully closing and dogging the port behind him. The chair was ready, webbing flattened back against the deep rubber pile of its seat and backrest. He slid into it and swung the control box down on its ball swivel to a position before his face. He drew the top webbing across himself and snapped its triple lock clamps into place. Seligman sat in the ship he had not even bothered to name, fingers groping for the actuator button on the arm of the chair, glowing all the while weirdly in the half-light of the cabin. So this was to be the last picture he might carry with him to the heavens. A bitter epitaph to a race misspent. No warning. It was too late for such puny action. All was dead and haunted on the face of the earth. No blade of grass dared rise. No small life murmured in its burrows and caves, in the oddly dusty skies, or for all he knew, to the very bottom of the Cayman Trench. There was only silence, the silence of a graveyard. He pushed the button. The ship began to rise, waveringly. There was a total lack of the grandeur he remembered when the others had left. The ship sputtered and coughed brokenly as it climbed on its imperfect drive. Tremors shook the cabin, and Seligman could feel something wrong, vibrating through the chair and floor into his body. Its flames were not so bright or steady as those other takeoffs, but it continued to rise and gather speed. The hull began to glow as the rocket lifted higher into the dust-filled sky. Acceleration pressed down on Seligman, though not as much as he had expected. It was merely uncomfortable, not punishing. Then he remembered that he was not of the same stamp as those who had preceded him. His ship continued to pull itself up out of the Earth's atmosphere, the hull oranged, then turned cherry, then straw yellow as the coolers within its skin fought to counteract the blasting fury. Again and again, Seligman could feel the wrongness of the climb. Something was going to give. As the bulkheads to his right began to strain and buckle, he knew what it was. The ship had not been built or rewelded by trained experts. working in teams with the latest equipment. He had been one lone, determined man with only book experience to back him. Now his errors were about to tell. The ship passed beyond the atmosphere, and Seligman stared in horror as the plates cracked and shattered outwards. He tried to scream as the air shrieked outwards. But it was already impossible. Then he fainted. When the ship passed the moon, Seligman still sat, his body held in place by the now constricted webbing, facing the gaping squares and sundered metal that had been the cabin wall. Abruptly, the engines cut off. As though it were a signal, Seligman's eyes fluttered and opened wide. He stared at the wall, his reviving brain grasping the final truth. The last vestige of humanity had been clawed from him. He no longer needed air to live. His throat constricted, his belly knotted, and the blood that should theoretically be boiling pounded thickly in his throat. His last kinship with those he was searching was gone. If he had been a freak before, what was he now? The turmoil fought itself out in him as the ship sped onward, and he faced what he had become, what he must do. He was more than a messenger now. He was a shining symbol of the end of all humanity on Earth, a symbol of the evil their kind had done. The men out there would never treasure him, welcome him, or build proud legends around him. But they could never deny him. He was a messenger from the grave. They would see him in the airless cabin even before he landed. They would never be able to live with him, but they would have to listen to him and to believe. Seligman sat in the crash chair in the cabin that was dark except for the eerie glow that was part of him. He sat there, lonely and eternally alone, and slowly a grim smile grew on his lips. The bitter purpose that had been forced on him was finally clear. For 2 years he had fought to find an escape from the death and loneliness of ruined Earth. Now that was impossible. One Seligman was enough. Alone? He hadn't known the meaning of the word before. It would be his job to make sure that he was alone. Alone among his people until the end of time. End of Glowworm by Harlan Ellison.
Vanishing Point. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. In perspective, theoretically, the vanishing point is at infinity, and therefore unattainable. But reality is different. Vanishment occurs a lot sooner than theory suggests. That's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced. But I told him, get it to working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make them all by guesswork as you call it. And that's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see them. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school. I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him in to help me with a series of real estate paintings I'd got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. It was a little too much for me to handle alone, because I never studied that kind of things, I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which would have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in colors, figures and trees and so on. He did fine. Job came out good. Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple of months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, But Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought I knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. He said he had been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square that anybody could have made in a half a minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things and a bunch of slide rules, calculators and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. Women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely 3 but 4-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made, working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Let me see if I can explain. Come out to the window here. You see how that road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course, the road doesn't really get smaller, it just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me? I just throw them in wherever I need them. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together some way and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn around so the arrows point to different figures and things. Here's a square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is a tangent function, whatever that means. Log, there is, short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of the scientific stuff in his head all the time. Don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. Silly looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the center. Oh, don't try to touch it. It ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like tessa something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money, that perspective machine. I told him nobody ever made a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell them. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to the question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack, that's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine. How he'd figure out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras? I asked him. Take a picture with the camera and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we are used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality, without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures? I asked. They are closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it is open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now some of them think time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who is right, the scientists and the philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. You moved one of those pointers you see there and squinted around at different scales and dials and then stepped back. That little tessy thing appeared real small at first, just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter and saw his face was white as a sheet. Good God, he says, just like that. Good God. That's all. Well, I says to him, who was right, the scientist or the artist? The artists, he sort of screeches. The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we have created ourselves. And now I've ripped a hole in that. He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing out of here like something was after him. Jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. No, I don't mean really disappear. Are you nuts? Just rode on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go farther and farther away? Happens every day. That's what us artists means with perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like my getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You notice how that funny looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled its size again. See? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it will get with all those people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. We'd better hurry or it'll be too late. The end of Vanishing Point.
The Salesman by Waldo T. Boyd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Salesman's Guide Rule 2. The modern 1995 customer who enters Tracy's department store is not always right. But as far as you are concerned, he is. The Salesman by Waldo T. Boyd. The little green cue light blinked 3 times. Trevor Anson arranged his tie at just the nattily precise angle, waved his hand before a hidden lighting effect switch in a smooth marble pillar at the entrance to the display room, and faced the elevator. This would be a green light customer, the first-time prospect, and 3 blinks indicated a very difficult individual. Anson quickly practiced his most beguiling smile. "Welcome to Tracy's Roboid Department," he said enthusiastically, as the elevator doors slid open. His practiced smile was just right. He quickly noted the man's conservative dress and flaming red tie. Aggressive type, Anson decided. A shock of red hair that didn't want to lie down hinted that he was stubborn as well. "Heard you've got a sale on robots," Red Tie said challengingly as he stepped aside for his wife. The woman who stepped off the elevator smiled, showing a lovely dimple, and Anson beamed at her. A tiny flake of a hat perched atop her auburn hair reminded Anson of the comb on a Rhode Island red. "Not robots, sir," Anson corrected diplomatically. "The plasticast roboid is not exactly a robot." "Well, anyhow, trot one out and we'll see what it looks like. Millicent will never be satisfied until she's seen one of the things." He glared dramatically in the general direction of his wife, who pretended not to notice. Anson led them into the gray room. He mentally went over the applicable rule. Rule 23. Always introduce the marked-down merchandise first. It may provide the customer with an incentive for buying something better. "These are last year's models," he said, with just the right flavor of distaste in his voice. "Of course, you might expect a slight reduction, a small percentage." Red Tie was muttering. "Damn mechanical things, full of wheels and wires. What's to keep 'em from running amok and killing us all?" "But, dear, they don't have wheels anymore," protested the woman timidly. Her face was pretty, Anson decided, but it was obvious that the man would be the deciding factor in this sale. He made a mental note. Rule 31. Pick the individual of the family group who seems to hold the deciding voice, and sell. He remembered a portion of the sales talk he had memorized a few days before, and took it up, almost chanting. "Our roboids are grown, much as crystals are grown, in the great vats in Chicago. A plasticast roboid is guaranteed—" "Fat chance we'd have in collecting the guarantee if we were chopped into mincemeat," Red Tie interrupted, shuddering slightly as the implication of his own words hit him. Anson felt a moment of panic as he failed to remember an applicable rule from the salesman's guide, but it formed in his mind at the last moment. Rule 18. Never argue with a customer. Change the subject. "Why don't you come with me to the green room?" he asked. "The very latest models are on display." He walked slowly at first, then more quickly as the couple allowed themselves to be led. He slid his hand near the hidden switch in the archway, and the floodlights came on just as they entered. The woman uttered a little squeal of delight at the sight of a very handsome figure dressed in a cutaway, standing in an attitude of service. "Oh," she breathed dreamily, "he would make such a wonderful butler." "Well, wind him up and let's see what he'll do," growled the man, his face florid in the colored light of the green room. "I'm so very sorry," Anson said, slightly flustered, remembering that this was always the critical moment in the sale. "The roboid cannot be activated for demonstration purposes." "What?" roared Red Tie incredulously. "Do you mean to say you want me to buy the damn thing without knowing whether it ticks or not?" Anson tried desperately to remember the best rule for such an answer, but failed. He plunged desperately into his own explanation. "You see, our roboids are matched to your family personality at the time of purchase and activated then. We cannot erase a personality once it has been transferred to their sensitive minds." He saw the disbelieving smirk on the man's mouth and felt that the sale was indeed lost. But he plunged on desperately. "They're very economical. They don't require any upkeep, like food. When they become tired, they will sit or lie down near an electrical outlet and plug in a power cord, and in a few minutes they are as rested and tireless as... Bosh! Red Tie retorted. I've heard enough. Come on, Millicent, we still have time to try Bond's new hello-rotor. At least they'll give us a demonstration. Anderson escorted them to the maglift. He felt better as he recalled the last rule in the guide, the one that seemed to cover the situation so well. Rule 50. If they balk because of the no demonstration rule, let them go. They will be back when they have seen one of their friends with a plasticast roboid. Goodbye, sir, madam, Anson said wearily as the maglift doors closed. Come again soon. He breathed a sigh of relief as the elevator cage dropped them from sight. A salesman, who had been standing by, spoke to Anson. People are such dears at times, aren't they? He said. However, it's time for your rest period. I'll take over now. Thank you so much, Anson replied tiredly. He walked to a tiny room at the far end of the great showroom and closed the door. He stretched wearily out on a low, folding cot, the only piece of furniture, and reached for a tiny black power cord hanging nearby. Deftly, he plugged it into the socket under his armpit and breathed deeply, relaxedly. Yes, he chanted softly, drifting off to sleep. People are such dears sometimes. The end of The Salesman by Waldo T. Boyd.
Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The most dangerous of weapons is the one you don't know is loaded. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice, it fingered and wrenched away at groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow, plowed ruler straight through the streamlined hummocks of snow. The sun glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead of wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked. But the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks like a snake with its back broken or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click and a strange sound began. Thin, scratchy, inaudible more than a yard away, weary but still cocky, there leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice. I've tried my hands and arms and they seem to work, it began. I wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now, I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax and get some of the story on tape. This suit got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we are back and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. Who wouldn't be shocked after luck like that? I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place in the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but so are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You will want to know if the ship worked. Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars, you'll remember, and James pushed the button marked jump. took his finger off the button, and there we were, Alpha Centauri. 2 months later your time, 1 second later by us. We covered a whole survey assignment like that, smooth as a pint of old and mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet would be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the whale till right at the end, and even then I doubt it was a ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see. But of course you won't. I could weep when I think of those miles of lovely color film all gone up in smoke. I am shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy from Farside Observatory, back of the moon, just back from proving flight cum astronomical survey in the starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you are made. Take it to any radio station or newspaper office. You will find you can name your price and don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I had told you how we happened to find Chang, hadn't I? That's what the natives called it. Walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 g gravity and a 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chang on a 6th sense survey on the first star jump ever must be up in the gogols. We certainly were lucky. The Chang natives aren't very technical, haven't got space travel for instance. They are good astronomers though. We were able to show them our sun in their telescopes. In their way, they are highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they are people all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1. They learned a language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2. They brew a near beer that is a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the Whale. 3. They have a great sense of humor. Ran rather to silly practical jokes, but still. Can't say I care for that hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4. The 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes, and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money, even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe the 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Swendlow was a champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Chingsi we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be in the time? It was more that we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course, it's a screwy situation. Playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes an inch and a half long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you don't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, we called him Charlie, and he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time he had to be top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on the butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the Whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to burst. Everybody laughed. I even laughed myself, though doing it hurt me more than the tumble had. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men, a sweetish stink of burnt flesh, and the choking reek of scorching insulation, the boat jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up. And in the middle of the flames, still unhurt, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God, it's dark out here. Wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape, 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there, like great knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello Earth, hello again, and goodbye. Sorry about that, I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything. The suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank, thank the Lord, and that brought me round. Come to think of it, why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? No, I'd have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a little bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling about the written journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars. Instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except the noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish the exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of the meters and mutter about residual folds in stress-free space. Our task was easy because we were about half a light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where you were and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then you cut tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We had hit the right button and we had gone to the place we had aimed for. All we had done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I am just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another equally skilled had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error, highly improbable. Twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible, but that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They were cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spacesuit and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hoped would help to determine hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing would go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months subjective time away, except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb from limb. Then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of earth. Something was wrong, all right, and this time it was much, much worse. We had come out of the jump about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless. For, as of course you know, the star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion thing with direct conversion. As again you know, this is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously and it has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation it was no good because it was rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James caught us all into the Minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The Minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets using steam for reaction mass. We thanked God for that when Kazamian cancelled a downwards velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved away up over China, and from about 50 miles high, we saw the Whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour make an almighty splash. By now you'll have divers down, but I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James went down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burnt to a crisp. Only thing that saved me was a spacesuit I was still wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes. I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet, that's how he had escaped, and I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish black sky. I tumbled head over heels towards a huge curved shield of Earth 50 miles below. I shut my eyes and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we are all dead. I'll have to get up and crack the suit and let some air in, but I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up. There was silence for a while except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours, he returned to the hollow, squatted down and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably wearier. "Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There is precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing snow to quench my thirst, but I could eat a horse." I picked up a shortwave broadcast on my suit, but couldn't understand a word. Not English, not French, and there I stick. I listened to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5 milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through air is about 120 miles per hour. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500 feet. You would be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky but light and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountain, skidded downhill through about a half a mile of snow and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing I want to say is about the Chingsi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokos are dangerous. I'm not telling how, because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. Here are the clues. 1. The Chingsi talk and laugh, but after all, they aren't human. On an alien world 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe it might be highly developed out there. 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chang. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinking bad luck that went on and on till it looks fishy. We have lost the ship, we lost the launch. All but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So what is luck? Good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go your way, but the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when future chance events won't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we have got are hints and glimmers and fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There is the Evil Eye legend and the Jonah bad luck bringers. Superstition? Maybe. But ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you are superstitious. Call him accident prone and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, search the spaceflight records, talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often it is wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Chingsi wrecked a ship and a launch. What could a whole planet full of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is that I have survived to tell the tale. At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountain. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that got gradually steeper and seemed to go on forever, Matt Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. The End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey.
The Fool by David Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. The Fool by David Mason. Duncan? No, he wasn't the agent just before you. He was here in 2180. Oh, a good 30 years back, Earth time. The natives say hundreds of years, but they're a short-lived lot. The way they cut each other's throats is to wonder any of them live out the lifespan they've got anyway. I came out when Duncan did. Knew him pretty well as anybody could. Perfect fool. Knowing him was a real education. Do anything the other way from the way Duncan did it, and you'd be all right. You wouldn't think it to look at him. Well set-up man, around 30 when he got here. Intelligent face, good talker. Had a degree, but a fool. Seems as if he couldn't do anything right. He told me once he'd been married, and that it had broken up. He more or less implied that his wife had gotten sick of little things, broken dishes, tactless remarks, carelessness. You wouldn't think that would be enough to break up a marriage, but you've got no idea how that sort of thing can add up. I was clerking for him then. I swear I did all the work. I had to. He couldn't add, couldn't file a record, couldn't have found one if he'd managed somehow to put it away. I took agents' inventories. I did most of the trading with the native chiefs. I did everything. Duncan just bumbled around the post, or listened to records, or wrote those silly, hopeless letters to his ex-wife. I was trying to get her to come back to him. How do I know? Well, who do you think worked the subspace transmitter as well as doing everything else? The native thing really annoyed me, though, because it was dangerous. You know the Tarchiki. They look human enough, except for minor details. When it comes to a Tarchik female, I'll overlook the green skin and the pointed ears every time. But they aren't entirely like us. They have a liking for war and torture that's really sickening. Our ancestors? Oh, now, really, you're talking just like Duncan. That was always his apology for them. He said our own ancestors were pretty bad too. Certainly they were, but I can't see any ancestor of mine acting the way a Tarchik does with the captured enemy. And they haven't the slightest sense of sportsmanship either. They'd rather jump you from ambush than fight in the open, and they won't fight at all if the enemy's stronger than they are. That's why they never made any serious attempt to do all the Earthmen in on their world. That and greed. They get very good deals from us, and they know it. Anyway, I'm sure none of my ancestors ever acted like that. But Duncan was always ready to forgive a Tarchik anything. That used to upset the hell out of them too, because they'd expect to be punished when they were caught at anything. They don't understand our reluctance to kill, but they respect a patrolman's shotgun. And when they get caught stealing or taking each other's tails, they know they're going to get a few months in the quad. Or what they hate much worse, a public flogging. If they didn't get punished, they'd assume it was weakness on our part, just like kids. Anyway, there was Duncan, holding long confabs with the Tarchiki, trying to teach them some sort of elementary ethics. Naturally, it didn't take at all. They listened, because they love long speeches, but they never acted on what he said. He used to tell them that if they stopped chopping each other up and hanging up the rows of tails as war trophies, their lives would be a lot pleasanter. They used to nod and applaud, but Duncan never caught on to the simple fact that they thought this was meant to be a joke. They didn't think their lives weren't pleasant enough. After all, look at their situation. They've got plenty to eat without working hard for it, plenty of time on their hands. Why shouldn't they keep down their surplus population? They don't know any other way except breaking up their eggs, and they only do that to enemy tribes. While he was at it, Duncan tried to tell them about love and things like that. Oh no, not sex. If there's anything a Tarchik doesn't know about that, there's no Earthman going to teach him. I mean, the way they treat their women. A Tarchik woman's nothing but a piece of property as far as sex goes. But there's some kind of curious paternal inheritance thing. Anyway, it's as funny as hell to see a big Tarchik buck get down and bump his head in front of his mother and his aunts and all his female ancestors. That's the one thing he's really afraid of. But till she gets to be a mother, a woman leads a fairly rough life, getting passed around as a kind of prize of war, working harder than the men, all that. So Duncan wanted them to be a bit chivalrous to their women, share the work, all kinds of things like that. You know what they thought of that idea? Another Earthman's joke. But the funniest thing of all, to them, was his idea about kids. Naturally, a Tarchik's pup's no use to its father till it's a bit grown. Then, if it's a boy, the old man teaches it to drink samassi and file its teeth and go out ambushing and cutting tails with the other noble savages. If it's a girl, the father looks around for a suitable buyer as soon as its breasts are grown and hopes for the best price possible. To the mothers, though, the kids represent a kind of investment, since custom directs the first loyalties to the mother's clan. So you treat them pretty well, although a bit casually, since they litter by twos and at least once a year. Anyway, Duncan seemed to think highly of kids. Can't imagine why, since he never had any of his own. He used to run a kind of school for them, taught them all kinds of things that Tarchiks got no use for at all. Made toys for them, badly, naturally. He couldn't have cut his initials in a tree without slicing his thumb. But what he couldn't make in the way of school stuff he imported from Earth. Cost him his entire salary, except what he spent on those futile letters to his wife. Those kids were fond of him, I suppose, as fond as a Tarchik ever gets of anything. They even kept the school foolishness going a while afterward, but I think it's gone now. Anything that fool Duncan said the Tarchiki thought was a great joke. They wouldn't have hurt his feelings for anything for fear he'd quit telling them tall stories. They told him quite a few things too. He wrote it all down, in dead earnest, as if their fairy tales and drum poems had any value. I sent the whole lot off to his wife after it happened. I think it got lost in transit. I never heard from her anyway, or she may have thrown it all away. Can't imagine what else she could do with such a pile of nonsense. As a matter of fact, that's what it led up to, those damned legends. Duncan got interested in their religion. Never do that, boy. Let them have all their ghost stories and wooden gods and never fool around with their idea of what makes the planet go round. The Tarchiks have a lot of small-time fetishes, but they also have one big god, a fat one, made out of stone, out in the jungle over near Mount Clark. Every so often they go up in a body and pay him a visit. They take along any spare pups, usually extra girl children or prisoners from other tribes. This god, Kachan, his name is, I think, likes children too. He likes them best roasted, like birds on a spit. Charming deity. Anyway, when Duncan found out about Kachan, he got very upset. He went blazing out there to Mount Clark, and he blew Kachan all to bits with a grenade. The Tarchiki didn't care for that, naturally. About a week later, Duncan was on his way over to the big village near here to give his Tarchik kids another arithmetic lesson, I suppose. Old Stancha, he was a local religious big shot, kind of high priest, threw a spear from the bushes, Tarchik fashion, and nailed Duncan very neatly. Nailed, yes, that's the way we found him, with his back against a tree. Just another case of a man's foolishness catching up with him. But Duncan hadn't stopped giving us trouble yet, dead or not. First thing that happened was that the old stancher came into the post, demanding to be executed. He claimed he'd made a big mistake killing Duncan, the biggest mistake of his life. I could never figure out what he meant. It seemed to have something to do with what Duncan said to him just before he died. Well, if Stancher had kept his mouth shut, we'd have had no case at all, which would have been just fine with me. I was agent in Duncan's place, and I was out to see to it that business stayed good and got better. Got to know the natives by executing their high priest and expect good trade. But I couldn't very well let Stancher go either, once he confessed. So I had him tried, all proper and correct, and executed him in due form. Next thing I knew, the Tarchiks were putting Kachan back together again. They were all up there, building a great new version and having a first-class party at the same time. These parties generally lead to a tail hunting expedition, so I expected some trouble, but it didn't this time. There was plenty of noise, though. The Tarchiki never do anything quietly, and this would seem to be an occasion. What with drums, bagpipes, wailing and howling, there wasn't a bird would roost for 20 miles around. When they got all through, I went up to look at the new statue, out of curiosity, and because I'd heard they hadn't sacrificed a single pup. I thought there must be something queer about Kachan number 2. There was. It was Duncan. They'd given him a tail, and he looked more like a Tarchik than an Earthman, but the face was unmistakable. They aren't half bad carvers, you know, and they really spread themselves this time. The thing was 40 feet tall, and it stood on a rock platform, with some words carved in that lettering Duncan had taught them to use. The words were something Duncan was supposed to have said as he was dying. I never could read that stuff really well. All I got out of the thing was that Duncan was forgiving the old murderer because he didn't know what he was doing. Pure nonsense, of course. You don't expect a dying man to make sense, and particularly not Duncan. It seemed those words were what had caused all the to-do. I found the story in one of those ballads Duncan had collected. It seems that the Tarchiki had been expecting a great teacher to show up, who'd do all sorts of wonderful things for them. Nothing unusual, all primitives have some story like that, but there was something else. The idea that if the Tarchiki listened to this teacher, he'd make them the most important people in the whole world, in the universe, in fact, from the way the thing sounded. Just how wasn't specified, but if they should let him be killed, they would know who he had been because of his last words, forgiving them. Naturally, they fitted Duncan right in. Forgiving anybody would be the least likely idea in a Tarchik's mind if he were being speared. So the Tarchiki think they've made a terrible mistake, and they seem bent on spending the rest of time making up for it. It's the leading religion now, and it's the biggest joke I've ever come across. Poor Duncan, wrong-headed as he was about nearly everything else, had a bit of sense in that department. He never had any religious nonsense in him. Anyway, it shows you, doesn't it? I've always said you can learn a little from practically anything. You keep Duncan in mind any time you get to feeling too soft on these natives. He might be a god to these Tarchiki, but I'll tell you the real test of whether a man's got any sense. He's dead, I'm alive, and you're alive. That's enough proof for me. End of The Fool by David Mason.
Roundup Time by Chester Cohen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Williamson. Roundup Time by Chester Cohen. My wife don't believe me. That's why she made me come here. And I don't think you're going to believe me either. But it's the God's honest truth. And the money's mine. Hell, I wouldn't never steal. I know there's a lot of fellas in my fix that do, but not me. I always been honest. And I always got along okay. Excuse me, but are you taking this down just the way I'm telling it? 'Cause I can't talk so good? Ain't had much schooling. And I want this took down just the way I'm telling it, 'cause it's going to be hard enough to believe. Okay, thanks. The whole thing started yesterday morning. I went out early 'cause my wife was sick, and I wanted to try and get as much as I could by myself, in case there are going to be doctor bills. And it's a lot tougher going it alone. Count on my wife plays the banjo, and that's a big help. Well, the subway take on the way from Brooklyn was pretty poor, so I got off at Columbus Circle and headed for the park. I figured it being the 4th of July holiday, there'd be pretty good pickings there. But hell, I never figured it was going to be that good. I had a little trouble getting across 59th Street. You know, where they been doing all that digging. And I took a bad spill there. My crutches slipped on that damn gravel they got spread all over the place. I don't usually have trouble navigating that way, but this morning I was still kind of sleepy, and I wasn't watching myself enough. Yeah, I went right on my ear. That's how I got this cut here. As if I hadn't had enough trouble there. This real nice guy come running over and helps me out. He talked real funny, sorta with his teeth, like I couldn't make out what he said. A foreigner, I figured. Then when we get to the curb, he takes off like a bat out of hell into the park. That's when I noticed he was dressed kind of funny too. Like the creases on his pants was on the sides, and his jacket was on backwards, and he didn't have no shoes on, just some kind of floppy red socks it looked like, with a lot of yellow tassels on 'em. Must be a character from the village, I figured. I seen a lot of queer ducks down there in my time. Then I forgot about 'em, 'cause I spotted a couple of young kids sitting on the stone bench near the gate, and they looked like a good touch. So I dusts off my hat and gives 'em a try. But they was still looking pop-eyed toward the park, where the funny character went, and didn't give me a tumble at all. So I moved along into the park, And to hell with them. There was only a couple of bums sleeping on the benches near the gate, and I went on up the grade and around the bend. It was slow going uphill, and my leg was hurtin'. And when I finally got there, all the benches on both sides of the walk was empty. I thought, hell, I'm too early. But I kept on going, even though my shoulders was starting to hurt now. I didn't want to grab a rest till I took in a couple of bucks at least. The ground level's off there, and it was easy going, so I tried to get up a little speed, remembering there was a place up ahead where people always sit on the grass and get the sun. And all the way, the benches was empty, and not a soul in sight nowheres. I was thinking maybe there was some kind of celebrating going on, and I oughta been going up towards the mall, but I knew it was too early for anything like that, so I kept on going. And a damn good thing I did, 'cause when I reached the big field, where the road cuts off, there was a fair-sized crowd standing around there. They was all looking off toward the middle of the field, and I couldn't make out from where I was what was going on, and I didn't care much anyways, 'cause I don't care nothing about them parades and stuff. So I just started making my rounds. Oh, well, it was the damnedest thing I ever seen. All them people started shelling out soon as I came up to 'em. Without even looking at me. I thought I was going to pass out right there, seeing all them greenbacks flopping into my hat. One guy threw in wallet and all. Looking at these crazy people, I seen they was all talking, and they looked like they was talking to theirselves, 'cause nobody turned ahead, just kept staring all glassy-eyed, like they was doped up. The old guy that threw in his whole wallet was saying something like, "This is the finest performance of Scarlatti I've ever heard. Positively brilliant." There was a skinny kid standing next to the old gent, and his lips was moving fast. "Jeepers," he was saying, "real Dixieland." And his buddy was standing there, tapping his feet and yelling, "Hear that boogie beat? Man, that's Albert Ammons and Pete Johnson at their best." A little ways in, a fat guy, standing on somebody's Panama hat, says, "Chopin! I just love Chopin!" His big flabby lips was slapping together hard. The big chesty old lady with him had one of them little wrinkled up mouths, and I could hardly make out what she was saying, 'cause her lips didn't hardly move at all when she talked. But it was something like, "Chamber music, my dear, so lovely." Everybody's mouth was going. Everybody I looked at was saying something about music, and they all looked like they was having the time of their life. And they kept right on shelling out as I moved along through 'em. Then I gets to the edge of the crowd, and I spot what they're all staring at. It's nobody but my old friend Queerpants, the nice guy that helped me on 59th Street when I took that spill. He's standing out there in the middle of the field with his back to the crowd, waving his arms like crazy. Looked just like he was leading a band. Queerest thing I ever seen, 'cause there ain't nothing in front of him exceptin' trees and grass. A couple of minutes later, he throws his hands down, like he's stopping something, and then he turns around towards the crowd and bends over real low, and the crowd goes nuts. Their mouths are wide open, screaming and yelling, and they're clapping their hands like they was at a circus or something. Queerpants bends over a couple of times now, then he swings around again, sort of taps the air in front of him, stretches his arms up over his head for a second, and then starts slinging them around again. Right away, everybody shuts their traps and goes on staring again. They all look like they've been crying, but happy-like. I'm standing there, trying to figure out how maybe it's some kind of gag, and there's maybe a band hiding in the trees or something like that, when out of the corner of my eye I spots this cop coming towards me. I ducks into the crowd real fast and starts stuffing all the dough into my pockets. Soon's the hat's empty, I takes a peek through the crowd, and there's the blue coat, rocking on his heels with a big grin spread on his fat face. This I had to see, so I moves over real quiet-like, and his mouth is going like 60. "It's the old Killarney," he's saying. "But Jesus, I've never heard the like. Me poor old mither should be here now. God bless the man." And all the time, the crowd's getting bigger and bigger. Cars stop along the road. A couple people ride over on horses. 2 women with baby carriages pushes in, and a big guy with glasses, carrying about 10 books, drops them on the grass and starts clenching his fists. Now I see Queer Pants is taking a bow again, and everybody is beating their hands. All of a sudden, Queer Pants jumps around and takes off towards the woods, hopping across the grass like a rabbit and waving his arms around again as he goes. Lucky I'm on the outside, or I would have been trampled. It was like somebody yelled fire in a movie. The whole mob beats it across the grass, knocking into each other, everybody trying to get ahead. I let him go and went back to the sidewalk. I know where that woods lets out. It leads right back to Central Park West, and it's a long way around. I can easy beat 'em by going up the sidewalk. And I do. I'm already waiting outside when Queer Pants comes hopping out with the whole mob running after him. Looks like they had picked up lots more people on the way, 'cause now there's hundreds following him. I damn near chokes when Queer Pants jumps the red light, but traffic just stops dead for him. Brakes jamming up and down the street for about a mile. He's heading straight cross town towards the river, it looks like, and I'm thinking, damn, this I gotta see. But I can't figure no way to catch up with him. Then I see the traffic on the other side of the street is starting to turn right in after the tail end of the mob. And the same thing starts on my side, everybody trying to go down that side street at the same time, and everybody punching their horns like crazy. About 4 cars down from where I'm standing, there's a taxi in the line. So neat as you please, I goes down, opens his door, and climbs in. The cabbie don't even see me. In his mirror, I can see his face is as red as a beet, and he's yelling and cussing and beating on his horn button. Well, I pulls the door shut and makes myself comfy. Then all of a sudden we start moving. As we cut around the corner, I see how we got our break. There's 2 cars locked bumpers in the other lane, holding up the whole line. Now we're going straight cross town at a pretty good clip. At Amsterdam, we swing uptown, up a big hill, and when we get to the top, I can see the crowd still racing along like mad. Way uptown, somewhere near 125th, we turn west, run down the express highway, and end up in front of a beat-up old dock. There's hundreds of cars parked all over the place, with their doors open and their engines running, and everybody's racing toward the river. My driver was out before the cab hardly stopped. It took me a little while to get out. Then I had to be real careful navigating that old wharf. It was full of holes and big cracks and piles of junk lying around. Slow going. I was pretty beat by the time I reached the mob near the end of the wharf. There was 2 long lines of 'em moving along real slow. Up ahead, they was all going up a big red ramp that went up into the air off the dock and into a great big thing that was hanging in the air over the river. The thing looked like a big banana made out of glass. When I got nearer, I could see right into the thing. Inside it, there was a lot of little stalls, and people was all crowding into 'em, about 4 or 5 to a stall. As soon as they got in, a kind of door dropped down, and I couldn't see no way they could get out. But it didn't look like anybody was trying to get out. There was a big round table in each stall, with a lot of food on 'em, and the people was standing around just eating like pigs in a sty. All the time I was watching, people kept piling into the thing, looking like they was singing their heads off. Some was clapping their hands and throwing their arms around like they was doing some kind of dance. For about an hour, people kept marching up that ramp until finally the end of the line came and they all got in, except in the last one, a real skinny old man with a cane. Just as he got up to the top of the ramp, the hole in the side of the banana closed up, quick as a wink. All of a sudden, the thing starts to go straight up into the air, leaving the old man standing there on the edge of the ramp, waving his cane. Next thing, the old man goes over the edge and drops into the river. The banana-looking thing keeps going up into the air, going faster and faster and shining like a mirror. Smaller and smaller it gets, and then, pop, it's gone. Going back to the street, I was feeling sick. It was like everybody in the world was crazy except me. I felt lonesome. And all those cars parked every which way, with their doors open and their motors running. It was real scary. Well, I got out of there as fast as I could and took the subway home. And my wife wouldn't believe me when she seen all that dough. But it's the truth, and I figure the only reason they didn't get me, whoever they was, is because I'm stone deaf and couldn't hear that guy's funny music. Do I get to keep the money, Your Honor? End of Roundup Time by Chester Cohen.
The Planet of Illusion by Donald A. Wollheim. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A phantom land and a phantom folk come sailing out of the deep unknown, with a soundless roar and a lightless flash, to conquer a void for them alone. Roger Dantrith. The Planet of Illusion by Donald A. Wollheim. Planet sighted, sang out Kendall, eyes glued to the electro-telescope. Where away? Rang Fred Broster from his place at the controls. 5 points on 10 left from star. 0.37 above the ecliptic, came Kendall's voice again from the forward observation window. You're daft and dreaming. Step into it and look again, Broster yelled, staring hard at the automatically recording space chart. There's nothing there but a particularly empty species of nothingness. The captain's keen gray eyes stared carefully at the glowing panel before him. On it shone out tiny points of light, which revealed each of the different bodies through whose vicinity the astrolight was passing. A remarkable device actuated by delicate gravitational detectors, which marked out every body they approached. And according to this chart, there was no such planet recorded in the depths of the device as that which Kendall had sighted. I'm not dreaming. Your chart is wrong. If you can't find it there, Kendall remarked after a pause, still staring through the lens of the instrument. Broster examined the chart again. No, there was positively no planet circling the star as his observer claimed. Come away from there, he cried, straightening up. Dr. Seward, will you please take the observer's place and check? Seward dropped the calculations in hand, walked across the control room of the great interstellar explorer, up to the very tip. Kendall stood aside while the doctor applied his eye to the lenses. It's there, all right, Broster. A little red disk exactly where he called it off. The chart's wrong. Roaster ran a hand through his chestnut hair, a puzzled look in his eyes. He glared at the space chart for a moment, as if loath to believe that that faithful instrument could have gone haywire. Then he picked his way over to the electro-telescope to verify the sighting personally. A moment later, the three were looking at each other wonderingly. All realized what this might mean. If that space chart failed them, it might be all over for any possibility ever of returning home. Space navigating in the bounds of the solar system was one thing. There, it didn't matter whether you ran by the charts or by observation. But here, in the bounds of cosmic space, thousands of light years from the sun, where they had to navigate in the blackness of interstellar distance, the space chart was all important. Bodies out here were dark. There were no stars nearby from which they could reflect light. "The chart will have to be overhauled," muttered the captain. "If it's gone wrong—" "What about this planet? It's the only one around this star," put in Kendall, jerking a thumb in its general direction. "Head toward it. We might as well give it the once-over." The huge ship pursued its unvarying course toward the approaching star. At a single light-year away, they decelerated, slowed down, riding the strange echogravity waves, the little-known carrier waves for light and gravity, which seem to travel as fast in relation to light as light in relation to sound. This craft of the 30th century was able to accomplish what had for centuries been believed unachievable. They approached until the last gravitational drag clutched the ship, started to draw it toward that vast, fiery globe, spurting forth countless tons of disintegrating matter per second, emanating energy unconceivable. Yet, withal, a small star, smaller than Sol, and quite inconspicuous as stars go. As they drifted, Roaster and Seward examined the space chart thoroughly, but in vain. Nothing could be found out of order. No short circuits, no tubes needed replacement. It was in perfect shape, but it refused to light a white speck in its dark field for the near planet. They watched the planet grow larger, slowly made out the surface details. A ruddy world, bathed entirely in red light, although the star around which it circled was white. Crimson clouds floated in masses of carmine seas and Nessine land masses. The glow of the red world shone in through the Stella Quartz ports, throwing a weird, bloody glare on everything. "This is a hell of a world," growled Kendall. "You'd go nuts there after a while." Seward nodded. "Quite so. Red is a color that acts to irritate those who look at it overlong. I wouldn't advise staying on this world for more than a few minutes. We could easily go mad were we forced to remain there so much as a day. We'll land, anyway, and look around. If—" Roaster was cut off abruptly, as the shrill scream of the alarm pierced his line of thought. "What the devil is that?" The sound of running feet from the far back of the ship came to their ears. Then the fourth member of the crew streaked into the control room. "Spaceship's approaching us!" Arundel shouted. "Didn't you spot them?" Roaster wheeled around to the chart. Nothing indicated. According to it, there was no planet ahead of them, no spaceships behind them. He muttered something, then hurried across to the side ports, swung out the periscopic plates, staring anxiously at their rear. There were at least a dozen of the red bodies moving along in their wake. Large, all of them, and near. Ships almost as great as the Astrolite. Ships that looked dangerous. "They're close," he grated. "Too damn close. I don't like it." "Neither do I. I was wondering why you didn't do something when I saw them at the port," Ardell exclaimed. Roaster jumped to the controls, pulled the lever that should shunt the ship to one side. But as the nose turned away, and the great mass of her began slowly to describe a long arc in reaction to her former course. Another exclamation came from Kendall. "They're spreading out to stop us!" Brewster cursed, reset the course. The planet was dead ahead now. "Trapped," he fumed. "The red planet ahead of us, and those ships behind us. What do they want?" "It might be well to stop," Dr. Seward put in. "They may want to look us over and nothing more, unless we arouse suspicions by resisting now." "And they might want to steal the ship under our noses, too," protested Arundel. Brewster shook his head. "There cannot be a question of letting unknown intelligences enter this craft, or hold it. We cannot afford to take chances, even if the notion that other world dwellers are necessarily enemies is silly. We've got to assume that everything we see is dangerous until proven harmless or friendly. Those are our first orders. Do not surrender the ship." "Then we run for it?" asked Seward. "We do. Our offensive weapons may be better than theirs, but it's another chance we're not taking. The very fact that we're outnumbered makes retreat the order of the day." "Look there!" exclaimed Iredale. "They're beaming past us." One of the strange, oval, multi-ported, oddly ornamented, crimson craft had just shot a red beam alongside the astrolite. Not touching it, but passing by, as if to show that, whenever they cared, this fleet could annihilate the intruder. Then all the other ships surrounding them began to flash beams, crossing and crisscrossing all about them, save in front. "Look!" exclaimed Kendall. "You can see those beams as if they were in air." "Marvelous and impossible," groaned Seward. "We've run into a swarm of impossibilities today. Some philosopher once remarked that in eternity everything is possible. In fact, everything that could possibly happen has happened. It looks as if we're running into a bit of that now. I should have taken my daughter's advice and let a younger man come this trip." "It may be impossible, but it's so," broke in Brewster. "And deadly. We're getting out of here fast." He turned to the controls, and a moment later the astrolite began to accelerate. There was a limit to the speed they could reach, as they would have to shunt again soon to keep from smashing against the red planet. Unless... "Why not?" asked Arundel, following Brewster's evident thoughts. "They apparently want us to land on the planet, so we do go for it, then shunt aside at the last minute." At first it seemed as if the astrolite would leave the others behind, but it was soon apparent that the unknown ships could keep up with her. In fact, were closing in. There was one pursuer behind them that seemed to Kendall, as he watched through the lenses, almost to be upon them. It was, he knew, some half-mile away in reality. He could see the curiously pitted nose of the craft, note the weirdly streamlined mass. He observed with astonishment a little piece of wire seemingly flying loose from a bearing on one of the strange ships, which was streaming off behind as if in a stiff breeze. Yet space about them was empty. "Look out!" cried Seward from the forward scope. "There's more of them." Coming around the planet from behind, spreading out along the side as if to form a welcoming arch, were more of the weird ships. "That ties it!" exclaimed Brewster. "We'll never be able to pass the planet. It's either land or crash." "Then we crash," came the response. "Man the guns!" yelled Brewster. "Let's see how many we can take with us before we go." The three others swung in the various weapons and trained them on the surrounding ships. Explosion torpedo cannon, twin rays for electric jolting, comprised the types of offensive guns. They were getting very close to the planet now, and it seemed as if the red ships were expecting the astrolight to slow down, for their beams shot occasionally in front of the Earthship. The carmine bulk of the planet loomed over most of the view now. It was too late to shunt aside. Fire! No sound, no roar of explosions. They watched eagerly for results, but there were none. Not a single torpedo appeared to have hit its mark. Not a single twin ray seemed to have bathed the surrounding ovoids. They fired again. Candle swore. The course of one torpedo was the stimulus. He watched it, saw its dark mass approach the nose of one of the vessels behind. Then he swears he saw it strike and disappear. Firing was useless. These ships were invulnerable to their weapons. Brewster looked up, bracing himself. Stand by to crash! The four stopped everything, turned to look at each other for a moment in silence. In a few seconds more, they would simply cease to exist. No pain, no hours of lingering agony trapped in the wreckage. At the speed they were going, the entire ship would be volatilized, would fuse into a molten, glowing mass. They turned again to the plates to look for the last time at the universe around them. For 6 years, they had traveled away from Earth, far, far beyond any point man had ever dreamed of reaching. They were almost to the point where the order to turn back would have to be given. Much had been learned. Now it would be lost. Brewster gave her full acceleration. They saw the planet seemingly leap toward them, saw cloud banks flicker past them. A great flat plain of ruddy rock, a dread expanse of barren granite. This in the veriest fragment of a second. Then a momentary shock, as if each man had received an electrical jolt. A sudden flash of intolerable red. Darkness. The Earthmen blinked their eyes. They were in the ship, unharmed. They stood at their posts in the same position as before, and about them the black of far space and the shining points of the star-studded Milky Way. Kendall gazed into the lens of the rear port, beckoned to the others. The red planet was already a small crimson disk behind them, passing into oblivion as they accelerated onward, outward. Brewster laughed. It's all clear now. Why the space chart seemingly did not function, why our weapons were useless, and why we were not killed, and why their beams could be seen in space, added Seward. Because we're in space, they in air. In the air of another universe. This was all an illusion, explained Seward. The ships, the planet, everything. That is why none of these things registered on the space chart. There were no gravity waves emanating from them, because they were not there. Brewster leaned back in his chair. We've all known that there are many universes besides ours, separated from us by a fourth-dimensional space-time sheet. That was demonstrated by Morales centuries ago. Laboratory experiments have produced images of other planets. All this was just such an image. The space-time envelope must have been a little warped at this point, enough so as to let part of the waves emanating from the atoms of that section to pass through our universe, and permit waves emanating from the atoms of our universe to pass through them. We were able to see the red rays of their spectrum, nothing else. They saw us as a violet ship, but that was all. Then, put in Kendall, that's why they seem to be shooting rays at us. Right. We approached them in their world as suddenly as they appeared to us in space. It was a double mirage. At one end of the warp, they and their planet suddenly appeared in what the instrument showed to be empty space. At the other end, we appeared out of nowhere, a strange ship headed for their planet. And it must have seemed to them that we went right through their planet, too. That planet of theirs, by the way, must be a tremendous one, many times the mass and density of Jupiter. It's probably what caused the space warp. What? Exclaimed Kendall. You mean that thing's a permanent institution in space? Certainly. Then let's go back and have a good look. Check, agreed Brewster. We'll give their fleet and their planet the jitters again, laughed Seward, as he prepared the plates for special photographs. The end of The Planet of Illusion by Donald A. Wollheim.
The Eye of Allah by C. D. Willard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Crody. The Eye of Allah by C. D. Willard. On the fatal 7th of September, a certain Secret Service man sat in the president's chair and looked back into the Eye of Allah. Blinky Collins' part in this matter was very brief. Blinky lasted just long enough to make a great discovery, to brag about it, as was Blinky's way, and then pass on to find his reward in whatever hereafter is set apart for weak-minded crooks whose heads are not hard enough to withstand the crushing impact of a lead-filled pacifier. The photograph studio of Blinky Collins was on the 3rd floor of a disreputable building in an equally unsavory part of Chicago. There were no tinted pictures of beautiful blondes, nor of stern, square-jawed men of affairs in Blinky's reception room. His clients, who came furtively there, were strongly opposed to having their pictures taken. They came for other purposes. For the photographic work of Mr. Collins was strictly commercial and peculiar. There were fingerprints to be photographed and identified for purposes of private revenge. Photographs of people to be merged and repictured in compromising closeness for reasons of blackmail. And even X-ray photography was included in the scope of his work. The great discovery came when a box was brought to the dingy room, and Mr. Collins was asked to show what was inside it without the bother and inconvenience of disturbing lock and seals. The X-ray machine sizzled above it, and a photographic plate below was developed to show a string of round discs that could easily have been pearls. The temporary possessor of the box was pleased with the result, but Blinky was puzzled, for the developer had brought out an odd result. There were the pearls as expected, but too, there was a small picture superimposed. A picture of a bald head and a body beneath, seated beside a desk. The picture had been taken from above, looking straight down, and head and desk were familiar. Blinky knew them both. The odd part was that he knew also that both of them were at that instant on the ground floor of the same disreputable building, directly under and 2 floors below his workshop. Like many great discoveries, this of Blinky's came as the result of an accident. He had monkeyed with the X-ray generator and had made certain substitutions. And here was the result: a bald head and a desk, photographed plainly through 2 heavy wood floors. Blinky scratched his own head in deep thought. And then he repeated the operation. This time there was a blond head close to the bald one, and 2 people were close to the desk and to each other. Blinky knew then that there were financial possibilities in this new line of portrait work. It was some time before the rat eyes of the inventor were able to see exactly what they wanted through this strange device. But Blinky learned, and he fitted a telescope back of the ray and found that he could look along it and see as if through a great funnel what was transpiring blocks and blocks away. He looked where he would, and brick walls or stone were like glass when the new ray struck through them. Blinky never knew what he had, never dreamed of the tremendous potentialities in his oscillating ethereal ray that had a range and penetration beyond anything known. But he knew, in a vague way, that this ray was a channel for light waves to follow, and he learned that he could vary the range of the ray, and that whatever light was shown at the end of the range came to him as clear and distinct as if he were there in the room. He sat for hours staring through the telescope. He would train the device upon a building across the street, then cut down the current until the unseen vibration penetrated inside the building. If there was nothing there of interest, he would gradually increase the power, and the ray would extend out and still out into other rooms, and beyond them to still others. Blinky had a lot of fun, but he never forgot the practical application of the device. Practical, that is, from the distorted viewpoint of a warped mind. "I've heard about your machine," said a pasty-faced man one day, as he sat in Blinky's room, "and I think it's a lot of hooey. But I'd give just $1,000 to know who is with the district attorney this minute." "Where is he?" asked Blinky. "2 blocks down the street in the station house. And if Pokey Bernard is with him, the lousy stool pigeon." Blinky paid no attention to the other's opinion of one Pokey Bernard. He was busy with a sputtering blue light and a telescope behind a shield of heavy lead. "Put your money on the table," he said finally. "There's the Dix, and there's Pokey. Take a look." It was some few minutes later that Blinky learned of another valuable feature in his ray. He was watching the district attorney when the pasty-faced man brushed against a hanging incandescent light. There was a bit of bare wire exposed, and as it swung into the ray, the fuses in the Collins studio blew out instantly. But the squinting eyes at the telescope had seen something first. They had seen the spare form of the district attorney throw itself from the chair, as if it had been dealt a blow, or had received an electric shock. Blinky put in new fuses, heavier ones, and tried it again on another subject. And again, the man at the receiving end got a shot of current that sent him sprawling. "Now what the devil?" demanded Blinky. He stood off and looked at the machine, the wire with its 110 volts, the invisible ray that was streaming out. "It's insulated, the machine is," he told his caller, "so the juice won't shoot back if I keep my hands off. But why," he demanded profanely, "don't it short on the first thing it touches?" He was picturing vaguely a ray like a big insulated cable, with light and current both traveling along a core at its center, cut off, insulated by the ray, so that only the bare end, where the ray stopped, could make contact. "Some more of them damn electrons," he hazarded, then demanded of his caller. "But am I one hell of a smart guy, or am I?" There was no denying this fact. The pasty-faced man told Blinky with lurid emphasis just how smart. He had seen with his own eyes, and this was too good to keep. He paid his $1,000 and departed. First, to make certain necessary arrangements for the untimely end of one Pokey Bernard, squealer, louse, etc., etc., and then to spread the glad news through the underworld of Collins' invention. That was Blinky's big mistake, as was shown a few days later. Not many had taken seriously the account of the photographer's experiments, but there was one who had, as was evident. A bearded man whose eyes stared somewhat wildly from beneath a shock of frowsy hair, entered the Collins workroom and locked the door behind him. His English was imperfect, but the heavy automatic in his hand could not be misunderstood. He forced the trembling inventor to give a demonstration, and the visitor's face showed every evidence of delight. "The current," he demanded with careful words. "The electric current you shall do also, yes?" Again, the automatic brought quick assent, and again the visitor showed his complete satisfaction. showed it by slugging the inventor quietly and efficiently and packing the apparatus in the big suitcase he had brought. Blinky Collins had been fond of that machine. He had found a form of television with uncounted possibilities, and it had been for him the perfect instrument of a blackmailing peeping Tom. He had learned the secret of directed wireless transmission of power and had seen it as a means for annoying his enemies. Yet Blinky Collins, the late Blinky Collins, offered no least objection when the bearded man walked off with the machine. His body, sprawled awkwardly in the corner, was quite dead. And now, some 2 months later, in his Washington office, the chief of the United States Secret Service pushed a paper across his desk to a waiting man and leaned back in his chair. "What would you make of that, Dell?" he asked. Robert Delamater reached leisurely for the paper. He regarded it with sleepy, half-closed eyes. There was a crude drawing of an eye at the top. Below was printed, not written, a message in careful, precise letters. "Take warning. The eye of Allah is upon you. You shall instructions receive from time to time. Follow them. Obey." Delamater laughed. "Why ask me what I think of a nut letter like that? You've had plenty of them, just as crazy." "This didn't come to me," said the chief. "It was addressed to the President of the United States." "Well, there will be others, and we will run the poor sap down. Nothing out of the ordinary, I should say." "That is what I thought at first. Read this." The big, heavy-set man pushed another and similar paper across the desk. This one was addressed to the Secretary of State. Delamater did not read it at once. He held both papers to the light. His fingers touched the edges only. "No watermark," he mused. "Ordinary white writing stock. Sold at all the 5 and 10 cent stores. Try these for fingerprints, I suppose?" "Read it," suggested the chief. "Another picture of an eye," said Delamater aloud, and read. "Warning. You are dealing with an emissary from a foreign power who is an unfriend of my country. See him no more. This is the first and last warning. The eye of Allah watches." "And what is this below?" "He did not care for your cigars, Mr. Secretary? Next time. But there must be no next time." Delamater read slowly, lazily. He seemed only slightly interested, except when he came to the odd conclusion of the note. But the chief knew Delamater, and knew how that slow indolence could give place to a feverish, alert concentration when work was to be done. "Crazy as a loon," was the man's conclusion, as he dropped the papers upon the desk. "Crazy," his chief corrected, "like a fox. Read the last line again. Then get this. The Secretary of State is meeting with a foreign agent who is here very much incog. Came in as a servant of a real ambassador. Slipped quietly into Washington, and not a soul knew he was here. He met the Secretary in a closed room. No one saw him come or leave. Well, the Secretary tells me that in that room where nobody could see, he offered this man a cigar. His visitor took it, tried to smoke it, apologized, and lit one of his own vile cigarettes. Delamater sat a little straighter in his chair. His eyebrows were raised, now in questioning astonishment. "Dictaphone? Some employee of the department listening in?" "Impossible." "Now that begins to be interesting," the other conceded. His eyes had lost their sleepy look. "Want me to take it on?" "Later. Right now I want you to take this visiting gentleman under your personal charge. Here is the name and the room and the hotel where he is staying. He is to meet with the Secretary tonight. He knows where. You will get to him unobserved, absolutely unseen. I can leave that to you. Take him yourself to his appointment, and take him without a brass band, but have what men you want tail you and watch out for spies. Then, when he is through, bring him back and deliver him safely to his room. Compray?" "Right. Give me Wilkins and Smead." I rather think I can get this bird there and back without being seen, but perhaps they may catch Allah keeping tabs on us at that." He laughed amusedly as he took the paper with the name and address. A waiter with pencil and order pad might have been seen some hours later, going as if from the kitchen to the 9th floor of a Washington hotel. And the same waiter, a few minutes later, was escorting a guest from a rear service door to an inconspicuous car parked nearby. The waiter slipped behind the wheel. A taxi, whose driver was half asleep, was parked 100 feet behind them at the curb. As they drove away and no other sign of life was seen in the quiet street, the driver of the taxi yawned ostentatiously and decided to seek a new stand. He neglected possible fares until a man he called Smead hailed him a block further on. They followed slowly after the first car, and they trailed it again on its return after some hours. "Safe as a church," they reported to the driver of the first car. "We'll swear that nobody was checking up on that trip." And, "Okay," Delamater reported to his chief the next morning. "Put one over on this self-appointed Allah that time." But the chief did not reply. He was looking at a slip of paper like those he had shown his operative the day before. He tossed it to Delamater and took up the phone. "To the Secretary of State," Delamater read. "You had your warning. Next time you disobey, it shall be you who dies." The signature was only the image of an eye. The chief was calling a number. Delamater recognized it as that of the hotel he had visited. "Manager, please. At once," the big man was saying. He identified himself to the distant man, and then, "Please check up on the man in 947. If he doesn't answer, enter the room and report at once. I will hold the phone." The man at the desk tapped steadily with a pencil. Robert Delamater sat quietly, tensely waiting, but some sixth sense told him what the answer would be. He was not surprised when the chief repeated what the phone had whispered. "Dead? Yes. Leave everything absolutely undisturbed. We will be right over." "Get Dr. Brooks, Del," he said quietly. "The Eye of Allah was watching after all." Robert Delamater was silent as they drove to the hotel. Where had he slipped? He trusted Smead and Wilkins entirely. If they said his car had not been followed, it had not. And the visitor had been disguised. He had seen to that. Then, where had this person stood? This being who called himself the Eye of Allah. "Chief," he said finally, "I didn't slip, nor Wilkins or Smead." "Someone did," replied the big man. "And it wasn't the Eye of Allah either." The manager of the hotel was waiting to take them to the room. He unlocked the door with his passkey. "Not a thing touched," he assured the Secret Serviceman. "There he is, just the way we found him." In the doorway, between the bedroom and bath, a body was huddled. Dr. Brooks knelt quietly beside it. His hands worked swiftly for a moment. Then he rose to his feet. "Dead," he announced. "How long?" asked the chief. "Sometime. Hours, I should say. Perhaps 8 or 10. "Cause?" The query was brief. "It will take an autopsy to determine that. There is no blood or wound to be seen." The doctor was again examining the partly rigid body. He opened one hand. It held a cake of soap. There was a grease mark on the hand. Delamater supplied the explanation. "He touched some grease on the old car I was using," he said. "Must have gone directly to wash it off. See? There is water spilled on the floor." Water had indeed been splashed on the tile floor of the bathroom. A pool of it still remained about the heavy, foreign-looking shoes of the dead man. Something in it caught Delamater's eye. He leaned down to pick up 3 pellets of metal, like small shot, round and shining. "I'll keep these," he said, "though the man was never killed with shot as small as that." "We shall have to wait for the autopsy report," said the chief crisply. "That may give the cause of death. Was there anyone in the room? Did you enter it with him last night, Dell? No, said the operative. He was very much agitated when we got here. Dismissed me rather curtly at the door. He was quite upset about something. Spoke English none too well, and said something about a warning, and damned our Secret Service as inefficient. A warning, said the chief. The dead man's briefcase was on the bed. He crossed to it and undid the straps. The topmost paper told the reason for the man's disquiet. It showed the familiar staring eye, and beneath the eye was a warning. This man was to die if he did not leave Washington at once. The chief turned to the hotel manager. Was the door locked? Yes, but it is a spring lock. Someone could have gone out and closed it after him. Not this time. The deadbolt was thrown. It takes a key to do that from the outside, or this thumb turn on the inside. The hotel man demonstrated the action of the heavy bolt. Then, with a duplicate key, a man could have left this room and locked the door behind him. Absolutely not. The floor clerk was on duty all night. I have questioned her. This room was under her eyes all the time. She saw this man return, saw your man here, and he pointed to Delamater, leave him at the door. There was no person left the room after that. See about the autopsy, doctor, the chief ordered. And to the manager, not a thing here must be touched. Admit only Mr. Delamater and no one else unless he vouches for them. Dell, he told the operative, I'm giving you a chance to make up for last night. Go to it. And Robert Delamater went to it, with all the thoroughness at his command, and with a total lack of result. The autopsy helped not at all. The man was dead. It was apparently a natural death. Not a scratch or mark on him was the report, but next time it will be you. The note with the staring eye had warned the Secretary of State. The writer of it was taking full credit for the mysterious death. Robert Delamater had 3 small bits of metal, like tiny shot, and he racked his brains to connect these with the death. There were fingerprints, too, beautifully developed upon the mysterious missives, prints that tallied with none in the records. There were analyses of the paper, of the ink, and not a clue in any of them. Just 3 pellets of metal. Robert Delamater had failed utterly, and he was bitter in the knowledge of his failure. He had you spotted, Dell, the chief insisted. The writer of these notes may be crazy, but he was clever enough to know that this man did see the secretary, and he was waiting for him when he came back. Then he killed him. Without a mark? He killed him, the chief repeated. Then he left, and that's that. But, Delamater objected, the room clerk took a nap, broke in the chief. But Delamater could not be satisfied with the explanation. He got his, all right, he conceded. Got it in a locked room 9 stories above the street, with no possible means of bringing it upon himself, and no way for the murderer to escape. I tell you there is something more to this. Just the letter to the secretary, as if this eye of Allah were spying upon him. The chief waved all that aside. A clever spy, he insisted. Too clever for you, and a darn good guesser. He had us all fooled. But we're dealing with a madman, not a ghost. And he didn't sail in through a 9th-story window, nor go out through a locked door. Neither did he spy on the Secretary of State in his private office. Don't try to make a supernatural mystery out of a failure, Dell. The big man's words were tempered with a laugh, but there was an edge of sarcasm, ill-concealed. And then came the next note, and the next. The letters were mailed at various points in and about the city. They came in a flood, and they were addressed to the President of the United States, to the Secretary of War, of the Navy, to all the cabinet members, and all carried the same threat under the staring eye. The United States, to this man, represented all that was tyrannical and oppressive to the downtrodden of the earth. He proposed to end it, this government first, then others in their turn. It was the outpouring of a wildly irrational mind, that came to the office of the harassed chief of the United States Secret Service, who had instructions to run this man down, this man who signed himself the Eye of Allah, and do it quickly, for the notes were threatening. Official Washington, it seemed, was getting jumpy, and was making caustic inquiries as to why a Secret Service department was maintained. The chief himself was directing the investigation and getting nowhere. "Here is the latest," he said one morning, mailed at New York. Delamater and a dozen other operatives were in his office. He showed them a letter printed like all the others. There was the eye, and beneath were words that made the readers catch their breath. "The eye of Allah sees. It has warned. Now it will destroy. The day of judgment is at hand. The battleship Maryland is at anchor in the Hudson River at New York. No more shall it be the weapon of a despot government. It will be destroyed at 12 o'clock on September 5th. "Wild talk," said the chief. "But today is the 4th. The commander of the Maryland has been warned. Approach by air or water will be impossible. I want you men to patrol the shore and nail this man if he shows up. Lord knows what he intends. Bluffing, probably. But he may try some fool stunt. If he does, get him." 11:30, by the watch on Robert Delamater's wrist, found him seated in the bow of a speedboat the following morning. They patrolled slowly up and down the shore. There were fellow operatives, he knew, scores of them, posted at all points of vantage along the docks. 11:45, and the roar of seaplanes came from above, where air patrols were guarding the skies. Small boats drove back and forth on set courses. No curious sightseeing craft could approach the Maryland that day. On board the battleship, too, there was activity apparent. A bugle sounded, and the warning of bellowing claxons echoed across the water. Here, in the peace and safety of the big port, the great man-of-war was sounding general quarters, and a scurry of running men showed for an instant on her decks. Anti-aircraft guns swung silently upon imaginary targets. The watcher smiled at the absurdity of it all. This preparation to repel the attack of a wild-eyed rider of insane threats. And yet, he knew, too, there was apprehension in his frequent glances at his watch. 1 minute to go. Delamater should have watched the shore, and instead he could not keep his eyes from the big fighting ship, silhouetted so clearly less than a mile away, motionless and waiting. Waiting. For what? He saw the great turreted guns, useless against this puny, invisible opponent. Above them, the fighting tops were gleaming, and above them, Delamater shaded his eyes with a quick, tense hand. The tip of the mast was sparkling. There was a blue flash that glinted along the steel. It was gone, to reappear on the fighting top itself, and then lower. What was it? The watching man was asking himself. What did it bring to mind? A streetcar? A defective trolley? The zipping flash of a contact made and broken? That last, like the touch of an invisible wire, tremendously charged, a wire that touched and retreated, that made and lost its contact. The flashing arc was working toward the deck. It felt its way to the body of the ship. The arc was plain, starting from mid-air to hiss against the armored side. The arc shortened, went to nothing, vanished. A puff of smoke from an open port proved its presence inside. Delamater had the conviction that a deadly something had gone through the ship's side, was insulated from it, was searching with its blazing, arcing end for the ammunition rooms. The realization of that creeping menace came to Delamater with a gripping, numbing horror. The seconds were almost endless as he waited. Slowly, before his terrified eyes, the deck of the great ship bulged upward. Slowly it rolled and tore apart. A mammoth turret with 16-inch guns was lifting unhurriedly into the air. There were bodies of men rocketing skyward. The mind of the man was racing at lightning speed, and the havoc before him seemed more horrible in its slow, leisurely progress. If he could only move, do something. The shock of the blasted air struck him sprawling into the bottom of the boat. The listener was hammered almost to numbness by the deafening thunder that battered and tore through the still air. At top speed, the helmsman drove for the shelter of a hidden cove. They made it an instant before the great waves struck high upon the sand spit. Over the bay hung a ballooning cloud of black and gray, lifting for an instant to show in stark ghastliness the wreckage, broken and twisted, that marked where the battleship Maryland rested in the mud of the harbor of New York. The eyes of the Secret Service men were filled with indelible impress of what they had seen. Again and again before him came the vision of a ship full of men in horrible, slow disintegration. His mind was numbed, and his actions and reactions were largely automatic. But somehow he found himself in the roar of a subway, and later he sat in a chair and knew he was in a Pullman of a Washington train. He rode for hours in preoccupied silence, his gaze fixed unseeingly, striving to reach out and out to some distant, unknown something which he was trying to visualize. But he looked at intervals at his hand that held 3 metal pellets. He was groping for the mental sequence which would bring the few known facts together and indicate their clause. A threat, a seeming spying within a closed secret room, the murder on the 9th floor, a murder without trace of wound or weapon. Weapon! He stared again at the tangible evidence he held, then shook his head in perplexed abstraction. No, the man was killed by unknown means. And now the Maryland, and a visible finger of death, touching, flashing, feeling its way to the deadly cargo of powder sacks. Not till he sat alone with his chief did he put into words his thoughts. "A time bomb did it," the chief was saying. "The officials deny it, but what other answer is there? No one approached that ship. You know that, Dell. No torpedo, nor aerial bomb. Nothing as fanciful as that." Robert Delamater's lips formed a wry smile. Nothing as fanciful as that, and he was thinking of what he hardly dared express. "We will start with the ship's personnel," the other continued. "Find every man who was not on board when the explosion occurred." "No use," the operative interrupted. "This was no inside job, Chief." He paused to choose his words while the other watched him curiously. "Someone did reach that ship, reached it from a distance, reached it in the same way they reached that poor devil I left at room 947. Listen." He told his superior of his vigil on the speedboat, of the almost invisible flash against the ship's mast. "He reached it, Chief," he concluded. "He felt or saw his way down and through the side of that ship, and he fired their ammunition from God knows where." "I wonder," said the big man slowly, "I wonder if you know just what you are trying to tell me, just how absurd your idea is. Are you seriously hinting at long-distance vision through solid armor plate, through these walls of stone and steel, and wireless power transmission through the same wall?" "Exactly," said the operative. "Why, Dell, you must be as crazy as this Eye of Allah individual. It's impossible." "That word," said Delamater quietly, "has been crossed out of scientific books in the past few years." "What do you mean?" "You have studied some physical science, of course?" Delamater asked. The chief nodded. "Then you know what I mean. I mean that up to recent years, science had all the possibilities and impossibilities neatly divided and cataloged. Ignorance, as always, was the best basis for positive assurance. Then they got inside the atom. And since then, your real scientist has been a very humble man. He has seen the impossibility of yesterday become the established fact of today." The chief of the United States Secret Service was tapping with nervous irritation on the desk before him. Yes, he agreed, and again he looked oddly at his operative. "Perhaps there is something to that. You work along that line, Dell. You can have a free hand. Take a few days off, a little vacation if you wish. Yes, and ask Sprague to step in from the other office. He has the personnel list. Robert Delamater felt the other's eyes follow him as he left the room. And that about lets me out, he told himself. He thinks I've gone cuckoo now. He stopped in a corridor. His fingers, fumbling in a vest pocket, had touched the little metal spheres. Again, his mind flashed back to the chain of events he had linked together. He turned toward an inner office. I would like to see Dr. Brooks, he said, and when the physician appeared. About the man who was murdered at the hotel, doctor. Who died, the doctor corrected. We found no evidence of murder. Who was murdered, the operative insisted. Have you his clothing where I can examine it? Sure, agreed the physician. He led Delamater to another room and brought out a box of the dead man's effects. But if it's murder you expect to prove, you'll find no help in this. The Secret Service man nodded. I'll look them over just the same, he said. Thanks. Alone in the room, he went over the clothing piece by piece. Again, he examined each garment, each pocket, the lining, as he had done before when he first took the case. Metal, he thought. He must find metal. But only when a heavy shoe was in his hands did the anxious frown relax from about his eyes. Of course, he whispered, half aloud. What a fool I was! I should have thought of that. The soles of the shoes were sewed, but beside the stitches were metal specks, where cobbler's nails were driven, and in the sole of one shoe were 3 tiny holes. Melted, he said exultantly. Crazy, am I, Chief? This man was standing on a wet floor. He made a perfect ground, and he got a jolt that melted these nails when it flashed out of him. He wrapped the clothing carefully and replaced it in the box, and he fingered the metal pellets in his pocket as he slipped quietly from the room. He did not stop to talk with Dr. Brooks. He wanted to think, to ponder upon the incredible proof of the theory he had hardly dared believe. The Eye of Allah, the maniac, was real, and his power for evil. There was work to be done, and the point of beginning was not plain. How far did the invisible arm reach? How far could the Eye of Allah see? Where was the generator, the origin of this wireless power? Along what channel did it flow? A ray of lightless light, an unseen ethereal vibration. Delamater could only guess at the answers. The current to kill a man, or to flash a spark into silken powder bags, need not be heavy, he knew. 500, 1,000 volts, if the mysterious conductor carried it without resistance and without loss. People had been killed by house lighting currents, a mere 110 volts, when conditions were right. There would be no peculiar or unusual demand upon the power company to point him toward the hidden maniac. He tossed restlessly throughout the night, and morning brought no answer to his repeated questions. But it brought a hurry call from his chief. Right away, was the instruction. Don't lose a minute. Come to the office. He found the big man at his desk. He was quiet, unhurried, but the operative knew at a glance the tense repression that was being exercised, the iron control of nerves that demanded action and found incompetence and helplessness instead. I don't believe your fantastic theories, he told Delamater. Impractical, impossible, but, he handed the waiting man a paper, we must not leave a stone unturned. Delamater said nothing. He looked at the paper in his hand. To the President of the United States, he read. Prepare to meet your God Friday, the 8th, 12 o'clock. The signature he hardly saw. The staring, open eye was all too familiar. That is tomorrow, said Delamater softly. The President dies tomorrow. No, exploded the chief. Do you realize what that means? The President murdered, more killings to follow, and the killer unknown. Why, the country will be in a panic. The whole structure of the government is threatened. He paused, then added as he struck his open hand upon the desk. I will have every available man at the White House. For witnesses? Asked Delamater coldly. The big man stared at his operative. The lines of his face were sagging. Do you believe, really, he can strike him down at his desk from a distance? I know it. Delamater's fingers played for a moment with 3 bits of metal in his pocket. Unconsciously, he voiced his thoughts. Does the president have nails in his shoes, I wonder? What? What's that? The chief demanded. But Delamater made no reply. He was picturing the president. He would be seated at his desk, waiting. And the bells would be ringing, and whistles blowing from distant shops when the bolt would strike. It would flash from his feet, through the thick rug, through the rug. It would have to ground. He paid no heed to his chief's repeated question. He was seeing, not the rug in the presidential office, but below it, underneath it, a heavy pad of rubber. If he can be insulated, he said aloud, and stared unseeingly into his eagerly listening superiors. Even the telephone cut, no possible connection with the ground. For God's sake, Del, if you've got an idea, any hope at all, I'm up against it, Del. The operative brought his distant gaze back to the room, and the man across from him. Yes, he said slowly, thoughtfully. I've got the beginning of an idea. I don't see the end of it yet. We can cut him off from the ground, the president, I mean. Make an insulated island where he sits. But this devil will get him the instant he leaves. Unless... Yes, the chief's voice was high-pitched with anxious impatience. For the first time, he was admitting to himself his complete helplessness in this emergency. Unless, said Delamater, as the idea grew and took shape, unless that wireless channel works both ways. If it does... The big man made a gesture of complete incomprehension. Wait, said Robert Delamater sharply. If ever his sleepy indolence had misled his chief, there was none to do so now in the voice that rang like cold steel. His eyes were slits under the deep-drawn brows, and his mouth was one straight line. To the hunter there is no greater game than man, and Robert Delamater, man-hunter, had his treacherous quarry in sight. He fired staccato questions at his chief. Is the president at his desk at 12? Yes. Does he know about this? Yes. Does he know it means death? The chief nodded. I see a way, a chance, said the operative. Do I get a free hand? Yes, good Lord, yes. If there's any chance of... Delamater silenced him. I'll be the one to take the chance, he said grimly. Chief, I intend to impersonate the president. Now listen, the president and I are about the same build. I know a man who can take care of the makeup. He will get me by anything but a close inspection. This Eye of Allah, up to now, has worked only in the light. We'll have to gamble on that and work our change in the dark. The president must go to bed as usual. Impress upon him that he may be under constant surveillance. Then, in the night, he leaves. Oh, I know he won't want to hide himself, but he must. That's up to you. Arrange for me to go to his room before daylight. From that minute on, I am the president. Get me his routine for that morning. I must follow it so as to arouse no least suspicion. But I don't see, began the chief. You will impersonate him, yes, but what then? You will be killed if this maniac makes good. Is the President of the United States to be a fugitive? Hold on, said Delamater. He leaned back in his chair. His face relaxed to a smile, then a laugh. I've got it all now. Perhaps it will work. If not... A shrug of his shoulders completed the thought. And I have been shooting it to you pretty fast, haven't I? Now, here is the idea. I must be in the president's chair at noon. This Allah person will be watching in, so I must be acting the part all morning. I will have the heaviest insulation I can get under the rug, and I'll have something to take the shot instead of myself. And perhaps I will send a message back to the Eye of Allah that will be a surprise. Is it a bet? He asked. Remember, I'm taking the chance, unless you know some better way. The chief's chair came down with a bang. We'll gamble on it, Dell, he said. We've got to. There is no other way. And now, what do you want? A note to the White House electrician, said Robert Delamater, and full authority to ask for anything I may need, from the U.S. Treasury down to a pair of wire cutters. His smile had become contagious. The chief's anxious look relaxed. If you pull this off, Dell, they may give you the Treasury, or the Mint at that. But remember, republics are notoriously ungenerous. We'll have to gamble on that, too, said Robert Delamater. The heart of the nation is Washington. Some there are who would have us feel that New York rules our lives. Chicago, San Francisco, these and other great cities sometimes forget that they are mere ganglia on the financial and commercial nervous system. The heart is Washington, and Congress, to the contrary notwithstanding, the heart of that heart is not the domed building at the head of Pennsylvania Avenue, but an American home. A simple, gracious mansion, standing in quiet dignity and whiteness above its velvet lawns. It is the White House that draws most strongly at the interest and curiosity of the homely, common throng that visits the Capitol. But there were no casual visitors at the White House on the 7th of September. Certain senators, even, were denied admittance. The president was seeing only the members of the cabinet and some few others. It is given to a Secret Service operative, in his time, to play many parts. But even a versatile actor might pause at impersonating a president. Robert Delamater was acting the role with never a fumble. He sat, this new Robert Delamater, so startlingly like the chief executive, in the chair by a flat-top desk, and he worked diligently at a mass of correspondence. Secretaries came and went. Files were brought. Occasionally, he replied to a telephone call, or perhaps called someone. It would be hard to say which happened, for no telephone bells rang. On the desk was a schedule that Delamater consulted. So much time for correspondence, so many minutes for a conference with this or that official. Men who were warned to play up to this new chief executive as if the life of their real president were at stake. To any observer, the busy routine of the morning must have passed with never a break. And there was an observer, as Delamater knew. He had wondered if the mystic ray might carry electrons that would prove its presence, and now he knew. The chief of the U.S. Secret Service had come for a consultation with the president, and whatever lingering doubts may have stifled his reluctant imagination were dispelled when the figure at the desk opened a drawer. Notice this, he told the chief as he appeared to search for a paper in the desk. An electroscope. I put it in here last night. It is discharging. The ray has been on since 9:30. No current to electrocute me, just a penetrating ray. He returned the paper to the drawer and closed it. So that is that, he said, and picked up a document to which he called the visitor's attention. Just acting, he explained. The audience may be critical. We must try to give them a good show. And now give me a report. What are you doing? Has anything else turned up? I am counting on you to stand by and see that that electrician is on his toes at 12 o'clock. Stand by is right, the chief agreed. That's about all we can do. I have 20 men in and about the grounds. There will be as many more later on, and I know now just how little use we are to you, Dell. Your expression, warned Delamater. Remember, you are talking to the president, very official and all that. Right. But now, tell me, what is the game, Dell? If that devil fails to knock you out here where you are safe, he will get you when you leave the room. Perhaps, agreed the pseudo-executive. And again, perhaps not. He won't get me here. I am sure of that. They have this part of the room insulated. The phone wire is cut. My conversations there are all faked. There is only one spot in this room where that current can pass. A heavy cable is grounded outside in wet earth. It comes to a copper plate on this desk. You can't see it. It is under those papers. And if the current comes, began the visitor. When it comes, the other corrected, it will jump to that plate and go off harmlessly, I hope. And then what? How does that let you out? Then we will see, said the presidential figure. And you've been here long enough, Chief. Send in the president's secretary as you go out." He arose to place a friendly, patronizing hand on the other's shoulder. "Goodbye," he said, "and watch that electrician at 12. He is to throw the big switch when I call." "Good luck," said the big man huskily. "We've got to hand it to you, Dill. Your goodbye." The figure of the chief executive turned abruptly to his desk. There was more careful acting. Another conference, some dictating. The clock on the desk gave the time as 11:55. The man before the flat-top desk verified it by a surreptitious glance at his watch. He dismissed the secretary and busied himself with some personal writing. 11:59. And he pushed paper and pen aside. The movement disturbed some other papers neatly stacked. They were dislodged, and where they had lain was a disk of dull copper. "Ready," the man called softly. "Don't stand too near that line." The first boom of noonday bells came faintly to the room. The president, to all but the other actors in the morning's drama, leaned far back in his chair. The room was suddenly deathly still. The faint ticking of the desk clock was loud and rasping. There was heavy breathing audible in the room beyond. The last noonday chime had died away. The man at the desk was waiting, and he thought he was prepared, nerve-steeled for the expected. But he jerked back to fall with the overturned chair upon the soft, thick-padded rug at the ripping, crackling hiss that tore through the silent room. From a point above the desk, a blue arc flamed and wavered. Its unseen terminal moved erratically in the air. But the other end of the deadly flame held steadily upon a glowing copper disk. Eliminator, prone on the floor, saw the wavering point that marked the end of the invisible carrier of the current, saw it drift aside till the blue arc was broken. It returned, and the arc crashed again into blinding flame. Then, as abruptly, the blue menace vanished. The man on the floor waited, and tried to hold fast to some sense of time, and then, "Contact!" he shouted. "The switch! Close the switch!" "Closed," came the answer from a distant room. Then there was a shouted warning to unseen men. "Stand back there! Back! That's 20,000 volts on that line!" Again the silence. Would it work? Would it? Eliminator's mind was full of delirious, half-thought hopes. That fiend in some far-off room had cut the current meant as a death bolt to the nation's head. He would leave the ray on, look along it to gloat over his easy victory. His generator must be insulated. Would he touch it with his hand now that his own current was off? Make of himself a conductor? In the air overhead formed a terrible arc. From the floor, Eliminator saw it rip crashingly into life as 20,000 volts bridged the gap of a foot or less to the invisible ray. It hissed tremendously in the stillness, and Eliminator suddenly buried his face in his hands, for in his mind he was seeing a rigid, searing body, and in his nostrils, acrid, distinct, was the smell of burning flesh. "Don't be a fool," he told himself fiercely. "Don't be a fool. Imagination." The light was out. "Switch off!" a voice was calling. There was a rush of swift feet from the distant doors. Friendly hands were under him, lifting him, as the room, for Robert Eliminator, President in name of the United States, turned whirlingly, dizzily black. Robert Eliminator, U.S. Secret Service operative, entered the office of his chief. 2 days of enforced idleness and quiet had been all he could stand. He laid a folded newspaper before the smiling, welcoming man. "That's it, I suppose," he said, and pointed to a short notice. "X-ray operator killed," was the caption. "Found dead in office in Watts building." He had read the brief item many times. "That's what we let the reporters have," said the chief. "Was he?" The operative hesitated for a moment. "Pretty well fried?" "Quite. And the machine. Broken glass and melted metal. He smashed it as he fell." "The eye of Allah," mused Eliminator. "Poor devil. Poor, crazy devil. Well, we gambled, and we won. How about the rest of the bet? Do I get the mint?" "Hell no," said the chief. "Do you expect to win all the time? They want to know why it took us so long to get him." Now, there's a little matter out in Ohio, Dell, that we'll have to get after. End of The Eye of Allah by C.D. Willard. Read by Kevin Crody. On the web at narratorkevin.com. This has been a LibriVox recording.
The Door in the Wall by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ken Tolber. The Door in the Wall. One confidential evening, not 3 months ago, Lionel Wallace told me this story of the door in the wall, and at the time I thought that, so far as he was concerned, it was a true story. He told it me with such a direct simplicity of conviction that I could not do otherwise than believe in him. But in the morning, in my own flat, I woke to a different atmosphere, and as I lay in bed and recalled the things he had told me, stripped of the glamour of his earnest, slow voice, denuded of the focused, shaded table light, the shadowy atmosphere that wrapped about him and the pleasant, bright things, the dessert and glasses and napery of the dinner we had shared, making them for the time a bright little world quite cut off from everyday realities, I saw it all as frankly incredible. He was mystifying, I said, and then how well he did it. It isn't quite the thing I should have expected him, of all people, to do well. Afterwards, as I sat up in bed and sipped my morning tea, I found myself trying to account for the flavor of reality that perplexed me in his impossible reminiscences. By supposing they did in some way suggest, present, convey, I hardly know which word to use, experiences it was otherwise impossible to tell. Well, I don't resort to that explanation now. I have got over my intervening doubts. I believe now, as I believed at the moment of telling, that Wallace did to the very best of his ability strip the truth of his secret from me. But whether he himself saw, or only thought he saw, whether he himself was the possessor of an inestimable privilege, or the victim of a fantastic dream, I cannot pretend to guess. Even the facts of his death, which ended my doubts forever, throw no light on that. That much the reader must judge for himself. I forget now what chance comment or criticism of mine moved so reticent a man to confide in me. He was, I think, defending himself against an imputation of slackness and unreliability I had made in relation to a great public movement in which he had disappointed me. But he plunged suddenly. "I have," he said, "a preoccupation." "I know," he went on, after a pause that he devoted to the study of his cigar ash. "I have been negligent. The fact is, it isn't a case of ghosts or apparitions, but it's an odd thing to tell of, Redmond. I am haunted. I'm haunted by something that rather takes the light out of things, that fills me with longings." He paused, checked by that English shyness that so often overcomes us when we would speak of moving or grave or beautiful things. "You were at St. Athelstan's all through," he said, "and for a moment that seemed to me quite irrelevant." "Well," and he paused. Then very haltingly at first, but afterwards more easily, he began to tell of the thing that was hidden in his life, the haunting memory of a beauty and a happiness that filled his heart with insatiable longings that made all the interests and spectacle of worldly life seem dull and tedious and vain to him. Now that I have the clue to it, the thing seems written visibly in his face. I have a photograph in which that look of detachment has been caught and intensified. It reminds me of what a woman once said of him, a woman who had loved him greatly. "Suddenly," she said, "the interest goes out of him. He forgets you. He doesn't care a rap for you. Under his very nose." Yet the interest was not always out of him, and when he was holding his attention to a thing, Wallace could contrive to be an extremely successful man. His career indeed is set with successes. He left me behind him long ago. he soared up over my head and cut a figure in the world that I couldn't cut anyhow. He was still a year short of 40, and they say now that he would have been in office and very probably in the new cabinet if he had lived. At school, he always beat me without effort, as it were by nature. We were at school together at St. Athelstan's College in West Kensington for almost all our school time. He came into the school as my co-equal, but he left far above me, in a blaze of scholarships and brilliant performance. Yet I think I made a fair average running. And it was at school I heard first of the door in the wall, that I was to hear of a second time only a month before his death. To him, at least, the door in the wall was a real door leading through a real wall to immortal realities. Of that I am now quite assured. And it came into his life early, when he was a little fellow between 5 and 6. I remember how, as he sat making his confession to me with a slow gravity, he reasoned and reckoned the date of it. There was, he said, a crimson Virginia creeper in it, all one bright uniform crimson in a clear amber sunshine against a white wall. That came into the impression somehow, though I don't clearly remember how, and there were horse chestnut leaves upon the clean pavement outside the green door. They were blotched yellow and green, you know, not brown nor dirty, so that they must have been new fallen. I take it that means October. I look out for horse chestnut leaves every year, and I ought to know. If I'm right in that, I was about 5 years and 4 months old. He was, he said, rather a precocious little boy. He learned to talk at an abnormally early age, and he was so sane and old-fashioned, as people say, that he was permitted an amount of initiative that most children scarcely attain by 7 or 8. His mother died when he was born, and he was under the less vigilant and authoritative care of a nursery governess. His father was a stern, preoccupied lawyer, who gave him little attention and expected great things of him. For all his brightness, he found life a little gray and dull, I think, and one day he wandered. He could not recall the particular neglect that enabled him to get away, nor the course he took among the West Kensington roads. All that had faded among the incurable blurs of memory. But the white wall and the green door stood out quite distinctly. As his memory of that remote childish experience ran, he did at the very first sight of that door experience a peculiar emotion, an attraction, a desire to get to the door and open it and walk in. And at the same time he had the clearest conviction that either it was unwise or it was wrong of him, he could not tell which, to yield to this attraction. He insisted upon it as a curious thing that he knew from the very beginning, unless memory has played him the queerest trick, that the door was unfastened, and that he could go in as he chose. I seemed to see the figure of that little boy drawn and repelled. And it was very clear in his mind, too, though why it should be so was never explained, that his father would be very angry if he went through that door. Wallace described all these moments of hesitation to me with the utmost particularity. He went right past the door, and then, with his hands in his pockets, and making an infantile attempt to whistle, strolled right along beyond the end of the wall. There he recalls a number of mean, dirty shops, and particularly that of a plumber and a decorator with a dusty disorder of earthenware pipes, sheet-lead ball taps, pattern books of wallpaper, and tins of enamel. He stood pretending to examine these things, and coveting, passionately desiring, the green door. Then he said he had a gust of emotion. He made a run for it. Lest hesitation should grip him again, he went plump with outstretched hand through the green door and let it slam behind him. And so, in a trice, he came into the garden that has haunted all his life. It was very difficult for Wallace to give me his full sense of that garden into which he came. There was something in the very air of it that exhilarated, that gave one a sense of lightness and good happening and well-being. There was something in the sight of it that made all its color clean and perfect and subtly luminous. In the instant of coming into it, one was exquisitely glad, as only in rare moments and when one is young and joyful one can be glad in this world, and everything was beautiful there. Wallace mused before he went on telling me. You see, he said, with the doubtful inflection of a man who pauses at incredible things, there were 2 great panthers there. Yes, spotted panthers. And I was not afraid. There was a long, wide path with marble-edged flower borders on either side, and these 2 huge velvety beasts were playing there with a ball. One looked up and came towards me, a little curious as it seemed. It came right up to me, rubbed its soft round ear very gently against the small hand I held out, and purred. It was, I tell you, an enchanted garden, I know. And the size, oh, it stretched far and wide, this way and that. I believe there were hills far away. Heaven knows where West Kensington had suddenly got to. And somehow it was just like coming home. You know, in the very moment the door swung to behind me, I forgot the road, with its fallen chestnut leaves, its cabs and tradesmen's carts. I forgot the sort of gravitational pull back to the discipline and obedience of home. I forgot all hesitations and fear, forgot discretion, forgot all the intimate realities of this life. I became in a moment a very glad and wonder-happy little boy, in another world. It was a world with a different quality, a warmer, more penetrating and mellower light, with a faint clear gladness in its air and wisps of sun-touched cloud in the blueness of its sky. And before me ran this long wide path, invitingly, with weedless beds on either side, rich with untended flowers and these 2 great panthers. I put my little hands fearlessly on their soft fur and caressed their round ears and the sensitive corners under their ears and played with them, and it was as though they welcomed me home. There was a keen sense of homecoming in my mind, and when presently a tall, fair girl appeared in the pathway and came to me smiling and said, well, to me, and lifted me and kissed me and put me down and led me by the hand, there was no amazement, but only an impression of delightful rightness, of being reminded of happy things that had in some strange way been overlooked. There were broad steps, I remember, that came into view between spikes of delphinium, and up these we went to a great avenue between very old and shady dark trees. All down this avenue, you know, between the red chapped stems were marble seats of honor and statuary, and very tame and friendly white doves. And along this avenue my girl friend led me, looking down. I recall the pleasant lines, the finely modeled chin of her sweet, kind face, asking me questions in a soft, agreeable voice, and telling me things, pleasant things, I know, though what they were I was never able to recall. And presently a little capuchin monkey, very clean, with a fur of ruddy brown and kindly hazel eyes, came down a tree to us and ran beside me, looking up at me and grinning, and presently leapt to my shoulder. So we went on our way in great happiness. He paused. Go on, I said. I remember little things. We passed an old man musing among laurels, I remember, in a place gay with paroquets, and came through a broad shaded colonnade to a spacious cool palace full of pleasant fountains, full of beautiful things, full of the quality and promise of heart's desire. And there were many things and many people, some that still seem to stand out clearly and some that are a little vague, but all these people were beautiful and kind. In some way, I don't know how, it was conveyed to me that they were all kind to me, glad to have me there, and filling me with gladness by their gestures, by the touch of their hands, by the welcome and love in their eyes. Yes. He mused for a while. Playmates I found there. That was very much to me because I was a lonely little boy. They played delightful games in a grass-covered court where there was a sundial set about with flowers, and as one played, one loved. But it's odd. There's a gap in my memory. I don't remember the games we played. I never remembered. Afterwards, As a child, I spent long hours trying, even with tears, to recall the form of that happiness. I wanted to play it all over again, in my nursery, by myself. No. All I remember is the happiness and 2 dear playfellows who were most with me. Then presently came a somber, dark woman, with a grave, pale face and dreamy eyes, a somber woman wearing a soft, long robe of pale purple, who carried a book, and beckoned, and took me aside with her into a gallery above a hall. Though my playmates were loath to have me go, and ceased their game and stood watching as I was carried away. "Come back to us," they cried. "Come back to us soon." I looked up at her face, but she heeded them not at all. Her face was very gentle and grave. She took me to a seat in the gallery, and I stood beside her, ready to look at her book as she opened it upon her knee. The pages fell open. She pointed, and I looked, marveling. For in the living pages of that book, I saw myself. It was a story about myself, and in it were all the things that had happened to me since ever I was born. It was wonderful to me, because the pages of that book were not pictures, you understand, but realities. Wallace paused gravely, looked at me doubtfully. "Go on," I said. "I understand." They were realities. Yes, they must have been. People moved and things came and went in them. My dear mother, whom I had near forgotten, then my father, stern and upright, the servants, the nursery, all the familiar things of home. Then the front door, and the busy streets, with traffic to and fro. I looked and marveled, and looked half-doubtedly again into the woman's face and turned the pages over, skipping this and that, to see more of this book, and more, and so at last I came to myself, hovering and hesitating outside the green door in the long white wall, and felt again the conflict and the fear. "And next?" I cried, and would have turned on, but the cool hand of the grave woman delayed me. "Next?" I insisted, and struggled gently with her hand, pulling up her fingers with all my childish strength, and as she yielded, and the page came over, she bit down upon me like a shadow and kissed my brow. But the page did not show the enchanted garden, nor the panthers, nor the girl who had led me by the hand, nor the playfellows who had been so loath to let me go. It showed a long gray street in West Kensington on that chill hour of afternoon before the lamps are lit, and I was there, a wretched little figure, weeping aloud for all that I could do to restrain myself, and I was weeping because I could not return to my dear playfellows who had called after me, "Come back to us! Come back to us soon!" I was there. This was no page in a book, but harsh reality. That enchanted place in the restraining hand of the grave mother at whose knee I stood had gone. Whither had they gone? He halted again, and remained for a time staring into the fire. "Oh, the wretchedness of that return," he murmured. "Well?" I said after a minute or so. Poor little wretch I was, brought back to this gray world again. As I realized the fullness of what had happened to me, I gave way to quite ungovernable grief, and the shame and humiliation of that public weeping and my disgraceful homecoming remain with me still. I see again the benevolent-looking old gentleman in gold spectacles who stopped and spoke to me, prodding me first with his umbrella. "Poor little chap," he said. "It are you lost then? And me a London boy of 5 and more? And he must needs bring in a kindly young policeman and make a crowd of me and so march me home. Sobbing, conspicuous and frightened, I came from the enchanted garden to the steps of my father's house. That is as well as I can remember my vision of that garden, the garden that haunts me still. Of course, I can convey nothing of that indescribable quality of translucent unreality, that difference from the common things of experience that hung about it all. But that is what happened. If it was a dream, I'm sure it was a daytime and altogether extraordinary dream. Naturally, there followed a terrible questioning by my aunt, my father, the nurse, the governess, everyone. I tried to tell them, and my father gave me my first thrashing for telling lies. When afterwards I tried to tell my aunt, she punished me again for my wicked persistence. Then, as I said, everyone was forbidden to listen to me, to hear a word about it. Even my fairy tale books were taken away from me for a time because I was too imaginative. Yes, they did that. My father belonged to the old school, and my story was driven back upon myself. I whispered it to my pillow that was often damp and salt to my whispering lips and childish tears. And I added always to my official and less fervent prayers this one heartfelt request: please, God, I may dream of the garden. Oh, take me back to my garden. Take me back to my garden. I dreamt often of the garden. I may have added to it, I may have changed it, I do not know. All this, you understand, is an attempt to reconstruct from fragmentary memories a very early experience. Between that and the other consecutive memories of my boyhood, there's a gulf. A time came when it seemed impossible I should ever speak of that wonder glimpse again. I asked an obvious question. No, he said. I don't remember that I ever attempted to find my way back to the garden in those early years. This seems odd to me now, but I think that very probably a closer watch was kept on my movements after this misadventure to prevent my going astray. No, it wasn't until you knew me that I tried for the garden again, and I believe there was a period, incredible as it seems now, when I forgot the garden altogether. When I was about 8 or 9, it may have been. Do you remember me as a kid at St. Athelstan's? Rather. I didn't show any signs, did I, in those days of having a secret dream? He looked up with a sudden smile. Did you ever play Northwest Passage with me? No, of course you didn't come my way. It was sort of a game, he went on, that every imaginative child plays all day. The idea was the discovery of a Northwest Passage to school. The way to school was plain enough. The game consisted in finding some way that wasn't plain, starting off 10 minutes early in some almost hopeless direction, and working one's way round through unaccustomed streets to my goal. And one day I got entangled among some rather low-class streets on the other side of Campden Hill, and I began to think that for once the game would be against me and that I should get to school late. I tried rather desperately a street that seemed a cul-de-sac and found a passage at the end. I hurried through that with renewed hope. I shall do it yet, I said, and passed a row of frowsy little shops that were inexplicably familiar to me, and behold, there was my long white wall and the green door that led to the enchanted garden. The thing whacked upon me suddenly. Then, after all, that garden, that wonderful garden, wasn't a dream. He paused. I suppose my second experience with the green door marks the world of difference there is between the busy life of a schoolboy and the infinite leisure of a child. Anyhow, the second time I didn't for a moment think of going in straight away. You see, for one thing, my mind was full of the idea of getting to school in time, set on not breaking my record for punctuality. I must surely have felt some little desire at least to try the door. Yes, I must have felt that. But I seem to remember the attraction of the door mainly as another obstacle to my overmastering determination to get to school. I was immediately interested by this discovery I had made, of course. I went on with my mind full of it, but I went on. It didn't check me. I ran past tugging out of my watch, found I had 10 minutes still to spare, and then I was going downhill into familiar surroundings. I got to school breathless, it is true, and wet with perspiration, but in time. I can remember hanging up my coat and hat, went right by it and left it behind me. Odd, eh? He looked at me thoughtfully. Of course, I didn't know then that it wouldn't always be there. Schoolboys have limited imaginations. I suppose I thought it was an awfully jolly thing to have it there, to know my way back to it, but there was the school tugging at me. I expect I was a good deal distraught and inattentive that morning, recalling what I could of the beautiful strange people I should presently see again. Oddly enough, I had no doubt in my mind that they would be glad to see me. Yes, I must have thought of the garden that morning just as a jolly sort of place to which one might resort in the interludes of a strenuous scholastic career. I didn't go that day at all. The next day was a half-holiday, and that may have weighed on me. Perhaps, too, my state of inattention brought down impositions upon me and docked the margin of time necessary for the detour. I don't know. What I do know is that in the meantime the enchanted garden was so much upon my mind that I could not keep it to myself. I told, what's his name? A ferrety-looking youngster we used to call Squiff. Young Hopkins, said I. Hopkins it was. I did not like telling him. I had a feeling that in some way it was against the rules to tell him, but I did. He was walking part of the way home with me. He was talkative, and if we had not talked about the enchanted garden, we should have talked of something else, and it was intolerable to me to think about any other subject, so I blabbed. Well, he told my secret. The next day in the play interval, I found myself surrounded by a half-dozen bigger boys, half teasing and wholly curious to hear more of the enchanted garden. There was that big Fawcett, you remember him? And Carnaby and Morley Reynolds. You weren't there by any chance? No, I think I should have remembered if you were. A boy is a creature of odd feelings. I really believe, in spite of my secret self-disgust, a little flattered to have the attention of these big fellows. I remember particularly a moment of pleasure caused by the praise of Crawshaw. You remember Crawshaw, Major, the son of Crawshaw the composer, who said it was the best lie he had ever heard. But at the same time, there was a really painful undertow of shame at telling what I felt was indeed a sacred secret. That beast Fawcett made a joke about the girl in green. Wallace's voice sank with the keen memory of that shame. I pretended not to hear, he said. Well, then Carnaby suddenly called me a young liar and disputed with me when I said the thing was true. I said I knew where to find the green door, could lead them all there in 10 minutes. Carnaby became outrageously virtuous and said I'd have to, and bear out my words or suffer. Did you ever have Carnaby twist your arm? Then perhaps you'll understand how it went with me. I swore my story was true. There was nobody in the school then to save a chap from Carnaby, though Crawshaw put in a word or so. Carnaby had got his game. I grew excited and red-eared and a little frightened. I behaved altogether like a silly little chap, and the outcome of it all was that instead of starting alone for my enchanted garden, I led the way presently, cheeks flushed, ears hot, eyes smarting, and my soul one burning misery and shame, for a party of 6 mocking, curious, and threatening schoolfellows. We never found the white wall and the green door. You mean... I couldn't find it. I would have found it if I could. And afterwards, when I could go alone, I couldn't find it. I never found it. I seem now to have been always looking for it through my schoolboy days, but I've never come upon it again. Did the fellows make it disagreeable? Beastly. Carnaby held a council over me for wanton lying. I remember how I sneaked home and upstairs to hide the marks of my blubbering. But when I cried myself to sleep at last, it wasn't for Carnaby, but for the garden, for the beautiful afternoon I had hoped for the sweet, friendly women and the waiting playfellows and the game I had hoped to learn again, that beautiful forgotten game. I believe firmly that if I had not told, I had bad times after that, crying at night and wool gathering by day. For 2 terms I slackened and had bad reports. Do you remember? Of course you would. It was you. Your beating me in mathematics that brought me back to the grind again. For a time, My friend stared silently into the red heart of the fire. Then he said, "I never saw it again until I was 17. It leapt upon me for the third time as I was driving to Paddington on my way to Oxford and a scholarship. I had just one momentary glimpse. I was leaning over the apron of my hansom, smoking a cigarette, and no doubt thinking myself no end of a man of the world, and suddenly there was the door, the wall, the dear sense of unforgettable and still attainable things. We clattered by, I too taken by surprise to stop my cab until we were well past and round a corner. Then I had a queer moment, a double and divergent movement of my will. I tapped the little door in the roof of the cab and brought my arm down to pull out my watch. "Yes, sir," said the cabman smartly. Well, it's nothing," I cried. "My mistake. We haven't much time. Go on." And he went on. I got my scholarship. And the night after I was told of that, I sat over my fire in my little upper room, my study in my father's house, with his praise, his rare praise, and his sound counsels ringing in my ears. And I smoked my favorite pipe, the formidable bulldog of adolescence, and thought of that door in the long white wall. If I had stopped, I thought, I should have missed my scholarship. I should have missed Oxford, muddled all the fine career before me. I began to see things better. I fell musing deeply, but I did not doubt then this career of mine was a thing that merited sacrifice. Those dear friends in that clear atmosphere seemed very sweet to me, very fine, but remote. My grip was fixing now upon the world. I saw another door opening, the door of my career. He stared again into the fire, its red lights picking out a stubborn strength in his face for just one flickering moment, and then it vanished again. "Well," he said inside, "I have served that career. I have done much work, much hard work. But I have dreamt of the enchanted garden 1,000 times, and seen its door, or at least glimpsed its door, 4 times since then. Yes, 4 times. For a while this world was so bright and interesting, seemed so full of meaning and opportunity, that the half-effaced charm of the garden was by comparison gentle and remote. Who wants to pat panthers on the way to dinner with pretty women and distinguished men? I came down to London from Oxford, a man of bold promise that I have done something to redeem, something, and yet there have been disappointments. Twice I have been in love. I will not dwell on that. But once, as I went to someone who, I know, doubted whether I dared to come, I took a shortcut at a venture through an unfrequented road near Earl's Court, and so happened on a white wall with a familiar green door. "Odd," said I to myself, "but I thought this place was on Campden Hill. It's the place I never could find somehow, like counting Stonehenge, the place of that queer daydream of mine." And I went by it intent upon my purpose. It had no appeal to me that afternoon. I had just a moment's impulse to try the door. 3 steps aside were needed at the most, though I was sure enough in my heart that it would open to me. And then I thought that doing so might delay me on the way to that appointment in which I thought my honor was involved. Afterwards I was sorry for my punctuality. I might at least have peeped in, I thought, and waved a hand to those panthers, but I knew enough by this time not to seek again belatedly that which is not found by seeking. Yes, that time made me very sorry. Years of hard work after that, and never a sight of the door. It's only recently it has come back to me. With it there has come a sense as though some thin tarnish had spread itself over my world. I began to think of it as a sorrowful and bitter thing that I should never see that door again. Perhaps I was suffering a little from overwork. Perhaps it was what I've been spoken of as the feeling of 40. I don't know. But certainly the keen brightness that makes effort easy has gone out of things recently. And that just at a time with all these new political developments, when I ought to be working. Odd, isn't it? But I do begin to find life toilsome. its rewards, as I come near them, cheap. I began a little while ago to want the garden quite badly. Yes, and I've seen it 3 times. The garden? No, the door. And I haven't gone in. He leaned over the table to me with an enormous sorrow in his voice as he spoke. Thrice I've had my chance. Thrice! If ever that door offers itself to me again, I swore I will go in, out of this dust and heat, out of this dry glitter of vanity, out of these toilsome futilities. I will go and never return. This time I will stay. I swore it. And when the time came, I didn't go. 3 times in 1 year have I passed that door and failed to enter. 3 times in the last year. The first time was on the night of the Snatch Division of the Tenants' Redemption Bill, on which the government was saved by a majority of 3. You remember? No one on our side, perhaps very few on the opposite side, expected the end that night. Then the debate collapsed like eggshells. I and Hotchkiss were dining with his cousin at Brentford. We were both unpaired, and we were called up by telephone and set off at once in his cousin's motor. We got in barely in time, and on the way we passed my wall and door, livid in the moonlight, blotched with hot yellow as the glare of our lamps lit it, but unmistakable. "My God!" cried I. "What?" said Hotchkiss. "Nothing," I answered, and the moment passed. "I've made a great sacrifice," I told the whip as I got in. "They all have," he said, and hurried by. I do not see how I could have done otherwise then, and the next occasion was as I rushed to my father's bedside to bid that stern old man farewell. Then, too, the claims of life were imperative. But the third time was different. It happened a week ago. It fills me with hot remorse to recall it. I was with Gurker and Ralph's. It's no secret, now you know that I've had my talk with Gurker. We had been dining at Frobisher's, and the talk had become intimate between us. The question of my place in the reconstructed ministry lay always just over the boundary of the discussion. Yes, yes. That's all settled. It needn't be talked about yet, but there's no reason to keep a secret from you. Yes, thanks. But let me tell you my story. Then, on that night, things were very much in the air. My position was a very delicate one. I was keenly anxious to get some definite word from Gurker, but was hampered by Ralph's presence. I was using the best power of my brain to keep that light and careless talk not too obviously directed to the point that concerns me. I had to. Ralph's behavior since has more than justified my caution. Ralph's, I knew, would leave us beyond the Kensington High Street, and then I could surprise Gurker by a sudden frankness. One has sometimes to resort to these little devices. And then it was that in the margin of my field of vision I became aware once more of the white wall, the green door before us down the road. We passed it talking. I passed it. I can still see the shadow of Gurker's marked profile, his opera hat tilted forward over his prominent nose, the many folds of his neck wrap going before my shadow and Ralph's as we sauntered past. I passed within 20 inches of the door. If I say goodnight to them and go in, I asked myself, what will happen? And I was all a tingle for that word from Gurker. I could not answer that question in the tangle of my other problems. They will think me mad, I thought. And suppose I vanish now? Amazing disappearance of a prominent politician. That weighed with me. 1,000 inconceivably petty worldlinesses weighed with me in that crisis. Then he turned on me with a sorrowful smile, and speaking slowly, "Here I am," he said. "Here I am," he repeated, "and my chance is gone from me. 3 times in 1 year the door has been offered me, the door that goes into peace, into delight, into a beauty beyond dreaming, a kindness no man on earth can know, and I have rejected it, Redmond, and it is gone." "How do you know?" I know. I am left now to work it out. to stick to the tasks that held me so strongly when my moments came. You say I have success, this vulgar, tawdry, irksome, envied thing, I have it. He had a walnut in his big hand. If that was my success, he said, and crushed it, and held it out for me to see. Let me tell you something, Redmond. This loss is destroying me. For 2 months, for 10 weeks nearly now, I have done no work at all, except the most necessary and urgent duties. My soul is full of inappeasable regrets. At nights, when it is less likely I shall be recognized, I go out. I wander. Yes, I wonder what people would think of that if they knew. A cabinet minister, the responsible head of that most vital of all departments, wandering alone, grieving, sometimes near audibly lamenting, for a door, for a garden. I can see now his rather pallid face, and the unfamiliar somber fire that had come into his eyes. I see him very vividly tonight. I sit recalling his words, his tones, and last evening's Westminster Gazette still lies on my sofa containing the notice of his death. At lunch today the club was busy with him and the strange riddle of his fate. They found his body very early yesterday morning in a deep excavation near East Kensington Station. It is one of 2 shafts that have been made in connection with an extension of the railway southward. It is protected from the intrusion of the public by a hoarding upon the high road, in which a small doorway has been cut for the convenience of some of the workmen who live in that direction. The doorway was left unfastened through a misunderstanding between 2 gangers, and through it he made his way. My mind is darkened with questions and riddles. It would seem he walked all the way from the house that night. He has frequently walked home during the past session. And so it is I figure his dark form coming along the late and empty streets, wrapped up, intent. And then, did the pale electric lights near the station cheat the rough planking into a semblance of white? Did that fatal unfastened door awaken some memory? Was there, after all, ever any green door in the wall at all? I do not know. I have told his story as he told it to me. There are times when I believe that Wallace was no more than the victim of the coincidence between a rare but not unprecedented type of hallucination and a careless trap, but that indeed is not my profoundest belief. You may think me superstitious if you will, and foolish, but indeed I am more than half convinced that he had in truth an abnormal gift and a sense, something I know not what, that in the guise of wall and door offered him an outlet, a secret and peculiar passage of escape into another and altogether more beautiful world. At any rate, you will say, it betrayed him in the end. But did it betray him? There you touch the inmost mystery of these dreamers, these men of vision and the imagination. We see our world fair and common, the hoarding and the pit. By our daylight standard, he walked out of security into darkness, danger, and death. But did he see like that? End of The Door in the Wall by H.G. Wells. Recorded by Ken Tolber.
In the Year 2889 by Jules Verne and Michael Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the year 2889. Little though they seem to think of it, the people of this 29th century live continually in fairyland. Surfeited as they are with marvels, they are indifferent in presence of each new marvel. To them all seems natural. Could they but duly appreciate the refinements of civilization in our day, could they but compare the present with the past, and so better comprehend the advance we have made. How much fairer they would find our modern towns, with populations amounting sometimes to 10 million souls. Their streets 300 feet wide, their houses 1,000 feet in height, with the temperature the same in all seasons, with their lines of aerial locomotion crossing the sky in every direction. If they would but picture to themselves the state of things that once existed, when through muddy streets rumbling boxes on wheels drawn by horses, yes, by horses, were the only means of conveyance. Think of the railroads of the olden time, and you will be able to appreciate the pneumatic tubes through which today one travels at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour. Would not our contemporaries prize the telephone and the telephote more highly if they had not forgotten the telegraph? Singularly enough, all these transformations rest upon principles which were perfectly familiar to our remote ancestors, but which they disregarded. Heat, for instance, is as ancient as man himself. Electricity was known 3,000 years ago, and steam 1,100 years ago. Nay, so early as 10 centuries ago it was known that the differences between the several chemical and physical forces depend on the mode of vibration of the etheric particles, which is for each specifically different. When at last the kinship of all these forces was discovered, it is simply astounding that 500 years should still have to elapse before men could analyze and describe the several modes of vibration that constitute those differences. Above all, it is singular that the mode of reproducing these forces directly from one another, and of reproducing one without the other, should have remained undiscovered till less than 100 years ago. Nevertheless, such was the course of events, for it was not till the year 2792 that the famous Oswald Nier made this great discovery. Truly was he a great benefactor of the human race. His admirable discovery led to many another. Hence is sprung a pleiad of inventors, its brightest star being our great Joseph Jackson. To Jackson we are indebted for those wonderful instruments, the new accumulators. Some of these absorb and condense the living force contained in the sun's rays. Others, the electricity stored in our globe. Others again, the energy coming from whatever source, as a waterfall, a stream, the winds, etc. He, too, it was that invented the transformer, a more wonderful contrivance still, which takes the living force from the accumulator and, on the simple pressure of a button, gives it back to space in whatever form may be desired, whether as heat, light, electricity, or mechanical force, after having first obtained from it the work required. From the day when these two instruments were contrived is to be dated the era of true progress. They have put into the hands of man a power that is almost infinite. As for their applications, they are numberless, mitigating the rigours of winter by giving back to the atmosphere the surplus heat stored up during the summer. They have revolutionized agriculture. By supplying motive power for aerial navigation, they have given to commerce a mighty impetus. To them we are indebted for the continuous production of electricity without batteries or dynamos, of light without combustion or incandescence, and for an unfailing supply of mechanical energy for all the needs of industry. Yes, all these wonders have been wrought by the accumulator and the transformer. And can we not to them also trace, indirectly, this latest wonder of all, the great Earth Chronicle building in 253 D Avenue, which was dedicated the other day? If George Washington Smith, the founder of the Manhattan Chronicle, should come back to life today, what would he think were he to be told that this palace of marble and gold belongs to his remote descendant, Fritz Napoleon Smith, who, after 30 generations, have come and gone, is owner of the same newspaper which his ancestor established? For George Washington Smith's newspaper has lived generation after generation, now passing out of the family, anon coming back to it. When, 200 years ago, the political centre of the United States was transferred from Washington to Centropolis, the newspaper followed the government and assumed the name of Earth Chronicle. Unfortunately, it was unable to maintain itself at the high level of its name. Pressed on all sides by rival journals of a more modern type, it was continually in danger of collapse. 20 years ago, its subscription list contained but a few 100,000 names, and then Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith bought it for a mere trifle and originated telephonic journalism. Everyone is familiar with Fritz Napoleon Smith's system, a system made possible by the enormous development of telephony during the last 100 years. Instead of being printed, the Earth Chronicle is every morning spoken to subscribers, who, in interesting conversation with reporters, statesmen and scientists, learn the news of the day. Furthermore, each subscriber owns a phonograph, and to this instrument he leaves the task of gathering the news whenever he happens not to be in a mood to listen directly himself. As for purchasers of single copies, they can at a very trifling cost learn all that is in the paper of the day at any of the innumerable phonographs set up nearly everywhere. Fritz Napoleon Smith's innovation galvanized the old newspaper. In the course of a few years, the number of subscribers grew to be 85 million. And Smith's wealth went on growing, till now it reaches the most unimaginable figure of $10 billion. This lucky hit has enabled him to erect his new building, a vast edifice with 4 facades, each 3,250 feet in length, over which proudly floats the 100-starred flag of the Union. Thanks to the same lucky hit, he is today king of newspaperdom. Indeed, he would be king of all the Americans too, if Americans could ever accept a king. You do not believe it? Well, then look at the plenipotentiaries of all nations, and our own ministers themselves crowding about his door, entreating his counsels, begging for his approbation, imploring the aid of his all-powerful organ. Reckon up the number of scientists and artists that he supports, of inventors that he has under his pay. Yes, a king he is, and in truth his is a royalty full of burdens. His labours are incessant, and there is no doubt at all that in early times any man would have succumbed under the overpowering stress of the toil which Mr. Smith has to perform. Very fortunately for him, thanks to the progress of hygiene which, abating all the old sources of unhealthfulness, has lifted the mean of human life from 37 up to 52. Men have stronger constitutions now than heretofore. The discovery of nutritive air is still in the future, but in the meantime men today consume food that is compounded and prepared according to scientific principles, and they breathe an atmosphere freed from the microorganisms that formerly used to swarm in it. Hence they live longer than their forefathers, and know nothing of the innumerable diseases of olden times. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding these considerations, Fritz Napoleon Smith's mode of life may well astonish one. His iron constitution is taxed to the utmost by the heavy strain that is put upon it. Vain the attempt to estimate the amount of labour he undergoes. An example alone can give an idea of it. Let us then go about with him for one day, as he attends to his multifarious concernments. What day? That mattered little. It is the same every day. Let us then take at random September the 25th of this present year, 2889. This morning Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith awoke in very bad humour. His wife having left for France 8 days ago, he was feeling disconsolate. Incredible though it seems, in all the 10 years since their marriage, this is the first time that Mrs. Edith Smith, the professional beauty, has been so long absent from home. 2 or 3 days usually suffice for her frequent trips to Europe. The first thing that Mr. Smith does is to connect his phonotelephone, the wires of which communicate with his Paris mansion. The telephone. Here is another of the great triumphs of science in our time. The transmission of speech is an old story. The transmission of images by means of sensitive mirrors connected by wires is a thing but of yesterday. A valuable invention indeed, and Mr. Smith this morning was not niggard of blessings for the inventor, when by its aid he was able distinctly to see his wife, notwithstanding the distance that separated him from her. Mrs. Smith, weary after the ball or the visit to the theatre the preceding night, is still abed, though it is near noontide at Paris. She is asleep, her head sunk in the lace-covered pillows. What? She stirs. Her lips move. She is dreaming, perhaps. Yes, dreaming. She is talking, pronouncing a name, his name, Fritz. The delightful vision give a happier turn to Mr. Smith's thoughts, and now at the call of imperative duty, light-hearted, he springs from his bed and enters his mechanical dresser. 2 minutes later the machine deposited him all dressed at the threshold of his office. The round of journalistic work was now begun. First he enters the hall of the novel writers, a vast apartment crowned with an enormous transparent cupola. In one corner is a telephone, through which 100 Earth Chronicle littérateurs in turn recount to the public, in daily instalments, 100 novels. Addressing one of these authors, who was waiting his turn, "Capital, capital, my dear fellow," said he. "Your last story, the scene where the village maid discusses interesting philosophical problems with her lover, shows your very acute power of observation. Never have the ways of country folk been better portrayed. Keep on, my dear Archibald, keep on. Since yesterday, thanks to you, there is a gain of 5,000 subscribers. Mr. John Last," he began again, turning to a new arrival, "I'm not so well pleased with your work. Your story is not a picture of life. It lacks the elements of truth. And why? Simply because you run straight on to the end, because you do not analyze. Your heroes do this thing or that from this or that motive, which you assign without ever a thought of dissecting their mental and moral natures. Our feelings, you must remember, are far more complex than all that. In real life, every act is the resultant of 100 thoughts that come and go, and these you must study each by itself if you would create a living character. But, you will say, in order to note these fleeting thoughts, one must know them, must be able to follow them in their capricious meanderings. Why, any child can do that, as you know. You have simply to make use of hypnotism, electrical or human, which gives one a twofold being, setting free the witness personality so that it may see, understand, and remember the reasons which determine the personality that acts. Just study yourself as you live from day to day, my dear Last. Imitate your associate whom I was complimenting a moment ago. Let yourself be hypnotized. What's that? You have tried it already? Not sufficiently, then. Not sufficiently." Mr. Smith continues his rounds and enters the reporter's hall. Here 1,500 reporters in their respective places, facing an equal number of telephones, are communicating to the subscribers the news of the world as gathered during the night. The organisation of this matchless service has often been described. Besides his telephone, each reporter, as the reader is aware, has in front of him a set of commutators, which enable him to communicate with any desired telephotic line. Thus the subscribers not only hear the news, but see the occurrences. When an incident is described that is already past, photographs of its main features are transmitted with the narrative, and there is no confusion withal. The reporter's items, just like the different stories and all the other component parts of the journal, are classified automatically according to an ingenious system and reach the hearer in due succession. Furthermore, the hearers are free to listen only to what specially concerns them. They may at pleasure give attention to one editor and refuse it to another. Mr. Smith next addresses one of the 10 reporters in the astronomical department, a department still in the embryonic stage, but which will yet play an important part in journalism. "Well, Cash, what's the news?"
"We have photograms from Mercury, Venus and Mars."
"Are those from Mars of any interest?"
"Yes, indeed. There is a revolution in the Central Empire."
"And what of Jupiter?" asked Mr. Smith.
"Nothing as yet. We cannot quite understand their signal. Perhaps ours do not reach them."
"That's bad," explained Mr. Smith, as he hurried away, not in the best of humour, towards the hall of the scientific editors. With their heads bent down over their electric computers, 30 scientific men were absorbed in transcendental calculations. The coming of Mr. Smith was like the falling of a bomb among them. "Well, gentlemen, what is this I hear? No answer from Jupiter? Is it always to be thus? Come, Cooley, you have been at work now 20 years on this problem, and yet—"
"True enough,"
replied the man addressed. "Our science is still very deceptive, and through our 1.75 telescopes—" "Listen to that, Peer," broke in Mr. Smith, turning to a second scientist. "Optical science defective? Optical science is your speciality." "But," he continued again, addressing William Cooley, "failing with Jupiter, are we getting any results from the moon?"
"The case is no better there."
"This time you do not lay the blame on the science of optics. The moon is immeasurably less distant than Mars, yet with Mars our communication is fully established. I presume you will not say that you lack telescopes."
"Telescopes or no, the trouble here is about inhabitants." "That's it,"
added Peer. "So then the moon is positively uninhabited?" asked Mr. Smith.
"At least," answered Cooley, "on the face which she presents to us. As for the opposite side, who knows?"
"Ah, the opposite side, you think, then," remarked Mr. Smith musingly, "that if one could but—"
"Could what?"
"Why, turn the moon about face." "Ah, there's something in that," cried the 2 men at once, and indeed so confident was their air, they seemed to have no doubt as to the possibility of success in such an undertaking. "Meanwhile," asked Mr. Smith after a moment's silence, "have you no news of interest today?"
"Indeed we have," answered Cooley. "The elements of Olympus are definitely settled. The greater planet gravitates beyond Neptune at the mean distance of 11,400,799,642 miles from the Sun, and to traverse its vast orbit takes 1,311 years, 294 days, 12 hours, 43 minutes, 9 seconds.
"Why didn't you tell me that sooner?" cried Mr. Smith. "Now inform the reporters of this straightway. You know how eager is the curiosity of the planet with regard to these astronomical questions. That news must go into today's issue." Then the two men bowed to him. Mr. Smith passed into the next hall, an enormous gallery upwards of 3,200 feet in length, devoted to atmospheric advertising. Everyone has noticed those enormous advertisements reflecting from the clouds, so large that they may be seen by the population of whole cities or even of entire countries. This, too, is one of Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith's ideas, and in the Earth Chronicle building 1,000 projectors are constantly engaged in displaying upon the clouds these mammoth advertisements. When Mr. Smith today entered the Sky Advertising Department, he found the operators sitting with folded arms at their motionless projectors, and inquired as to the cause of their inaction. In response, the man addressed simply pointed to the sky, which was of a pure blue. "Yes," muttered Mr. Smith, "a cloudless sky. That's too bad. But what's to be done? Shall we produce rain? That we might do, but is it of any use? What we need is clouds, not rain. Go," said he, addressing the head engineer, "go see Mr. Samuel Mark of the Meteorological Division of the Scientific Department, and tell him for me to go to work in earnest on the question of artificial clouds. It will never do for us to be always thus at the mercy of cloudless skies." Mr. Smith's daily tour through the several departments of his newspaper is now finished. Next, from the advertisement hall he passes to the reception chamber, where the ambassadors accredited to the American government are awaiting him, desirous of having a word of counsel or advice from the all-powerful editor. A discussion was going on when he entered. "Your Excellency will pardon me," the French ambassador was saying to the Russian, "but I see nothing in the map of Europe that requires change. The north for the Slavs. Why, yes, of course, but the south for the Latins. Our common frontier, the Rhine, it seems to me, serves very well. Besides, my government, as you must know, will firmly oppose every movement, not only against Paris, our capital, or our two great prefectures, Rome and Madrid, but also against the kingdom of Jerusalem, the dominion of St. Peter, of which France means to be the trusty defender." "Well said," exclaimed Mr. Smith. "How is it," he asked, turning to the Russian ambassador, "that you Russians are not content with your vast empire, the most extensive in the world, stretching from the banks of the Rhine to the Celestial Mountains and Karakorum, whose shores are washed by the frozen ocean, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean? Then what is the use of threats? Is war possible in view of modern inventions? Asphyxiating shells capable of being projected a distance of 60 miles, an electric spark of 90 miles, that can at one stroke annihilate a battalion? To say nothing of the plague, the cholera, the yellow fever, the belligerent might spread among their antagonists mutually, and which would in a few days destroy the greatest armies." "True," answered the Russian. "But can we do all that we wish? As for us Russians, pressed on our eastern frontier by the Chinese, we must at any cost put forth our strength for an effort towards the west." "Oh, is that all?" "In that case," said Mr. Smith, "the thing can be arranged. I will speak to the Secretary of State about it. The attention of the Chinese government shall be called to the matter. This is not the first time that the Chinese have bothered us." "Under these conditions, of course," and the Russian ambassador declared himself satisfied. "Ah, Sir John, what can I do for you?" asked Mr. Smith, as he turned to the representative of the people of Great Britain, who till now had remained silent. "A great deal," was the reply, "if the Earth Chronicle would but open a campaign on our behalf." "And for what object?" "Simply for the annulment of the Act of Congress, annexing to the United States the British Isles." though by a just turnabout of things here below, Great Britain has become a colony of the United States. The English are not yet reconciled to the situation. At regular intervals they are ever addressing to the American government vain complaints. A campaign against the annexation that has been an accomplished fact for 150 years? Exclaimed Mr. Smith. How can your people suppose that I would do anything so unpatriotic? We at home think that your people must now be sated. The Monroe Doctrine is fully applied. The whole of America belongs to the Americans. What more do you want? Besides, we will pay for what we ask. Indeed, answered Mr. Smith, without manifesting the slightest irritation. Well, you English will ever be the same. No, no, Sir John, do not count on me for help. Give up our fairest province, Britain. Why not ask France generously to renounce possession of Africa? That magnificent colony, the complete conquest of which cost her the labour of 800 years. You will be well received. You decline. All is over then, murmured the British agent sadly. The United Kingdom falls to the share of the Americans, the Indies to that of... The Russians, said Mr. Smith, completing the sentence. Australia has an independent government. Then nothing at all remains for us, sighed Sir John, downcast. Nothing? Asked Mr. Smith, laughing. Well now, there's Gibraltar. With this sally, the audience ended. The clock was striking 12, the hour of breakfast. Mr. Smith returns to his chamber, where the bed stood in the morning. A table all spread comes up through the floor. For Mr. Smith, being above all a practical man, has reduced the problem of existence to its simplest terms. For him, instead of the endless suites of apartments of the olden time, one room fitted with ingenious mechanical contrivances is enough. Here he sleeps, takes his meal, in short, lives. He seats himself. In the mirror of the phonotelephote is seen the same chamber at Paris which appears in it this morning. A table furnished forth is likewise in readiness here, for notwithstanding the difference of hours, Mr. Smith and his wife have arranged to take their meals simultaneously. It is delightful thus to take breakfast tete-a-tete with one who is 3,000 miles or so away. Just now, Mrs. Smith's chamber has no occupant. She is late. Women's punctuality. Progress everywhere except there, muttered Mr. Smith as he turned the tap for the first dish. For like all wealthy folk in our day, Mr. Smith has done away with the domestic kitchen and is subscriber to the Grand Alimentation Company, which sends through a great network of tubes to subscribers, residences, all sorts of dishes, as a varied assortment is always in readiness. A subscription costs money, to be sure, but the cuisine is of the best, and the system has the advantage that it does away with the pestering race of the cordon bleus. Mr. Smith received and ate, all alone, the hors d'oeuvre, entrees, roti, and legumes that constituted the repast. He was just finishing the dessert when Mrs. Smith appeared in the mirror of the telephote. "Why, where have you been?" asked Mr. Smith through the telephone. "What, you are already at the dessert? Then I am late," she exclaimed with a winsome naivety. "Where have I been, you ask? Why, at my dressmaker's. The hats are just lovely this season. I suppose I forgot to note the time, and so am a little late." "Yes, a little," growled Mr. Smith. "So little that I've already quite finished breakfast. Excuse me if I leave you now, but I must be going." "Oh, certainly, my dear. Goodbye till evening." Smith stepped into his air coach, which was in waiting for him at the window. "Where do you wish to go, sir?" inquired the coachman. "Let me see. I have 3 hours," Mr. Smith mused. "Jack, take me to my accumulator works at Niagara." For Mr. Smith has obtained a lease of the great falls of Niagara. For ages, the energy developed by the falls was unutilized. Smith, applying Jackson's invention, now collects this energy and lets or sells it. His visit to the works took more time than he had anticipated. It was 4 o'clock when he returned home, just in time for his daily audience, which he grants to callers. One readily understands how a man situated as Smith is must be beset with requests of all kinds. Now it is an inventor needing capital. Again, it is some visionary who comes to advocate a brilliant scheme which must surely yield millions of profit. A choice has to be made between these projects, rejecting the worthless, examining the questionable ones, accepting the meritorious. To this work, Mr. Smith devotes every day 2 full hours. The callers were fewer today than usual, only 12 of them. Of these, 8 had only impracticable schemes to propose. In fact, one of them wanted to revive painting, an art fallen into desuetude owing to the progress made in colour photography. Another, a physician, boasted that he had discovered a cure for nasal catarrh. These impracticables were dismissed in short order. Of the 4 projects favourably received, the first was that of a young man whose broad forehead betokened his intellectual power.
"So, sir, I am a chemist," he began, "and as such I come to you."
"Well?"
"Once the elementary bodies," said the young chemist, "were held to be 62 in number. 100 years ago they were reduced to 10. Now only 3 remain irresolvable, as you are aware."
"Yes, yes."
"Well, sir, these also I will show to be composite. In a few months, a few weeks, I shall have succeeded in solving the problem. Indeed, it may take only a few days."
"And then?"
"Then, sir, I shall simply have determined the absolute. All I want is money enough to carry my research to a successful issue."
"Very well," said Mr. Smith. "And what will be the practical outcome of your discovery?"
The practical outcome? Why, that we shall be able to produce easily all bodies whatever, stone, wood, metal, fibres."
"And flesh and blood?" queried Mr. Smith, interrupting him. "Do you pretend that you expect to manufacture a human being out and out?"
"Why not?"
Mr. Smith advanced 100,000 to the young chemist and engaged his services for the Earth Chronicle Laboratory. The second of the 4 successful applicants, starting from experiments made so long ago as the 19th century, and again repeated, had conceived the idea of removing an entire city all at once from one place to another. His special project had to do with the city of Granton, situated, as everybody knows, some 15 miles inland. He proposes to transport the city on rails and to change it into a watering place. The profit, of course, would be enormous. Mr. Smith, captivated by the scheme, bought a half interest in it.
"Are you aware, sir," began applicant number 3, "by the aid of our solar and terrestrial accumulators and transformers, we are able to make all the seasons the same. I propose to do something better still, transform into heat a portion of the surplus energy at our disposal. Send this heat to the poles, then the polar regions, relieved of their snow cap, will become a vast territory available for man's use. What do you think of the scheme?"
"Leave your plans with me and come back in a week. I will have them examined in the meantime." Finally, the 4th announced the early solution of a weighty scientific problem. Everyone will remember the bold experiment made 100 years ago by Dr. Nathaniel Faithburn. The doctor being a firm believer in human hibernation. In other words, in the possibility of our suspending our vital functions and of calling them into action again after a time. Resolved to subject the theory to a practical test. To this end, having first made his last will and pointed out the proper method of awakening him, having also directed that his sleep was to continue 100 years to a day from the date of his apparent death, he unhesitatingly put the theory to the proof in his own person. Reduced to the condition of a mummy, Dr. Faithburn was confined and laid in a tomb. Time went on, September the 25th, 2889 being the day set for his resurrection. It was proposed to Mr. Smith that he should permit the second part of the experiment to be performed at his residence this evening.
Agreed. Be here at 10 o'clock,
answered Mr. Smith, and with that the day's audience was closed. Left to himself, feeling tired, he lay down on an extension chair. Then, touching a knob, he established communication with the central concert hall, whence our greatest maestros sent out to subscribers their delightful successions of accords determined by recondite algebraic formulas. Night was approaching. Entranced by the harmony, forgetful of the hour, Smith did not notice that it was growing dark. It was quite dark when he was aroused by the sound of a door opening. "Who is there?" he asked, touching a commutator. Suddenly, in consequence of the vibrations produced, the air became luminous.
"Ah, you, Doctor?"
"Yes," was the reply. "How are you?"
"I'm feeling well." "Good. Let me see your tongue. All right, your pulse. Regular, and your appetite?" "Only passably good." "Yes, the stomach. There's the rub. You're overworked. If your stomach is out of repair, it must be mended. That requires study. We must think about it." "In the meantime," said Mr. Smith, "you will dine with me."
As in the morning, the table rose out of the floor. Again, as in the morning, the potage, roti, ragout, and legumes were supplied through the food pipes. Towards the end of the meal, phono-telephotic communication was made with Paris. Smith saw his wife seated alone at the dinner table, looking anything but pleased at her loneliness.
"Pardon me, dear, for having left you alone," he said through the telephone. "I was with Dr. Wilkins." "Ah, the good doctor," remarked Mrs. Smith, her countenance lighting up. "Yes, but pray, when are you coming home?" "This evening." "Very well. Do you come by tube or by air?" "Oh, by tube." "Yes, and what hour will you arrive?" "About 11, I suppose." 11 by Centropolis time, you mean?" "Yes." "Good-bye, then, for a little while," said Mr. Smith as he severed communication with Paris. Dinner over, Dr. Wilkins wished to depart. "I shall expect you at 10, said Mr. Smith. "Today, it seems, is the day for the return to life of the famous Dr. Faithburn. You did not think of it, I suppose. The awakening is to take place here in my house. You must come and see. I shall depend on you being here." "I will come back," answered Dr. Wilkins. Left alone, Mr. Smith busied himself with examining his accounts. A task of vast magnitude, having to do with transactions which involved a daily expenditure of upwards of $800,000. Fortunately, indeed, the stupendous progress of mechanic art in modern times makes it comparatively easy. Thanks to the piano electro-reckoner, the most complex calculations can be made in a few seconds. In 2 hours, Mr. Smith completed his task. Just in time. Scarcely had he turned over the last page when Dr. Wilkins arrived. After him came the body of Dr. Faithburn, escorted by a numerous company of men of science. They commenced work at once. The casket being laid down in the middle of the room, the telephote was got in readiness. The outer world, already notified, was anxiously expectant. "They are opening the casket," he explained. "Now they are taking Faithburn out of it, a veritable mummy, yellow, hard and dry. Strike the body and it resounds like a block of wood. They are now applying heat. Now electricity. No result. These experiments are suspended for a moment while Dr. Wilkins makes an examination of the body. Dr. Wilkins, rising, declares the man to be dead. 'Dead!' exclaims everyone present. 'Yes,' answers Dr. Wilkins, 'dead.' 'And how long has he been dead?' Dr. Wilkins makes another examination. 100 years, he replies. The case stood just as the reporter said. Faithburn was dead, quite certainly dead. Here is a method that needs improvement, remarked Mr. Smith to Dr. Wilkins as the scientific committee on hibernation bore the casket out. So much for that experiment. But if poor Faithburn is dead, at least he is sleeping, he continued. I wish I could get some sleep. I'm tired out, Doctor, quite tired out. Do you not think that a bath would refresh me? Certainly, but you must wrap yourself up well before you go out into the hallway. You must not expose yourself to cold. Hallway? Why, Doctor, as you well know, everything is done by machinery here. It is not for me to go to the bath. The bath will come to me. Just look. And he pressed a button. After a few seconds, a faint rumbling was heard, which grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the door opened and the tub appeared. Such, for this year of grace 2889, is the history of one day in the life of the editor of the Earth Chronicle. And the history of that one day is the history of 365 days every year except leap years, and then of 366 days. For as yet no means has been found of increasing the length of the terrestrial year. End of In the Year 2889 by Jules Verne and Michael Verne.
The Time Eliminator by Ka. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Krista, Zaleski. The Time Eliminator by Ka. Hamilton Fish Errol, or Fish Errol, as he was known at Yale, contemplated the product of his genius with elation not unmixed with awe. The machine stood on a solid block of transparent glass and resembled somewhat a modern radio cabinet combined with a motion picture machine. Across the face of the cabinet there were 3 dials, but here the resemblance to radio reception ceased, for these dials bore the legends longitude, latitude, and altitude, respectively. A 4th dial, perhaps 8 inches in diameter, was located above the others, and this one bore the inscription time-space. Within was a bewildering array of tubes, wires, and lamps, and in front of all these a curious arrangement of revolving mirrors, the speed of which was controlled by a knob at the right of the cabinet. One pair of wires connected the cabinet with a small dynamo, while a second set led to a 100-foot aerial pole outside the house itself. It was while in his senior year at Yale that Errol's researches into the strange relationship existing between light and electricity attracted so much attention. Indeed, he was in a fair way of becoming a celebrity when he suddenly dropped from public view and betook himself to a secluded village called Arshamomak at the eastern end of Long Island, where the Errol family maintained a summer residence. The house itself, known locally as the Mansion, stood on a hill overlooking the Sound, but sufficiently back from the highway to ensure a desirable degree of privacy. A spacious tower, originally designed for an observatory, had been converted into a research laboratory, and here, surrounded by the most modern apparatus, young Errol worked feverishly on his new invention, an invention which, even in its unfinished condition, had already produced results so far-reaching in their consequences, and so revolutionary from a scientific point of view, that at times the young man almost questioned his own sanity. And now the machine was completed. The young inventor straightened up, took a deep breath, and reached for a cigar. As he did so, the word Havana popped into his mind. "Well, why not?" he queried. "I'll try Havana for my first real test and see how the ponies are running today." Whereupon he consulted a map, noted the longitude and latitude of that city, and twirled the dials of the cabinet to correspond. Then, looking at his watch, which showed 3 p.m., he adjusted the upper dial to 2:30 o'clock, the corresponding time for Havana. A moment's hesitation, and then he reached over and threw a little switch, at the same time placing his other hand on the knob that controlled the revolving mirrors. A faint buzz and then a stream of light from the cabinet illuminated a white screen on the opposite wall. At first there was but a confused blur, but as he slowly turned the knob backward and forward, this presently crystallized into a panoramic view of the Havana racetrack, revealing the grandstand thronged with wildly excited spectators and 3 foam-specked horses tearing down the home stretch almost neck and neck. Even as Errol watched, they flashed over the line, and a moment later the name of the winner, Muchacho, appeared on the bulletin board. "Hot stuff," he commented. "Now for the next test." Slowly, almost solemnly, he turned the upper dial to the left. 5, 10, 15, 20 notches. "That should be the year 1906, he said, "the year of the great earthquake at San Francisco." Consulting his map again, he adjusted the lower dials, allowing 100 feet for altitude, and then again threw the switch. As before, the picture first appeared as an indistinguishable blur, and then it changed gradually to a clearly defined bird's-eye view of the stricken city. And now he could behold great buildings come crashing down, throngs of panic-stricken citizens scurrying through the streets in wild disorder, with here and there the smoke of incipient fires. For some time he watched the awe-inspiring spectacle, then threw the cutout switch and reset the dials. "Now I'll try for distance," as the radio fans would put it, he chuckled, jubilant over his success thus far. Reaching up, he twirled the top dial rapidly to the left, with reckless disregard of this annihilation of time and space, until the indicator registered the year 1428. "This should convince the most skeptical," he said. "I'll take a peek at France in those bygone days." He thereupon computed carefully the location of the city of Orleans, and made the proper adjustments on the lower dials. Then, confident but deeply impressed at the thought of what was to come, he once more threw the switch and regulated the speed of the revolving mirrors until the pictures on the screen synchronized with the actual event. "My God, it's Joan of Arc!" he cried, as across the silver screen in serried ranks swept the attacking army at the siege of Orleans. At their head, clad in brightly shining armor, flashing sword uplifted and a look of exultation on her face, rode the warrior maid. Minute after minute he sat there with bated breath, tremulous with excitement, awed and yet elated, and then, as he was resetting the dials, a thought came into his mind that sobered him with a jolt. 10 minutes later he was speeding towards New York in his big Mercer. At precisely 5 p.m. he was shown into the private office of the Brigadier General Humiston, commanding the new Secret Intelligence Department of the Washington government. Not only the general, but unknown to him, his daughter also, had long taken a deep interest in young Errol, the latter's father and the general having been classmates at West Point. This interest was fully reciprocated, especially in the case of the daughter, a vivacious exponent of the younger set. But it was in his capacity as a government official that Errol had called on General Humiston, having determined to proffer his services, and the services of his invention as well, to the country of his birth. "Well, my boy," boomed the gruff old soldier, "what's on your mind? And why haven't you been to see us for so long? Jerry thinks you have forgotten her entirely." "General," broke in the young man, ignoring his inquiry, "can you jump into my car and come down to my place on Long Island at once? I have something to show you, something so breathtaking in its possibilities, and of such tremendous importance to your department that every moment counts." "Are you in earnest?" demanded the general, sitting up with a jerk. "You want me to break a theater engagement with Jerry and go with you now?" "Precisely that," replied Errol gravely. Then hopefully, "Why not bring Jerry with you?" "Call at the Biltmore in 1 hour," was the reply in curt military tones. "One or both of us will be ready to go with you." Errol's hand went up in a salute. He turned smartly on his heel and left the room. Promptly on the hour, the general appeared at the motor entrance of the hotel, followed closely by Jerry, bewitching in rich furs and silken coat. Errol's heart thumped riotously as he leaped from the car and met her with outstretched hands. "Oh, Jerry," he cried, "it's good to see you," and his eyes fully confirmed the words. "I'm from Missouri," was that young person's flippant reply, but the words could not disguise the wonderful glow of happiness that irradiated the lovely little face. Once out of the city, the big car sped down the island, roaring past sleepy farms and villages as it tore through the night, and as the clock struck 9, they drew up at the Errol doorstep. Little was said on the outward trip, but once inside the house the General asked, "Now, Errol, what's it all about? I hope you haven't dragged me down here on a wild goose chase." "Come up to my laboratory," was Errol's reply. He waited a second, then added, "You too, Jerry." She gave him a quick glance of appreciation. A moment more and they were in the laboratory, Jerry and her father looking with frank curiosity at the mysterious cabinet. "General, and you too, Jerry," began Errol very soberly, "what I am about to show you is something so fantastic, so weird, so utterly removed from all human experience, that before proceeding further I feel I should prepare your minds for what you are about to behold. Please be seated and follow closely." He paused, then went on. "When the dynamo at the powerhouse breaks down, every trolley car on the system stops and the electricity in the overhead wire and in the dynamo itself disappears, swallowed up in the Earth's general store of electrical force. Unless this electricity can be made to reappear by starting up the dynamo again, streetcar service on that system is a thing of the past. This is obvious. Now for the next step. You know how moving pictures are made, with a blasé photographer turning a crank while the villain chokes the heroine. Once the lights are switched off, however, the scene has passed into oblivion, unless or until it is resurrected by projecting the film onto a screen. What few people realize is that every event on this earth leaves a record in light rays, whether or not a human photographer is present to snap the picture. In other words, light rays persist or endure since nothing is lost in nature. To illustrate, through the medium of a powerful telescope we are now able to get a view of celestial bodies, which, without the aid of this instrument, would necessitate a journey of years in their direction in order to obtain a corresponding view. If a cataclysm should destroy the Martian canals today, and we should travel towards that planet in a projectile at the rate of a mile a minute, it would take years ere we reach the point in space where the event would become visible to our eyes. Or, if we elected to remain here, it would take just that much longer before the event would appear to the inhabitants of this sphere. Again, consider the curious paradox presented last New Year's Eve, when couples in London danced by radio during the last moments of 1925 to music played in Berlin in 1926, and then a few moments later danced in 1926 to music being played in New York in 1925. An evening paper in San Francisco might truthfully have stated on December 31st, "The West End Club of London danced the old year out at 4 o'clock this afternoon," while a London paper on the morning of January 1st might with equal truth have announced, "The Waikiki Club of Honolulu will dance the New Year in at 10:30 o'clock this forenoon." From this you can readily comprehend that time is but a measure of space. Now for the final step. In order to reproduce the past scene in nature, two problems arise. First, that of reproducing the light rays in their proper sequence. As I stated before, nothing is lost in nature, although it may change its form. So just as electricity can be made to manifest itself after disappearing, so also can light rays which persist be made to reappear, although no longer visible to the eye. It is not essential that the identical light rays of the former scene be brought back, only that the rays shall appear in their former sequence and intensities. If you strike a church bell and repeat the blow 10 years later, you reproduce the tone of that bell perfectly, although you do not get the original sound wave. The second problem, that of correlating the present position of this Earth with the exact position in space which it occupied at the instant the event actually happened, is more complex, involving as it does intricate problems in geometry, gravitational force, relativity, the Earth's movement through space, and other factors too complicated for the lay mind. Errol waited a moment to give his hearers time to grasp the significance of this last statement, then resumed. These problems, General, have been solved in the machine before you, as I shall now proceed to demonstrate. Where were you on Sunday morning at 9 o'clock? I was out for a morning canter in Rock Creek Park, Washington, replied Jenner Humiston, impressed in spite of himself. Watch the screen in front of you, commanded Errol, meanwhile adjusting the dials of the cabinet. A subdued buzzing noise, and then before the astonished gaze of the General and his daughter, there unrolled a panorama of the city of magnificent distances, converging presently on the bridle path in Rock Creek Park. A moment later, the figure of General Humiston, mounted on his big gray charger, came galloping into view. "My God!" exclaimed that doughty soldier. springing to his feet. "Do you realize, boy, what this invention would mean to your government? Why, the most secret plans of our enemy would be an open book to us." "It was for just that reason that I have brought you here," replied the young man gravely. "Before we go further into that, however, is there anything of special interest to your department right now that you would like to know?" "You couldn't tell me, could you?" asked the general, stepping nearer in his excitement. "Just who were present at a secret conference at Fontainebleau last Tuesday at 10 a.m.? "Just a moment," cautioned Errol as he readjusted the dials and made the proper allowance for time and distance. "Now watch the screen." Again a faint buzzing noise, then the light flashed on, and first came the Eiffel Tower into view, with its flaring automobile advertisement, and then Fontainebleau. Even as they watched, a closed car drove up, and the French Minister of Commerce alighted and disappeared within the building. Then came the English Secretary of Commerce and Italy's representative, followed a moment later by the Russian commissioner. Promptly on the hour, the German Minister of Trade and Industries drove up and joined the others. Errol glanced at the general, who was trembling with eagerness, exultation, and almost with fear. "Yes," he muttered audibly, "they are all there. I know every one of them." He was silent a moment. "I presume you have an inkling of what this conference means, Errol. The idea is for each government here represented to control some commodity that is absolutely essential to American industry, and then to boost the price to a figure so prohibitive as to provoke reprisals. These will then be seized upon as a pretext for the breaking of treaties. The next step is a world war against the United States. Our tremendous store of gold, the main objective." "But it takes money to finance a war these days," objected Errol. "Precisely, and therein is our strongest defense," was the answer. "With foreknowledge of what is contemplated, our bankers can shut down on further loans abroad and curtail European credits. This machine will enable us to prepare for any contingency. By revealing every plan of the enemy, we can make this country practically impregnable." "That is just it," replied Errol. "The first thing," broke in the general, "is to safeguard your discovery. Should but a whisper of what you have accomplished get abroad, your life would not be worth a candle." "I have thought of that," said the younger man, "and for greater secrecy I think the machine should be kept here, rather than in Washington, where inevitably there would be a leak sooner or later. You could run down here for frequent visits." "Yes, but I would have to have a very plausible reason for those visits," interposed the general. "Well," and here Errol paused and glanced at Jerry, who nodded brightly, "why not spend your weekends here with Jerry and your new son-in-law? We expect to be married in June." "What? What's that?" shouted the old general. "Jerry, your wife? How do you get that way, young man?" And he tried to look very stern. "In my day," he added virtuously, "it was customary for the young lady's parents to be consulted." Mused Errol. "Would you mind telling me in what year you were married?" "I know," cried Jerry delightedly. "They were married in Greenwich, Connecticut, just 22 years ago today at 5 o'clock in the afternoon." "Hey, wait a minute!" exclaimed her father, in evident confusion, as Errol stepped to the little cabinet, but he was too late. Already the machine had given its preliminary buzz, and the next moment they beheld a little two-seated Ford 1904 model bumping and swaying along the Boston Post Road just west of the state line. Perhaps half a mile behind them came a horse and buggy, the irate driver lashing his foam-flecked steed in a vain attempt to overtake the fleeing couple in their car. Errol glanced at Jerry, then at her father, and back to the picture. There could be no mistake. The girl in the little Ford might have been Jerry herself, save for the difference in dress, while the handsome young chap at her side, his eye glued to the road, bore a resemblance to her father so striking as to dispel any doubt of his identity. "You win," laughed the general, wiping his eyes. "Take her, my boy, and may you be as happy as we were." End of the Time Eliminator by Ka.
The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Andrew Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Andrew Arthur. The world would beat a path to Elmer's door, but he had to go carry the door along with him.
It was the darndest traffic jam I'd ever seen in White Plains. For 2 blocks ahead of me, Main Street was gutter to gutter with stalled cars, trucks, and buses. If I hadn't been in such a hurry to get back to the shop, I might have paid more attention. I might have noticed nobody was leaning on his horn, or that at least a quarter of the drivers were out peering under their hoods. But at the time, it didn't register. I gave the tie-up a passing glance and was turning up the side street toward Bill Tom Electronics. Bill Tom, get it? When I saw Marge threading her way to the curb. She was leading a small blonde girl of about 8 who clutched a child-sized hat box in her hand. Marge was hot and exasperated, but Small Fry was as cool and composed as a vanilla cone. I waited. Even flushed and disheveled, Marge is a treat to look at. She's tall and slender, with brown eyes that match her hair, a smile that first crinkles around her eyes, then sneaks down and becomes a full-fledged grin. But I'm getting off the subject.
Honestly, Bill,
Marge said as she saw me,
the traffic nowadays. We've been tied up for 15 minutes. I finally decided to get off the bus and walk, even though it is about 100 in the shade.
Come along to the shop, I suggested. The reception room's air-conditioned, and you can watch the world's first baseball game telecast in color. The Giants versus the Dodgers. Carl Erskine pitching. Marge brightened.
That'll be more fun than shopping, won't it, Doreen? She asked, looking down at the kid. Bill, this is Doreen. She lives across the street from me. Her mother's at the dentist, and I said I'd look after her for the day.
Hello, Doreen, I said. What have you in the hat box? Doll clothes? Doreen gave me a look of faint disgust.
No,
she piped in a high treble.
An unhappy genie.
An unhappy... I did a double take. Oh, an unhappy genie. Maybe he's unhappy because you won't let him out. Ha ha. Even to myself, I sounded idiotic. Doreen looked at me pityingly.
It's not a he, it's a thing. Elmer made it.
I knew when I was losing, so I quit. I hurried Marge and Doreen along toward our little 2-story building. Once we got into the air-conditioned reception room, Marge sank down gratefully onto the settee, and I switched on the television set with the big 24-inch tube Tom had built. Bill Tom Electronics makes TV components, computer parts, things like that. Tom Kennedy is the brains. Me, Bill Rollins, I do the legwork and tend to the business details.
It's uncanny the way all those cars suddenly stopped when our bus broke down,
Marge said as we waited for the picture to come on.
Any day now, this civilization of ours will get so complicated, a bus breaking down someplace will bring the whole thing to a halt. Then where will we be? Elmer says civilization is doomed,
Doreen put in happily. The way she rolled the word out made me stare at her. Marge only nodded.
That's what Elmer says, all right,
she agreed, a trifle grim. Why does Elmer say civilization is doomed? I asked Doreen.
Because it's getting hotter.
The kid gave it to me straight.
All the ice at the North Pole is gonna melt. The ocean is gonna rise 200 feet. Then everybody who doesn't live on a hill is gonna be drowned. That's what Elmer says, and Elmer isn't ever wrong.
Doreen, they called her. Why not Cassandra? The stuff kids spout these days. I gave her a foolish grin. I wanted Marge to get the idea I was really a family man at heart. That's very interesting, Doreen. Now look, there's the baseball game. Let's watch, shall we? We weren't very late after all. It was the top half of the second inning, the score 1-1, Erskine in trouble with 2 men on and only 1 down. The colors were beautiful. Marge and I were just settling back to watch when Doreen wrinkled her nose.
I saw that game yesterday,
she announced. You couldn't have, sweetheart, I told her, because it's only being played today. The world's first ball game ever broadcast in color.
There was a game on Elmer's TV,
Doreen insisted.
The picture was bigger, and the colors prettier, too.
Absolutely impossible. I was a little sore. I hate kids who tell fibs. There never was a game broadcast in color before. And anyway, you won't find a color tube this big any place outside of a laboratory.
But it's true, Bill.
Marge looked at me wide-eyed.
Elmer only has a little 7-inch black and white set his uncle gave him, but he's rigged up some kind of lens in front of it, and it projects a big color picture on a white screen.
I saw that she was serious. My eyes bugged slightly. Listen, I said, who is this Elmer character? I want to meet him.
He's my cousin from South America, Doreen answered. He thinks grown-ups are stupid.
She turned to Marge.
I have to go to the bathroom,
she said primly.
Through that door,
Marge pointed. Doreen trotted out, clutching her hat box. Elmer thinks grown-ups are stupid? I howled. Listen, how old is this character who says civilization is doomed and can convert a black and white broadcast into color?
He's 13,
Marge told me. I goggled at her.
13,
she repeated.
His father is some South American scientist. His mother died 10 years ago.
I sat down beside her. I lit a cigarette. My hands were shaking. Tell me about him. All about him.
Why, I don't know very much, Marge said. Last year Elmer was sick. Some tropic disease. His father sent him up here to recuperate. Now Alice, that's his aunt, Doreen's mother, is at her wit's end. He makes her so nervous.
I lit another cigarette before I realized I already had one. And he invents things. A boy genius? Young Tom Edison and all that? Marge frowned.
I suppose you could say that,
she conceded.
He has the garage full of stuff he's made or bought with the allowance his father sends him. And if you come within 10 feet of it without permission, you get an electric shock right out of thin air. But that's only part of it.
She gave a helpless gesture.
It's Elmer's effect on everybody. Everybody over 15, that is. He sits there, a little dark, squinched-up kid, wearing thick glasses and talking about how climatic changes inside 50 years will flood half the world, cause the collapse of civilization.
Wait a minute, I cut in. Scientists seem to think that's possible in a few thousand years, not 50.
Elmer says 50,
Marge stated flatly.
From the way he talks, I suspect he's figured out a way to speed things up and is going to try it someday just to see if it works. Meanwhile, he fools around out there in the garage, sneering about the billions of dollars spent to develop color TV. He says his lens will turn any ordinary broadcast into color for about $25. He says it's typical of the muddled thinking of our so-called scientists. I'm quoting now. To do everything backward and overlook fundamental principles.
Brother, I said. Doreen came trotting back in then with her hat box.
I'm tired of that game,
she said, giving the TV set a bored glance. And as she said it, the tube went dark. The sound cut off. Damn, I swore. Must be a power failure. I grabbed the phone and jiggled the hook. No dice. The phone was dead, too.
You're funny, Doreen giggled. It's just the unhappy genie. See?
She flicked over the catch on the hat box, and the picture came back on. The sound started up.
Swings and misses for strike 2.
The air conditioner began to hum. Marge and I stared, mouths open, wide.
You did that, Doreen? I asked it very carefully. You made the television stop and start again? The unhappy genie did, Doreen told me. Like this.
She flicked the catch back. The TV picture blacked out. The sound stopped in the middle of a word. The air conditioner whispered into silence. Then she flipped the catch the other way. Fouls the second ball into the screen, the announcer said. Picture okay. Air conditioner operating. Everything normal, except my pulse and respiration.
Doreen, sweetheart.
I took a step toward her. What's in that box? What is an unhappy genie?
Not unhappy.
You know how scornful an 8-year-old can be? Well, she was.
Unhappen. It makes things unhappen. Anything that works by electricity, it stops. Elmer calls it his unhappened genie, just for fun.
Oh, now I get it, I said brightly. It makes electricity not work, unhappen. Like television sets and air conditioners and automobiles and bus engines. Doreen giggled. Marge sat bolt upright.
Doreen, you caused that traffic jam? You and that gadget of Elmer's?
Doreen nodded.
It made all the automobile engines stop, just like Elmer said. Elmer's never wrong.
Marge looked at me. I looked at Marge. A field of some kind, I said. A field that prevents an electric current from flowing, meaning no combustion motor using an electric spark can operate. No electric motors, no telephones, no radio or TV.
Is that important?
Marge asked. Important, I yelled. Think of the possibilities just as a weapon. You could blank out the whole nation's transportation, its communications, its industry. I got a hold of myself. I smiled my best I love children smile. Doreen, I said, let me look at Elmer's unhappened genie. The kid clutched the box.
Elmer told me not to let anybody look at it. He said he'd statuefy me if I did. He said nobody would understand it anyway. He said he might show it to Mr. Einstein, but not anybody else.
That's Elmer, all right, Marge muttered. I found myself breathing hard. I edged toward Doreen and put my hand on the hatbox.
Just one quick look, Doreen, I said.
No one will ever know. She didn't answer, just pulled the box away. I pulled it back. She pulled. I pulled.
Bill!
Marge called warningly. Too late. The lid of the hatbox came off in my hands. There was a bright flash, the smell of insulation burning, and the unhappened genie fell out and scattered all over the floor. Doreen looked smug.
Now Elmer will be angry at you. Maybe he'll disintegrate you or paralyze you and statuefy you forever. He might at that, Bill.
Marge shuddered.
I wouldn't put anything past him.
I wasn't listening. I was scrambling after the mess of tubes, condensers, and power packs scattered over the rug. Some of them were still wired together, but most of them had broken loose. Elmer was certainly one heck of a sloppy workman. Hadn't even soldered the connections, just twisted the wires together. I looked at the stuff in my hands. It made as much sense as a radio run over by a truck. We'll take it back to Elmer, I told Doreen, speaking very carefully. I'll give him lots of money to build another. He can come down here and use our shop. We have lots of nice equipment he'd like. Doreen tossed her head.
I don't think he'll wanna. He'll be mad at you. Anyway, Elmer is busy working on Aggravation now. That's for sure,
Marge said in heartfelt tones. Aggravation, eh? I grinned like an idiot. Well, well, I'll bet he's good at it. But let's go see him right away.
Bill,
Marge signaled me to one side.
Maybe you'd better not try to see Elmer,
she whispered.
I mean, if he can build a thing like this in his garage, maybe he can build a disintegrator or a paralysis ray or something. There's no use taking chances.
You read too many comics. I laughed it off. He's only a kid, isn't he? What do you think he is, a Superman?
Yes,
Marge said flatly.
Look, Marge, I said in feverish excitement. I've got to talk to Elmer. I've got to get the rights to that TV color lens and this electricity interrupter and anything else he might have developed.
Marge kept trying to protest, but I simply grabbed her and Doreen and hustled them out to my car. Doreen lived in a wooded, hilly section a little north of White Plains. I made it in 10 minutes. Marge had said Elmer worked in the garage. I kept going up the driveway, swung sharp around the big house, and slammed on the brakes. Marge screamed. We skidded to a stop with our front end hanging over what looked like a bomb crater in the middle of the driveway. I swallowed my heart down again while I backed away fast. We had almost plunged into a hole 40 feet across and 20 feet deep in the middle. The hole was perfectly round, like a half section of a grapefruit. "What's this?" I asked. "Where's the garage?" "That's where the garage should be." Marge looked dazed. "But it's gone." I took another look at that hole scooped out with geometrical precision and turned to Doreen. "What did you say Elmer was working on?" She sobbed. Aggravation. She began to bawl in earnest. "Now he's gone. He's mad. He won't ever come back, I betcha." "That's a fact," I muttered. "He may not have been mad, but he certainly was aggravated." "Marge, listen. This is a mystery. We've just got to let it stay a mystery. We don't know anything, understand? The cops will finally decide Elmer blew himself up, and we'll leave it at that. One thing I'm pretty sure about, he's not coming back." So that's how it was. Tom Kennedy keeps trying and trying to put Elmer's unhappy genie back together again. And every time he fails, he takes it out on me because I didn't get to Elmer sooner. But you can see perfectly well he's way off base, trying to make out I could have done a thing to prevent what happened. Is it my fault if the dumb kid didn't know enough to take the proper precautions when he decided to develop anti-gravitation, and he got shot off, garage and all, someplace into outer space? What do they teach kids nowadays, anyway? End of Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Andrew Arthur. Recording by Glenn Turner, Menifee, California, March 17th, 2022.
The Bell Tone by Edmund Harry Leftwich. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Bell Tone by Edmund Harry Leftwich. It is no use. It is too late. The earth I must dig alone. To whom it may concern. In order to clear up any misunderstanding of false impressions regarding the amazing case of my beloved friend and co-worker, Professor Howard E. Edwards, I submit herewith extracts from the professor's notebook which I found on the desk. Evans Barclay, B.S. Fellow, IRE. January 25th. Last night, in my dreams, I was a monstrous ant and had been digging myself a burrow in the soft, fresh earth. The dream was intensely real, and when I woke, I felt as tired as if I had actually been digging. My arms ached, and I was astonished upon examining my hands to find them raw. Dressing hastily, I rushed to the backyard, and there, sure enough, near the fence was a large hole about 2 feet deep and 3 feet long. Hurriedly, I filled it in and returned to the house. I must rest for a few days, as I feel that the intense excitement caused by my investigations is preying too heavily upon my mind. At this time, I feel that I should make a brief summary of my findings in respect to the ants, so that Barclay may go over these notes upon his return from his vacation. First, the ant colony is the source of a powerful bell-like tone which is radiated continuously on two wavelengths, 0.0018 meter and 0.00176 meter. This tone acts as a radio beacon and directs the ants to the colony, no matter where they may be located. The 0.0018 meter wave is used by the ants for their clucking conversations, by means of which they communicate with each other and the colony, receiving orders from the directing intelligence, reporting the location of food, and requesting help when needed. The wave 0.00176 meter is used for sending thought images or pictures which may be sent with a clacking code or independently. I cannot conceive a more efficient or highly specialized communication system. I must learn their secret, their methods. January 30th. This morning, while sitting at the receiver in a semi-doze with the bell tone ringing in my ears, I fell into the state known as daydreaming. Little Nippy, my beloved fox terrier and constant companion, rushed into the laboratory and ran up to me. For a moment my mind went blank. My hands shot out. I grasped the dog around the throat and began to throttle him. I had risen from a chair and the dog was nearly dead when I slipped and fell, pulling the phone plug out of the receiver. Instantly my mind cleared, and words cannot express the remorse I felt at my inhuman action. Nippy would have nothing to do with me and crawled dejectedly from the room, a terrified look in his eyes. I have no explanation for my actions. February 3rd. The transmitter is ready for operation. I have constructed a pair of metal disc electrodes which clamp tightly to my head and press upon my temples. This device will pick up the thought impulses from my brain, feed them directly into the radio frequency amplifier, where they will be amplified and then radiated in a tight, directed beam. My 2 ants were in their little enclosure under the microscope when I threw the switch to the send position. I pictured myself as I looked as a man and sent the thought, I am a man. Hastily, I threw the switch to receive position. I looked through the microscope. The ants were lying on their sides. Somehow I felt that the power was too great and had stunned them. Keeping my eye to the microscope, I again threw the switch to send and cut the power to half. Get up, friends. Get up, I thought as I pictured them rising. Sure enough, the ants slowly regained their feet. It looked about in apparent bewilderment. Back again, in receive position, I was conscious of the thought image. The man. He is the man. The man holds us here. He is killing us. We must kill the man. They gnashed their fierce-looking mandibles. I snapped back to send and thought, no, you must not kill the man. The man will not harm you. He is your friend. He will help you. As I watched, the ants seemed to become less excited. From the larger of the two, I received the thought, we are dying. The man is killing us with his strong vibrations. We must kill the man. Then a very powerful thought impression burst upon my brain. It seemed to come from the colony 3 feet away. Warning to the man, stop your thought transmissions at once. Your vibrations are killing us. We want nothing from you. We have everything we need. You will learn nothing from us. You will stop at once. I threw the switch to send, viewed through the microscope, and the ants were lying on their backs, dead to all appearances. What if I don't stop? I sent the thought question. I want to learn the secret of your communication. In return, I will teach you many things. I can't stop now. I changed to receive, and the answer came back. If you do not stop, we will kill you. I turned off the apparatus, but the powerful bell tone continued to pound incessantly into my brain. I laughed. They'd kill me, would they? Those tiny insects, what could they do? Well, let them try. But I'd get what I was after. I would not quit now, with success so near. What if my transmissions did kill a few of them? Of what importance were the lives of a few ants as compared to the advancement of the science of communication? February 9th. I found myself digging again in the backyard yesterday. As before, I had been daydreaming, when an overwhelming desire to go outside and feel the cool, moist earth between my fingers and on my face took possession of me. I rushed out into the backyard and began digging feverishly, madly, until finally I fell exhausted. Then my mind cleared and I filled in the hole. But half the ants have died, due to no doubt the strength of my radiations. No matter how low I cut the power, they still cannot live but a short time under the force of my transmissions. They have stopped sending thought impressions entirely and are using only their clacking code signals, which they seem to realize I cannot understand. I feel that they are undertaking some sort of campaign against me. For hours, they congregate, closely packed, their antennae swiftly pointed straight up. Their thought currents seem to be flowing into and merging with the bell tone, which grows stronger and more penetrating day by day. In my backyard, there are 4 large anthills, and at each hill, curiously, there is no activity except the same mass concentration of the ants. Have they too been affected by radiations and joined forces with the original colony against myself? The bell tone continues to grow stronger. February 11th. Mrs. Winslow, the middle-aged widow, who comes to clean my house and laboratory twice a week, was here this morning. She is short, dumpy, and inclined to be stout. As she went about her work, I noticed particularly the fat, firm flesh of her neck just below the jaw. I felt an uncontrollable desire to sink my teeth deep into that flesh and enjoy the taste of the warm, fresh blood. I'd actually risen from a chair to accomplish my desire when the telephone rang and my mind cleared. February 14th. I've decided to stop my experiments with the ants. As they refuse to send any more thought impressions, there is nothing further I can learn from them. Somehow I feel that they are gaining a hold upon my mind, and that every time I listen in on the receiver, that hold becomes stronger. I firmly believe that I would have attacked poor Mrs. Winslow had not the ringing of that phone so opportunely interrupted me. I've sent word for her to stay away, as I cannot trust myself. I keep a box of fresh earth on the table in my laboratory. I often run my hands through it and taste it. It is remarkable how much this soothes my nerves. February 16th. It is too late. For 2 days, I have kept my apparatus shut off. I have not so much as looked at the ants, but still that confounded bell tone rings in my ears with all the insistence of African tom-toms. Hour by hour, the tone becomes more penetrating. I cannot sleep and can eat but little. As a last resort, I destroyed my ant colony. I even went so far as to pour boiling water on the 4 ant hills in my yard. Still, the bell tone persists. I can stand it no longer. Perhaps if I were to dig again in the yard, in the soothing earth, I could forget. News clipping from the Philadelphia Banner. Radio communications engineer dead. Howard E. Edwards, suicide. Philadelphia, February 18. The body of Howard E. Edwards, B.S., Ph.D., member IRE, eminent authority on radio communications, aged 56, was found this morning in the backyard of his residence, 1427 Rains Avenue. The body was almost completely buried in a long, narrow hole in the ground. At first, foul play was suspected, but later it appeared that Edwards had dug himself into the ground and died of suffocation, as his nostrils and mouth were filled with dirt. Dr. P.A. Hoffner, who examined the body, found no wounds, stated that Edwards had been dead for about 2 days, and pronounced the death as a clear case of suicide. The strange means employed, probably due to an unbalanced mental condition. Elaborate radio apparatus upon which Edwards had been working had been smashed to bits. The End of the Bell Tone by Edmund Harry Leftwich.
The Star by H. G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brittany Wilson. The Star by H. G. Wells. Above where the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake. Here is an impressive story based on the interaction of planetary bodies and of the sun upon them. A great star is seen approaching the earth. At first, it is only an object of interest to the general public, but there is an astronomer on the earth who is watching each phase and making mathematical calculations, for he knows the intimate relation of gravity between bodies and the effect on rotating bodies of the same force from an outside source. He fears all sorts of wreckage on our earth. He warns the people, but they, as usual, discount all he says and label him mad. But he was not mad. H. G. Wells, in his own way, gives us a picturesque description of the approach of the new body through long days and nights. He tells how the earth and natural phenomenon of the earth will react. Though this star never touches our sphere, the devastation and destruction wrought by it are complete and horrible. The story is correct in its astronomical aspects. The Star by H. G. Wells, author of The War of the Worlds, The Time Machine, etc. It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made, almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheeled about the sun, had become erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspected retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest the world, the greater portion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune. nor outside the astronomical profession, did the subsequent discovery of a faint remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, that its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellite was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system. The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swims in vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune, there's space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without warmth or light or sound, blank emptiness, for 20 billion times a million miles. That is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traveled before the nearest of stars is attained. And saving a few comets more unsubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed the gulf of space until early in the 20th century, this wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter it was, bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day it was clearly visible to any decent instrument, as a speck with a barely sensible diameter in the constellation Leo near Regulus. In a little while, an opera glass could attain it. On the third day of the new year, the newspaper readers of two hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. A planetary collision, one London paper headed the news and proclaimed Duchesne's opinion that this strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic, so that in most of the capitals of the world, on January 3rd, there was an expectation, however vague, of some eminent phenomenon in the sky, and as the night followed the sunset round the globe, thousands of men turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars just as they had always been, until it was dawn in London and Pollux setting, and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policemen saw the thing. The busy crowds in the market stopped agape. Workmen going to their work betimes, milkmen, the drivers of news carts, dissipation going home jaded and pale, homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country, laborers trudging afield, poachers slinking home, all over the dusky, quickening country it would be seen. And out at sea by seamen watching for the day, a great white star comes suddenly into the westward sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk, an hour after the day had come. And where science has not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilences that are foreshadowed by these fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the glow of the sunrise watching the setting of this strange new star. And in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement, rising almost to shouting pitch, as the two remote bodies had rushed together. There had been a hurrying to and fro to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, to gather this appliance and that, to record the novel, astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune it was, which had been struck fairly and squarely by the planet from outer space, and the heat of concussion had incontinently turned two solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before the dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere man marveled at it, but of all those who saw it, none could have marveled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who far away at sea had heard nothing of its advent, and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon and climb zenithward, and hang overhead and sink westward with the passing of the night. And when it next rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs, in open spaces, staring eastward, waiting for the rising of the new star. It rose with a white glow in front, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger!" they cried. "It is brighter!" And indeed, the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was in its apparent size beyond comparison, but scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as the little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter!" cried the people, clustering in the streets. But in the dim observatories the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said. "Nearer!" And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer." And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type. "It is nearer." Men writing in offices, struck with strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words. "It is nearer." It hurried along awakening streets. It was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways shouting the news to passers-by. "It is nearer." Pretty women, flushed and glittering, heard the news told jestingly between dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. Nearer, indeed! How curious! How clever people must be to find out things like that! Lonely tramps faring through the wintry night murmured those words to comfort themselves, looking skyward. It has need to be nearer, for the night's as cold as charity. Don't see much warmth from it if it is nearer, all the same. "What is a new star to me?" cried the weeping woman kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early for his examination work, puzzled it out for himself, with the great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. "Centrifugal! Centripetal!" he said, with his chin on his fist. "Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force. What then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this... do we come in the way, I wonder?" The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again, and it was now so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost of itself, rising huge in the sunset hour. In a South African city, a great man had married, and the streets were alit to welcome his return with his bride. "Even the skies have illuminated," said the flatterer. Under Capricorn, 2 Negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits, for love of one another, crouched together in a cane brake where the fireflies hovered. "That is our star," they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliancy of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small white file there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then had come back at once to his momentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn, and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up the sky over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eye of a brave enemy. "You may kill me," he said, after a silence, "but I can hold you, and all the universe for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change even now." He looked at the little file. "There will be no need of sleep again. he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table as his habit was, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without that piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken to impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his gray eyebrows at the rising tiers of young fresh faces, and spoke with his accustomed studied commonness of phrasing. "Circumstances have arisen, circumstances beyond my control," he said, and paused, "which will debar me from completing the course I had designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain." The students glanced at one another. Had they heard aright? Mad, raised eyebrows and grinning lips there were, though one or two faces remained intent upon his calm, gray-fringed face. "It will be interesting," he was saying, "to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume—" He turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was usual to him. "What was that about lived in vain?" whispered one student to another. "Listen," said the other, nodding toward the lecturer, and presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo toward Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star and planet was hidden, save only Jupiter near the zenith, Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was white and beautiful. In many parts of the world that night, a pallid halo encircled it about. It was perceptibly larger. In the clear, refractive sky of the tropics, it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter of the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamps burnt yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night, and throughout Christendom a sombre murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside like the buzzing of the bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was the tolling of the bells in a million belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. And the streets and houses were alit in all the cities. The shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed over the world, and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in a fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster, toward the sun. Already every second this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew its course, it must pass 100 million of miles wide of the earth, and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter and his moons sweeping splendid around the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of the planets grew stronger, and the result of that attraction? Inevitably Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit to a new elliptical path, and the burning star swung by his attraction, wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path, and perhaps collide with, and certainly pass close to our Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to I know not what limit, so prophesies the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of the coming doom. Too many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached It seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened towards a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I've spoken of people praying through the night, and people going aboard ships, and people fleeing towards mountainous country, that the whole world was already in a terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and wont still ruled the world, and save for the talk of idle moments and the splendor of the night, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. In all the cities, the shops, save one here and there, opened and closed at their proper hours. The doctor and the undertaker plied their trades, and workers gathered in the factories. Soldiers drilled, scholars studied, lovers sought one another. Thieves lurked and fled, politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the nights, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000, for then, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet, and were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy everywhere, scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful. That night at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense at last, a little heated by argument, signified its unalterable convictions by going to bed. So, too, barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for a howling dog here and there, the beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw their star rise, an hour later, it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there were still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness, hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter until it had turned night into day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of in a curved path, had it lost no velocity to Jupiter, it must have leapt the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come by our planet. The next night it had become a third the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America nearly the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at and hot. And a breath of hot wind blew now with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia and Brazil, and down the St. Lawrence Valley it shone intermittently through the driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violet lightning, and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba were a thaw and devastating floods, and upon the mountains of the earth the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon in their upper reaches, with swirling trees and the bodies of beasts and men, they rose steadily in the ghostly brilliance, and came trickling over their banks at last behind the flying population of their valleys. And along the coast of Argentina and up the South Atlantic tides were higher than they had ever been in the memory of man, and the storms drove the waters in many cases scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities. And so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. The earthquakes began and grew until all down America from the Arctic Circle to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding, fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. China was lit glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of Eastern Asia, the great star was a ball of dull red fire because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon, the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalayas were melting and pouring down by 10 million, deepening, converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindustan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters around the stems were dark objects that struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in an ungovernable confusion, a multitude of men and women fled down the broad riverways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the star, and larger, hotter and brighter, with a terrible swiftness now. The tropical ocean had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghostly wreaths from the black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seemed to those who in Europe watched for the rising of the star that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland, the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour through a terrible suspense, and the star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations they had counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually, but in the tropics Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam. And when at last the great star rose, near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia, the star had begun to fall behind the movement of the sky, and then suddenly, as it hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India from the mouth of the Indus to the mouths of the Ganges was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people, who fell one by one into the turbid waters as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across that furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind, and a gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looking up, nearly blinded at the star, and saw that black disk creeping across the light. It was the moon, coming between the star and the earth. And even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east with a strange, inexplicable swiftness sprang the sun, and then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that presently, to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space, and then slower, and at last came to rest. Star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And though those who were still alive regarded it, for the most part, with the dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding, swifter and swifter, in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment around the world. All over the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never seen before. And where the volcanoes flared red against the cloud canopy, there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-stilted ruins, and the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the water streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in the way, and piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, and for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries, and sodden fields. Such few ships as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storm subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon, shrunk to a third of its size, took now 80 days between its new and new. But of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and machines, of the strange change that had Iceland and Greenland, the shores of Baffin's Bay, so that the sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarce believe their eyes. This story does not tell, nor of the movement of mankind now that the earth was hotter northward and southward towards the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and the passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung through our solar system into the sun, one wrote, it is astonishing what little damage the earth which it missed so narrowly has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and of the masses of the seas remain intact, and indeed the only difference seems to be a shrinkage of the white discoloration, supposed to be frozen water, round either pole, which only shows how small the vastness of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles. End of The Star by H. G. Wells. Recording by Brittany Wilson.
The Feeling by Roger D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. If this story holds true in real practice, it may reveal something about us that we've never known. The Feeling by Roger D. We've just started on the first one, Walraven, ship's communications man, Costain said, low-voiced. Captain Maxon and Vaughn have called in. There's no word from Reagan. Coordinator Irwin took his seat beside the psychologist, his bearing as militarily authoritative, in spite of civilian clothing, as the room's air was medical. Maybe Reagan won't turn up, Irwin said. Maybe we've still got a man out there to bring the ship back. Costain made a quieting gesture, his eyes on the three-man psych team grouped about Walraven's wheeled reclining chair. They've given Walraven a light somnolent, not enough to put him out, just enough to make him relive the flight in detail, accurately. The lead psych man killed the room's lights to a glow. Lieutenant Walraven, the ship is ready. You are at your post with Captain Maxon and Lieutenants Vaughn and Reagan. The first Mars flight is about to blast off. How do you feel? Walraven laid utterly relaxed, his face dreaming. His voice had a wanting sound of a tape running down for lack of power. Jumpy, he said, but not really afraid. We're too well conditioned for that, I guess. This is a big thing, an important thing, exciting. It had been exciting at first, the long preparation over, training and study and news interviews and final parties, all dreamlike and part of the past. Outside now, invisible but hearteningly present beyond the ship's impregnable hull, the essential and privileged people waited to see them off. The ship's power plant was humming gently, like a giant, patient cat. Captain Maxon passed out muscle relaxant capsules. The total boneless relaxation that was their defense against acceleration came quickly. The ship was 2 hours out, beyond lunar orbit and still accelerating, when, trained for months against the moment, each set about his task. Readings occupied Maxon and Vaughn and Regan, while Walraven checked his communications and telemetering gear. It was not until the transmitter slot had licked up its first coded tape. No plain text here, security before even safety. And reported all well, the predicted borne out, that they became aware of the feeling. 4 of them sat in their unsqueaking, gimbaled seats and looked at each other, sharing the feeling and knowing that they shared it, but not why. Vaughn, who was given to poetry and some degree of soul-searching, made the first open recognition. "There's something wrong," he said. The others agreed, and, agreeing, could add nothing of explanation to the wrongness. Time passed while they sat, seeing within themselves for the answer, and if not for the answer, at least for identification. But nothing came and nothing changed, except that, with time, the steady pressure of the feeling grew stronger. Vaughn, again, was first to react to the pressure. "We've got to do something." He twisted out of his seat and wavered in the small pseudo-gravity of the ship's continuing acceleration. "I've never in my life felt so desolate, so—" He stopped. "There aren't any words," he said helplessly. Less articulate than Vaughn, and knowing it, the others did not try to help find the words. Only Regan, the professional soldier without family or close ties anywhere in the world, had a suggestion. "The ship's power plant is partly psionic," Regan said. "I don't understand the principle, but it's been drilled into us that no other system can give a one-directional thrust without reaction. The psi drive is tied to our minds in the same way it's tied to the atomic and electronic components. It's part of us. We're part of it." Even Maxon, crew authority on the combination drive, missed his meaning at first. "If our atomic shielding fails," Regan explained, "we're irradiated. If our psionic bank fails, we may feel anything. Maybe the trouble is there." Privately, they disagreed, certain that nothing so disquieting as the feeling that weighed them down could be induced even by so cryptic a marriage of dissimilar principles as made up the ship's power plant. Still, it was a possible avenue of relief. "It's worth trying," Maxon said, and they checked, and checked, and checked. "We work for hours," Walraven said, "but nothing came of it. None of us, even Maxon, knew enough about the psi drive to be sure, but we ended up certain that the trouble wasn't there. It was in us." The drug was wearing thin, leaving him pale and shaken. His face had a glisten of sweat under the lowered lights. The lead psi-man chose a hypodermic needle, looked at Irwin and Costain for authority, and administered a second injection. "You gave up searching," he said. "What then, Lieutenant?" "We waited," Walraven said. He relaxed, his face smoothing to an impersonal detachment as his mind slipped back to the ship and its crew. Watching, Costain felt a sudden, deep unease, as if the man's mind had really ringed back through space and time and carried a part of his own with it. "There was only one more possible check," Walraven said. "We had to wait 2 days for that." The check was Maxon's idea, simple of execution and unarguably of result. At halfway point, acceleration must cease and the ship rotate on its gyros, and deceleration set in. There would be a period of waiting when the power plant must be shut off completely. If the feeling stemmed from the psi drive, it would lift then. It did not lift. They sat weightless and disoriented while the gyros precessed and the ship swung end by end, and the steady pressure of the feeling mounted up and up without relief. "It gets worse every hour," Vaughn said raggedly. "It's not a matter of time," Maxon said. "It's the distance. The feeling grows stronger as we get further from home." They sat for another time without talk, feeling the distance build up behind them, and sensing through the unwindowed hull of the ship what the emptiness outside must be like. The ship was no longer an armored projectile bearing them snugly and safely to the first planetfall. It was a walnut shell without strength or direction. In the end, they talked out their problem because there was nothing else they could do. "We're men," Maxon said, not as if he must convince himself, but as if it were a premise that had to be made, a starting point for all logic. "We're reasoning creatures. If the trouble lies in ourselves, we can find its source and its reason for being." He picked Vaughn first because Vaughn had been the first to sense the wrongness, and because the most sensitive link in a chain is also predictably its weakest. "Try," Maxon said. "I know there are no words to describe this thing, but get as close as you can." Vaughn tried. "It isn't homesickness. It's a different thing altogether from nostalgia. It's not just fear. I'm afraid, not of anything, just afraid in the way a child is afraid of falling in his dreams, when he's really had no experience with falling because he's never fallen more than a few inches in his life. When I think of my wife, it's not the same at all as if I were in some far corner of the earth with only land and water between us. Even if I were marooned on an uncharted island somewhere with no hope of seeing home again, I wouldn't feel this way. There wouldn't be this awful pulling." Regan agreed with Vaughn that the feeling was essentially a pull, but beyond agreement could add nothing. Regan had covered the world without forming a tie to hold him. One place was as good as another, and he felt no loss for any particular spot on Earth. "I only want to be back there," he said simply. "Anywhere but here." "I was born on a farm in New England," Walraven said. "Out of the land, like my father and his people before him. I'm part of that land, no matter how far from it I go, because everything I am came from it. I feel uprooted. I don't belong here." Uprooted was the key for which they had hunted. Maxon said slowly, "There are wild animals on Earth that can't live away from their natural homes. Insects. How does a termite feel, cut off from its hive? Maybe that's our trouble. Something bigger than individual men made the human race what it is. Maybe we've been a sort of composite being all along, without knowing it, tied together by the need of each other, and not able to exist apart. Maybe no one knew it before, because no one was ever isolated in the way we are." Walraven had more to say, almost defiant in his earnestness. "This is going to sound wild, but I've been fighting inside myself ever since Vaughn mentioned being pulled toward home. I have the feeling that if I'd only let go, I'd be back where I belonged." He snapped his fingers, the sound loud in the room. "Like that." No one laughed, because each found in himself the same conviction, waiting to be recognized. Regan said, "Walraven's right. There's no place on Earth I'd care for more than any other, but I feel I could be back there in any one of them." He snapped his fingers, as Walraven had done. "As quick as that." I know, Maxon said, but we can't let go. We were sent out here to put this ship into orbit around Mars. We've got to take her there. Walraven said, It wasn't easy. The feeling got worse as we went out and out. Knowing what it was helped a little, but not enough. We held onto each other, the four of us, to keep the group together. We knew what would happen if we let go. The head psych man looked at Costain and put his needle away when Costain shook his head. The ship, Coordinator Irwin said sharply. Walraven, did you put her into orbit? Yes, Walraven said. We put her into orbit and turned on the telemetering equipment. They'll be picking up her signals by now. And then we turned our back on each other and we let go. There wasn't any feeling of motion or speed, but I felt a fresh breeze on my face, and when I opened my eyes, I was standing beside a familiar stone fence on a hill above the house where I was born. You haven't told me, but the others came back too, didn't they? All but Reagan, Irwin said. His tone made Costain think wryly. Even the military can snatch at straws. Maxon and Vaughn called in, but we haven't heard from Reagan. He wasn't left behind, Walraven said with certainty. Reagan has no family, but he has a home. We're standing on it. An orderly came in with an envelope for Costain, who opened it and handed the paper to Irwin. To Walraven, Costain said, It's a cablegram from Northern Ireland. Reagan is back. Irwin was still gripping the paper in his hand when he walked with Costain out of the hospital into the bright airiness of a spring day. He glared at the warm blue sky. We'll have to find a way, Irwin said. We've proved that we can put men on Mars. With the right conditioning, we can keep them there. You're a dedicated and resolute man, Coordinator, Costain said. Do you really suppose that any amount of conditioning could fit you to do what those boys failed at? The long moment of considering that passed before Irwin answered left a fine sheen of sweat on his face. No, Irwin said. The end of The Feeling by Roger D.
Of All Possible Worlds by William Tenn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BarryHaworth. Of All Possible Worlds by William Tenn. It was a good job, and Mac's album knew whom he had to thank for it, his great-grandfather. Good old Giovanni Albini, he muttered as he hurried into the laboratory slightly ahead of the escorting technicians, all of them, despite the excitement of the moment, remembering to bob their heads deferentially at the half-dozen full-fleshed and hard-faced men lolling on the couches that had been set up around the time machine. He shrugged rapidly out of his rags, as he had been instructed in the anteroom, and stepped into the housing of the enormous mechanism. This was the first time he had seen it since he had been taught how to operate it on a dummy model, and now he stared at the great transparent coils and the susurrating energy bubble with much respect. This machine, the pride and hope of 2089, was something almost outside his powers of comprehension. But Max Alban knew how to run it, and he knew, roughly, what it was supposed to accomplish. He knew also that this was the first backward journey of any great duration, and being scientifically unpredictable might well be the death of him. Good old Giovanni Albini, he muttered again affectionately. If his great-grandfather had not volunteered for the earliest time-travel experiments way back in the 1970s, back even before the Blight, it would never have been discovered that he and his seed possessed a great deal of immunity to extratemporal blackout. And if that had not been discovered, the ruling powers of Earth more than a century later would never have plucked Max Alban out of an obscure civil service job as a relief guard at the North American Chicken Reservation to his present heroic and remunerative eminence. He would still be patrolling the barbed wire that surrounded the 3 white leghorn hens and 2 roosters, about 1/6 of the known livestock wealth of the Western Hemisphere, thoroughly content with the half pail of dried apricots he received each and every payday. No, if his great-grandfather had not demonstrated long ago his unique capacity for remaining conscious during time travel, Max Alban would not now be shifting from foot to foot in a physics laboratory, facing the black market kings of the world and awaiting their final instructions with an uncertain and submissive grin. Men like O'Hara, who controlled mushrooms, Levny, the blackberry tycoon, Sorgasso, the packaged worm monopolist. Would black marketeers of their tremendous stature so much as waste a glance on someone like Alban ordinarily, let alone confer a lifetime pension on his wife and 5 children of a full spoonful each of non-synthetic sugar a day? Even if he didn't come back, his family was provided for like almost no other family on Earth. This was a damn good job, and he was lucky. Alban noticed that Ab Sada had risen from the straight chair on the far side of the room and was approaching him with a sealed metal cylinder in one hand. "We've decided to add a further precaution at the last moment," the old man said. "That is, the scientists have suggested it, and I have given my approval." The last remark was added with a slightly questioning note as the Secretary-General of the United Nations looked back rapidly at the black market princes on the couches behind him. Since they stared back stonily but offered no objection, he coughed in relief and returned to Alban. "I am sure, young man, that I don't need to go into the details of your instructions once more. You enter the time machine and go back the duration for which it has been preset, 113 years, to the moment after the guided missile of 1976 was launched. It is 1976, isn't it?" he asked, suddenly uncertain. "Yes, sir," one of the technicians standing by the time machine said respectfully. "The experiment with an atomic warhead-guided missile that resulted in the Blight was conducted on this site in April 18, 1976. He glanced proudly at the unemotional men on the couches, very much like a small boy after completing a recitation before famous dignitaries from the Board of Education. "Just so," Absada nodded. "April 18, 1976. And on this site. You see, young man, you will materialize at the very moment and on the very spot where the remote control station handling the missile was, handling the missile. You will be in a superb position, to deflect the missile in its downward course and alter human history for the better. Very much for the better. Yes." He paused, having evidently stumbled out of his thought sequence. "And he pulls the red switch toward him," Gomez, the dandelion root magnate, reminded him sharply, impatiently. "Ah, yes, the red switch. He pulls the little red switch toward him. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Thank you very much, sir. He pulls the little red switch on the green instrument panel toward him, thus preventing the error that caused the missile to explode in the Brazilian jungle and causing it, instead, to explode somewhere in the mid-Pacific as originally planned." The Secretary-General of the United Nations beamed. "Thus preventing the Blight, making it non-existent, as it were, producing a present-day world in which the Blight never occurred. That is correct, is it not, gentlemen?" he asked, turning anxiously again. None of the half-dozen men on couches deigned to answer him, and Alban kept his eyes deferentially in their direction too, as he had throughout this period of last-minute instruction. He knew who ruled his world. These stolid, well-fed men in clean garments, with a minimum of patches, and, where patches occurred, at least they were the colour of the surrounding cloth. Sartre might be Secretary General of the United Nations, but that was still a civil service job, only a few social notches higher than a chicken guard. His clothes were fully as ragged, fully as multicoloured as those that Alban had stepped out of, and the gnawing in his stomach was no doubt almost as great. "You understand, do you not, young man, that if anything goes wrong," Abd Sarda asked, his head nodded tremulously and anticipating the answer, "if anything unexpected, unprepared for occurs, you are not to continue with the experiment, but return immediately?" "He understands everything he has to understand," Gomez told him. "Let's get this thing moving." The old man smiled again. Yes, of course, Mr. Gomez." He came up to where Alban stood in the entrance of the time machine and handed the sealed metal cylinder to him. "This is the precaution the scientists have just added. When you arrive at your destination, just before materializing, you will release it into the surrounding temporal medium. Our purpose here, as you no doubt—" Livni sat up on his couch and snapped his fingers peremptorily. "I just heard Gomez tell you to get this thing moving, Sarda, and it isn't moving. We're busy men. We've wasted enough time." "I was just trying to explain a crucial final fact," the Secretary-General apologized. "A fact which may be highly—" "You've explained enough facts." Livni turned to the man inside the time machine. "Hey, fella, you! Move!" Max Alban gulped and nodded violently. He darted to the rear of the machine and turned the dial which activated it. Flick! It was a good job, and Mac Alban knew whom he had to thank for it. His great-grandfather. "Good old Giovanni Albini," he laughed, as he looked at the morose faces of his two colleagues. Bob Skeet and Hugo Honeck had done as much as he to build the tiny time machine in the secret lab under the helicopter garage, and they were fully as eager to go, but, unfortunately for them, they were not descended from the right ancestor. Leisurely he unzipped the richly embroidered garment that, as the father of 2 children, he was privileged to wear, and wriggled into the housing of the complex little mechanism. This was hardly the first time he had seen it, since he had been helping to build the device from the moment Honeck had nodded and risen from the drafting board, and now he barely wasted a glance on the thumb-sized translucent coils growing out of the almost microscopic energy bubbles which powered them. This machine was the last hope of 2089, even if the world of 2089 as a whole did not know of its existence, and would try to prevent its being put into operation. But it meant a lot more to Mac Alban than merely saving a world. It meant an adventurous mission with the risk of death. "Good old Giovanni Albini," he laughed again happily. If his great-grandfather had not volunteered for the earliest time-travel experiments way back in the 1970s, back even before the epidemic, it would never have been discovered that he and his seed possessed a great deal of immunity to extratemporal blackout. And if that had not been discovered, the Albans would not have become physicists under the passage of the United Nations law that everyone on Earth, absolutely without exception, had to choose a branch of research science in which to specialize. In the flabby, careful, life-guarding world that Earth had become, Max Alban would never have been reluctantly selected by his 2 co-workers as the one to carry the forbidden banner of dangerous experiment. No, if his great-grandfather had not demonstrated long ago his unique capacity for remaining conscious during time travel, Max Alban would probably be a biologist today, like almost everyone else on Earth, laboriously working out dreary gene problems instead of embarking on the greatest adventure man had known to date. Even if he didn't come back, he had at last found a socially useful escape from genetic responsibility to humanity in general, and his own family in particular. This was a damn good job, and he was lucky. "Wait a minute, Mac," Skeet said, and crossed to the other side of the narrow laboratory. Albert and Honeck watched him stuff several sheets of paper into a small metal box which he closed without locking. "You will take care of yourself, won't you, Mac?" Hugo Honeck pleaded. "Any time you feel like taking an unnecessary risk, remember that Bob and I will have to stand trial if you don't come back. We might be sentenced to complete loss of professional status and spend the rest of our lives supervising robot factories. Oh, it won't be that bad, Albin reassured him, absent-mindedly from where he lay contorted inside the time machine. He watched Skeet coming towards him with the box. Honeck shrugged his shoulders. It might be a lot worse than even that, and you know it. The disappearance of a two-time father is going to leave an awful big vacancy in the world. One-timers, like Bob and me, are all over the place. If either of us dropped out of sight, it wouldn't cause nearly as much uproar. But Bob and you both tried to operate the machine, Albin reminded him, and you blacked out after a 15-second temporal displacement. So I'm the only chance, the only way to stop the human race from dwindling and dwindling until it hits absolute zero, like that fat old Security Council seems willing for it to do. Take it easy, Mac, Bob Skeet said, as he handed the metal box to Albin. The Security Council is just trying to solve the problems in their way, the conservative way, a worldwide concentration on genetics research coupled with the maximum preservation of existing human lives, especially those that have a high reproductive potential. We three disagree with them. We've been skulking down here nights to solve it our way, and ours is a radical approach and plenty risky. That's the reason for the metal box, trying to cover one more explosive possibility. Albin turned it around curiously. How? I sat up all night writing the manuscript that's inside it. Look, Mac, when you go back to the guided missile experiment of 1976 and push that red switch away from you, a lot of other things are going to happen than just deflecting the missile so that it will explode in the Brazilian jungle instead of the Pacific Ocean. Sure, I know, if it explodes in the jungle, the epidemic doesn't occur. No Shapiro's mumps. Skeet jiggled his pudgy little face impatiently. That's not what I mean. The epidemic doesn't occur, but something else does. A new world, a different 2089, an alternate time sequence. It'll be a world in which humanity has a better chance to survive, but it'll be one with problems of its own. Maybe tough problems. Maybe the problems will be tough enough so that they'll get the same idea we did and try to go back to the same point in time to change them. Albin laughed. That's just looking for trouble. Maybe it is, but it's my job. Hugo's the designer of the time machine and you're the operator, but I'm the theoretical man in this research team. It's my job to look for trouble. So, just in case, I wrote a brief history of the world from the time the missile exploded in the Pacific. It tells why ours is the worst possible of futures. It's in that box. What do I do with it? Hand it to the guy from the alternate 2089? The small fat man exasperatedly hit the side of the time machine with a well-cushioned palm. You know better. There won't be any alternate 2089 until you push that red switch on the green instrument panel. The moment you do, our world, with all its slow slide to extinction, goes out, and its alternate goes on, just like two electric light bulbs on a push-pull circuit. We and every single one of our artifacts, including the time machine, disappear. The problem is how to keep that manuscript from disappearing. Well, all you do, if I have this figured right, is shove the metal box containing the manuscript out into the surrounding temporal medium a moment before you materialize to do the job. That temporal medium in which you're travelling is something that exists independent of and autonomous to all possible futures. It's my hunch that something that's immersed in it will not be altered by a new time sequence. Remind him to be careful, Bob, Honeck rumbled. He thinks he's Captain Blood and this is his big chance to run away to sea and become a swashbuckling pirate. Albin grimaced in annoyance. I am excited to be doing something besides sitting in a safe little corner, working out safe little abstractions for the first time in my life. But I know that this is a first experiment. Honestly, Hugo, I really have enough intelligence to recognize that simple fact. I know that if anything unexpected pops up, anything we didn't foresee, I'm supposed to come scuttling back and ask for advice. I hope you do, Bob Skeet sighed. I hope you do know that. A 20th century poet once wrote something to the effect that the world will not end with a bang but with a whimper. Well, our world is ending with a whimper. Try to see that it doesn't end with a bang either. That I'll promise you. Albin said, a trifle disgustedly. "It'll end with neither a bang nor a whimper. So long, Hugo. So long, Bob." He twisted around, reaching overhead for the lever that activated the forces that drove the time machine. Flick! It was strange, Max Albin reflected, that this time travel business, which knocked unconscious everyone who tried it, only made him feel slightly dizzy. That was because he was descended from Giovanni Albini, he had been told. There must be some complicated scientific explanation for it, he decided, and that would make it none of his business. Better forget about it. All around the time machine there was a heavy grey murk in which objects were hinted at rather than stated definitely. It reminded him of patrolling his beat at the North American chicken reservation in a thick fog. According to his gauges, he was now in 1976. He cut speed until he hit the last day of April, then cut speed again, drifting slowly backward to the 18th, the day of the infamous guided missile experiment. Carefully, like a man handling a strange bomb made on a strange planet, he watched the center gauge until the needle came to rest against the thin, etched line that indicated the exactly crucial moment. Then he pulled the brake and stopped the machine dead. All he had to do now was materialize in the right spot, flash out, and pull the red switch toward him. Then his well-paid assignment would be done. But he stopped and scratched his dirt-matted hair. Wasn't there something he was supposed to do a second before materialization? Yes, that useless old windbag, Sartre, had given him a last instruction. He picked up the sealed metal cylinder, walked to the entrance of the time machine, and tossed it into the grey murk. A solid object floating near the entrance caught his eye. He put his arm out. Whew, it was cold, and pulled it inside. A small metal box. Funny, what was it doing out there? Curiously, he opened it, hoping to find something valuable. Nothing but a few sheets of paper, Albin noted disappointedly. He began to read them slowly, very slowly, for the manuscript was full of a lot of long and complicated words, like a letter from one bookworm scientist to another. The problems all began with the guided missile experiment of 1976, he read. There had been a number of such experiments, but it was the one of 1976 that finally did the damage the biologists had been warning about. The missile, with its deadly warhead, exploded in the Pacific Ocean as planned. The physicists and the military men went home to study their notes, and the world shivered once more over the approaching war and tried to forget about it. But there was fallout, a radioactive rain several hundred miles to the north, and a small fishing fleet got thoroughly soaked in it. Fortunately, the radioactivity in the rain was sufficiently low to do little obvious physical damage. All it did was cause a mutation in the mumps virus that several of the men in the fleet were incubating at the time, having caught it from children of the fishing town, among whom a minor epidemic was raging. The fleet returned to its hometown, which promptly came down with the new kind of mumps. Dr. Llewellyn Shapiro, the only physician in town, was the first man to note that, while the symptoms of this disease were substantially milder than those of its unmutated parent, practically no one was immune to it, and its effects on human reproductivity were truly terrible. Most people were completely sterilized by it. The rest were rendered much less capable of fathering or bearing offspring. Shapiro's mumps spread over the entire planet in the next few decades. It leaped across every quarantine erected. For a long time it successfully defied all the vaccines and serums attempted against it. Then, when a vaccine was finally perfected, humanity discovered, to its dismay, that its generative powers had been permanently and fundamentally impaired. Something had happened to the germplasm. A large percentage of individuals were born sterile, and of those who were not, one child was usually the most that could be expected, a two-child parent being quite rare, and a three-child parent almost unknown. Strict eugenic control was instituted by the Security Council of the United Nations, so that fertile men and women would not be wasted upon non-fertile mates. Fertility was the most important avenue to social status, and right after it came successful genetic research. Genetic research had the very best minds prodded into it. The lesser ones went into the other sciences. Everyone on Earth was engaged in some form of scientific research to some extent. Since the population was now so limited in proportion to the great resources available, all physical labour had long been done by robots. The government saw to it that everybody had an ample supply of goods, and, in return, asked only that they experiment without any risk to their own lives. Every human being was now a much prized, highly guarded rarity. There were less than 100,000 of them, well below the danger point it had been estimated where a species might be wiped out by a new calamity. Not that another calamity would be needed. Since the end of the epidemic, the birth rate had been moving further and further behind the death rate. In another century, that was why a desperate and secret attempt to alter the past was being made. This kind of world was evidently impossible. Max Alban finished the manuscript and sighed. What a wonderful world! What a comfortable place to live! He walked to the rear dials and began the process of materializing at the crucial moment on April 18th, 1976. Flick! It was odd, Mac Alban reflected, that these temporal journeys, which induced coma in everyone who tried it, only made him feel slightly dizzy. That was because he was descended from Giovanni Albini, he knew. Maybe there was some genetic relationship with his above-average fertility. Might be a good idea to mention the idea to a biologist or two when he returned. If he returned. All around the time machine there was a soupy grey murk in which objects were hinted at, rather than stated definitely. It reminded him of the problems of landing a helicopter in a thick fog when the robot butler had not been told to turn on the ground lights. According to the insulated register, he was now in 1976. He lowered speed until he registered April, then manoeuvred slowly backward through time to the 18th, the day of the infamous guided missile experiment. Carefully, like an obstetrician supervising surgical robots at an unusually difficult birth, he watched the register until it rolled to rest against the notch that indicated the exactly crucial moment. Then he pushed a button and froze the machine where it was. All he had to do now was materialize in the right spot, flash out, and push the red switch from him. Then his exciting adventure would be over. But he paused and tapped at his sleek chin. He was supposed to do something a second before materialization. Yes, that nervous theoretician, Bob Skiat, had given him a last suggestion. He picked up the small metal box, twisting it around to face the opening of the time machine, and dropped it into the grey murk. A solid object floating near the opening attracted his attention. His arm shot out. It was cold as they had figured, and pulled the object inside. A sealed metal cylinder. Strange. What was it doing out there? Anxiously he opened it, not daring to believe he'd find a document inside. Yes, that was exactly what it was, he saw excitedly. He began to read it rapidly, very rapidly, as if it were a newly published paper on neutrinos. Besides, the manuscript was written with almost painful simplicity, like a textbook composed by a stuffy pedagogue for the use of morons. The problems all began with the guided missile experiment of 1976, he read. There had been a number of such experiments, but it was the one of 1976 that finally did the damage the biologists had been warning about. The missile, with its deadly warhead, exploded in the Brazilian jungle through some absolutely unforgivable error in the remote control station. The officer in charge of the station was reprimanded and the men under him court-martialed, and the Brazilian government was paid a handsome compensation for the damage. But there had been more damage than anyone knew at the time. A plant virus, similar to the tobacco mosaic, had mutated under the impact of radioactivity. 5 years later, it burst out of the jungle and completely wiped out every last rice plant on Earth. Japan and a large part of Asia became semi-deserts inhabited by a few struggling nomads. Then the virus adjusted to wheat and corn, and famine howled in every street of the planet. All attempts by botanists to control the blight failed because of the swiftness of its onslaught. And after it had fed, it hit again at a new plant, and another, and another. Most of the world's non-human mammals had been slaughtered for food long before they could starve to death. Many insects, too, before they became extinct at the loss of their edible plants, served to assuage hunger to some small extent. But the nutritive potential of Earth was steadily diminishing in a horrifying geometric progression. Recently it had been observed plankton, the tiny organisms on which most of the sea's ecology was based, had started to disappear, and with its diminution dead fish had begun to pile up on the beaches. Mankind had lunged out desperately in all directions in an effort to survive, but nothing had worked for any length of time. Even the other planets of the solar system, which had been reached and explored at a tremendous cost in remaining resources, had yielded no edible vegetation. Synthetics had failed to fill the prodigious gap. In the midst of the sharply increasing hunger, social controls had pretty much dissolved. Pathetic attempts at rationing still continued, but black markets became the only markets, and black marketeers the barons of life. Starvation took the hindmost, and only the most agile economically lived in comparative comfort. Law and order were had only by those who could afford to pay for them, and children of impoverished families were sold on the open market for a bit of food. But the blight was still adjusting to new plants, and the food supply kept shrinking. In another century, that was why the planet's powerful individuals had been persuaded to pool their wealth in a desperate attempt to alter the past. This kind of world was manifestly impossible. Mac Alban finished the document and sighed. What a magnificent world! What an exciting place to live! He dropped his hand on the side levers and began the process of materializing at the crucial moment on April 18, 1976. Flick! As the equipment of the remote control station began to take on a blurred reality all around him, Max Alban felt a bit of fear at what he was doing. The technicians, he remembered, the Secretary-General, even the black market kings had all warned him not to go ahead with his instructions if anything unusual turned up. That was an awful lot of power to disobey. He knew he should return with this new information and let better minds work on it. They, with their easy lives, what did they know what existence had been like for such as he? Hunger, always hunger, scrabbling, servility, and more hunger. Every time things got really tight, you and your wife looking sideways at your kids and wondering which of them would bring the best price, buying security for them, as he was now, at the risk of his life. But in this other world, this other 2089, there was a state that took care of you and that treasured your children. A man like himself with 5 children, why, he'd be a big man, maybe the biggest on Earth. And he'd have robots to work for him, and lots of food. Above all, lots and lots of food. He'd even be a scientist. Everyone was a scientist there, weren't they? And he'd have a big laboratory all to himself. This other world had its troubles, but it was a lot nicer place than where he'd come from. He wouldn't return. He'd go through with it. The fear left him, and for the first time in his life, Max Alban felt the sensation of power. He materialized the time machine around the green instrument panel, sweating a bit at the sight of the roomful of military figures, despite the technician's reassurances that all this would be happening too fast to be visible. He saw the single red switch pointed upward on the instrument panel, the switch that controlled the course of the missile. Now to make a halfway decent world. Max Alban pulled the little red switch towards him. Flick! As the equipment of the remote control station began to oscillate into reality around him, Mac Alban felt a bit of shame at what he was doing. He'd promised Bob and Hugo to drop the experiment at any stage if a new factor showed up. He knew he should go back with his new information and have all 3 of them kick it around. But what would they be able to tell him, they with their blissful adjustments to their thoroughly blueprinted lives? They, at least, had been ordered to marry women they could live with. He had drawn a female with whom he was completely incompatible in any but a genetic sense. Genetics. He was tired of genetics and the sanctity of human life, tired to the tip of his uncalloused fingers, tired to the recesses of his unused muscles. He was tired of having to undertake a simple adventure like a thief in the night. But in this other world, this other 2089, someone like himself would be a monarch of the black market, a Surazane of chaos, making his own rules, taking his own women. So what if the weaklings, those unfit to carry on the race, went to the wall? His kind wouldn't. He'd formed a pretty good idea of the kind of men who ruled that other world from the document in the sealed metal cylinder. The black marketeers had not even read it. Why, the fools had obviously been duped by the technicians into permitting the experiment. They had not grasped the idea that an alternate time track would mean their own non-existence. This other world had its troubles, but it was certainly a livelier place than where he'd come from. It deserved a chance. Yes, that was how he felt. His world was drowsily moribund. This alternate was starving, but managed to flail away at destiny. It deserved a chance. Alban decided he was experiencing renunciation and felt proud. He materialized the time machine around the green instrument panel, disregarding the roomful of military figures, since he knew they could not see him. The single red switch pointed downward on the instrument panel. That was the gimmick that controlled the course of the missile. Now to make a halfway interesting world. Mac Alban pushed the little red switch from him. Flick! Now to make a halfway decent world. Max Alban pulled the little red switch toward him. Flick! Now to make a halfway interesting world. Mac Alban pushed the little red switch from him. Flick! Pulled the little red switch towards him. Flick! Pushed the little red switch from him. Flick! Toward him. Flick! From him. Flick! End of All Possible Worlds by William Tenn. Recording by BarryHaworth, Brisbane, Australia. Picture Bride by William Morrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BarryHaworth. Picture Bride by William Morrison. My brother, Perry, always was a bit cracked. As a kid, he almost blew up our house doing experiments. When he was 18, he wrote poetry, but fortunately that didn't last long, and he went back to science. Now, when he showed me this picture, I figured he'd had a relapse of some kind. "This is the girl I'm in love with," he said. She wasn't bad. Not bad at all, even if her clothes were crazy. She wasn't my type, too brainy looking, although I could see how some guys would go for her. "I thought you liked blondes." "I wouldn't give you 2 cents for all the blondes in Hollywood," he answered. "This is the only girl for me." "You sound as if you've got it bad," I said. "You going to marry her?" His face dropped about a mile. "I can't." "You mean she's married already?" I was surprised. This wasn't like Perry at all. He sort of hesitated, as if he was afraid of saying too much. "No, she isn't married. I asked her about that. But I can't marry her because, well, I've never met her. All I've seen of her is this picture and a few more. She doesn't live here." "You mean she's in Europe?" I've heard of these love affairs by mail, and they never made much sense to me. I said to Perry, "Why can't she come to this country?" "Oh, there's a lot of things in the way." It sounded worse and worse. I said, "Look, Perry, this smells like a racket to me. It's the kind of thing a couple of shrewd operators cook up to take some hick for a ride. I'm surprised at you for falling for it. How do you know there really is a dame like that in Europe? Anyone can send pictures. You've got it all wrong, he said. I've spoken to her. By phone? How do you know who's on the other end? You hear a dame's voice you've never heard before. What makes you think it's hers? Again, he didn't seem to want to talk, as if he had some secret to hide. But I guess he felt like getting things off his chest, too, or he wouldn't have opened up in the first place. And he had already told me enough that if he didn't tell me more, he'd sound like a dope. So, after hesitating even longer than before, he said, "Let's get this straight, George. This is no racket. I've seen and talked to her at the same time. And the things she talked about, no con man would know." "You've seen and talked to her at the same time? You mean by TV? I don't believe it. They can't send TV to Europe." "I didn't say it was TV, and I didn't say she lived in Europe." "That's exactly what you did say. Or maybe you meant she lived on Mars." "No, she's an American." "This makes less and less sense to me. Where did you meet her?" He turned red and squirmed all over the place. Finally he said, "Right here in my own laboratory." "In your own laboratory? But you said you've never met her in the flesh." "I didn't. Not really by TV either. The fact is, she isn't born yet." I backed away from him. When he was a kid and blew up our kitchen, I didn't like it. When he wrote poetry, I was kind of ashamed and didn't want my pals to know that he was my brother. Now I was really scared. Everything he had been saying in the last 10 minutes began to make sense, but a screwy kind of sense. He saw how I felt. "Don't worry, George. I haven't gone crazy. Her time is 2973, more than 1,000 years from now. The only way I've seen and talked to her is on a time contact machine." "Come again?" "A kind of time machine. It can't send material objects back and forth across time, as far as I know, but it can send certain waves, especially the kind we use to transmit signals. That's how she and I could talk to each other and see each other." "Perry, I think you ought to see a good doctor." "It's a remarkable device," he said, paying no attention to how I was trying to help him. "She's the one who first constructed it and contacted me. It's based on an extension of Einstein's equations." "You think you can explain so much," I said. "OK then, explain this. This dame isn't going to be born for 1,000 years, and yet you tell me you're in love with her. What's the difference between you and somebody that's nuts?" I asked, as if anybody knew the answer. He certainly didn't. In fact, he went ahead and proved to me that they were the same thing, because for the next couple of weeks, the only thing he'd talk about, outside of equations I couldn't understand, was this dame. How smart she was, and how beautiful she was, and how wonderful she was in every way that a dame could be wonderful, and how she loved him. For a time he had me convinced that she actually existed. "Compared with you," I said, "Romeo had a mild case." "There are some quantities so great that you can't measure them," he said. "That will give you some idea of our love for each other." There it went, the old poetry, cropping out of him just like before. And all the time I'd been thinking it was like measles, something that you get once and it builds up your resistance so you don't get it again, or at least not bad. It just goes to show how wrong I could be. "What preacher are you going to get to marry you?" I asked. "A guy born 500 years from now?" "I don't think that's funny," he said. "You're telling me. Look, Perry, you're smart enough to know what I'm thinking." "You still think I'm crazy." "I've got an open mind on the subject. Now, if you won't see a doctor, how about letting me take a look at this dame so I can convince myself?" "No," he said. "I've considered doing that and decided against it. Her voice and image come through for only about 5 minutes a day, sometimes less, and those minutes are very precious to us. We don't want anyone else present, anyone at all." "Not even to convince me she actually exists?" "You wouldn't be convinced anyway," he said very shrewdly. "No matter what I showed you, you'd still find a reason to call it a fraud." He was right at that. It would take a lot of convincing to make me believe that a babe who wasn't going to get born for 1,000 years was in love with him. I began keeping an eye on Perry, dropping in at the laboratory to pay him visits. There was what looked like a 10-inch TV tube in one corner of his place, not housed in a cabinet, but lying on the table among dozens of other tubes and rheostats and meters and other things I didn't know about. Along the wall that led from this corner was a lot of stuff which Perry said was high voltage and warned me not to touch. I kept away. I wasn't trying to figure out how to get myself killed. All I wanted to know was when he saw this girl. Finally, I managed to pin the time down to between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. For 5 minutes every day, during that hour, he locked the door and didn't answer phone calls. I figured that if I dropped in then I might get a glimpse of her. And that's what I did. At first, when I knocked on the door, there was no answer. In a minute, though, I heard Perry's voice, but he wasn't talking to me. He was saying, "Darling," and he sounded kind of sick, which I figured was due to love. Come to think of it, he might have been scared a little. I heard him say, "Don't be afraid," and it was quiet for about 15 seconds. Then I heard a terrific crash like lightning striking. The door shook, and I smelled something sharp, and the first thing I wanted to do was to get out of that place, but I couldn't leave my brother in there. I got my shoulder to the door and had no trouble at all. The explosion, or whatever it was, must have weakened the hinges. As the door crashed in, I looked for Perry. There was no sign of him, but I could see his shoes on the floor in front of that TV tube where he must have been standing. No feet in them, though, just his socks. All the high-voltage stuff was smoking. The TV screen was all lit up, and on it I could see a girl's face, the same girl whose picture Perry had shown me. She was wearing one of those funny costumes, and she looked scared. It was a clear picture, and I could even see the way she gulped. Then she broke out in a happy smile, and for about half a second, before the second explosion, I could see Perry on the screen. After that second explosion, even though it wasn't near as big as the first, that TV set was nothing but a mess of twisted junk, and there was no screen left to see anything on. Perry liked to have everything just so, and he'd never think of going any place without his tie being knotted just right, and his socks matching, and so on. And here he'd travelled 1,000 years into the future in bare feet. I felt kind of embarrassed for him. Anyway, they were engaged, and now they must be married, so I guess she had slippers waiting for him. I'm just sorry I missed the wedding. End of Picture Bride by William Morrison. Recording by BarryHaworth, Brisbane, Australia.
Subversive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Subversive by Mac Reynolds. Subversive is in essence a negative term. It means simply against the existing system. It doesn't mean subversives all agree. The young man with the brown paper bag said, "Is Mrs. Crody in?" "I'm afraid she isn't. Is there anything I can do?" "You are Mr. Crody?" "I came about the soap." He held up the paper bag. "Soap?" Mr. Crody asked blankly. He was the epitome of mid-aged husband, complete to pipe, carpet slippers, and office slump posture. "That's right. I'm sure she told you about it. My name's Dickens, Warren Dickens. I sold a..." "Look here, you mean to tell me in this day and age you go around from door to door peddling soap? Great guns, boy. You would do better on unemployment insurance. It's permanent now." Warren Dickens registered distress. "Mr. Crody, could I come in and tell you about it? If I can make the first delivery to you instead of Mrs. Crody, shucks, it'll save me coming back." Crody led him back into the living room, motioned him to a chair, and settled into what was obviously his own favorite, handily placed before the telly. Crody said tolerantly, "Now then, what's this about selling soap? What kind of soap? What brand?" "Oh, it has no name, sir. That's the point." The other looked at him. "That's why we can sell it for 3 cents a cake instead of 25. Dickens opened the paper bag and fished out an ordinary enough looking cake of soap and handed it to the older man. Mr. Crody took it, stared down at it, turned it over in his hands. It was still blank. Well, what's the difference about it? There's nothing different about it. It's the same as any other soap. I mean, how come you sell it for 3 cents a cake, and what's the fact there's no name got to do with it? Warren Dickens leaned forward and went into what was obviously a strictly routine pitch. Mr. Crody, have you ever considered what you're buying when they nick you 25 cents on your credit card for a bar of soap in an ultra market? There was an edge of impatience in the old man's voice. I buy soap. No, sir. That's your mistake. What you buy is a telly show, in fact several of them, with all their expensive comedians, singers, musicians, dancers, news commentators, network vice presidents and all the rest. Then you buy fancy packaging. You'll note, by the way, that a product hasn't even a piece of tissue paper wrapped around it. Fancy packaging designed by some of the most competent commercial artists and motivational research men in the country. Then you buy distribution. From the factory all the way to the retail ultra market where your wife shops. And every time that bar of soap goes from one wholesaler or distributor to another, the price roughly doubles. You also buy a brain trust whose full-time project is to keep you using their soap and not letting their competitors talk you into switching brands. The brain trust, of course, also works on luring away the competitors' customers to their product. Shucks, Mr. Crody, practically none of the 25 cents you spend to buy a cake of soap goes for soap. So small a percentage that you might as well forget about it. Mr. Crody was obviously taken aback. Well, how do I know this nameless soap you're peddling is? Well, any good? Warren Dickens sighed deeply, and in such wise that it was obvious that he had so sighed before. Sir, there's no difference between soaps. Oh, they might use a slightly different perfume or tinted slightly different color. But for all practical purposes, common hand soap, common bath soap is soap, period. All the stuff the copywriters dream up about secret ingredients and health for your skin and cosmetic qualities and all the rest is Madison Avenue gobbledygook and applies as well to one brand as another. As a matter of fact, often two or different soap companies, supposedly keen competitors and using widely different advertising, have their products manufactured in the same plant. Mr. Crody blinked at him, shifted in his chair, rubbed his chin as though checking his morning shave. Well, then where do you get your soap? The same place. We buy in fantastically large lots from one of the gigantic automated soap plants. Mr. Crody had him now. Aha! Then how come you sell it for 3 cents a cake instead of 25? I've been telling you, our soap doesn't even have a name, not to mention an advertising budget. Far from spending fortunes redesigning our packaging every few months in attempts to lure new customers, we don't package the stuff at all. It comes to you in the simplest possible wrapping, though through the mails. A new supply every month, 3 cents a cake, no middlemen, no wholesalers, distributors. No nothing, except soap at 3 cents a cake. Mr. Crody leaned back in his chair. I'll be darned, he thought it over. Listen, do you sell anything besides soap? Not right now, sir, but soap flakes are coming up next week, and I think we'll be going into bread in a month or two. Bread? Yes, sir, bread. Although we'll have to distribute that by truck and have to have almost 100% coverage in a given section before it is practical. A nickel a loaf. 5 cents a loaf? You can't make bread for that much. Oh yes, we can. We can't advertise it, package it, and pay a host of in-betweens is all. From the bakery to you, period. Mr. Crody seemed fascinated. He said, See here, what's the address of your office? Warren Dickens shook his head. Sorry, sir. That's all part of it. We have no swanky offices with big expensive staffs. We operate on the smallest of shoestrings. No brain trust. No complaint department. No public relations. No literature on how to beautify yourself. No nothing except good soap at 3 cents a cake plus postage. Now, if you'll sign this contract, we'll put you on our mailing list. 10 bars of soap a month, Mrs. Crody said. I brought this first supply so you could test it and see that the whole thing is bona fide. Mr. Crody had to test it, but then he had to admit he couldn't tell any difference between the nameless soap and the product to which it was used. Eventually he signed, made the first payment, shook hands with young Dickens, and saw him to the door. He said in parting, "I still wonder why you do this, rather than dragging down unemployment insurance like most young men fresh out of school." Warren Dickens screwed up his face. This was a question that wasn't routine. "Well, I make approximately the same if I stick to it and get enough contracts. And shucks, they're not hard to get. And, well, I'm working, not just bumming on the rest of the country. I'm doing something useful." Crody pursed his lips and shrugged. It's been a long time since anybody cared about that. He looked after the young man as he walked down the walk. Then he turned and headed for the phone, and 10 years seemed to drop away from him. He lit the screen with a flick, dialed, and said crisply, "That's him, Jerry, going down the walk now. Don't let him out of your sight." Jerry's face was on the screen, but he was obviously peering down from the heliojet, locating the subject. "Okay, Tracy, I make him. See you later." His face faded. The man who had called himself Mr. Crody dialed again, not bothering to light the screen. "All right," he said. "Thank Mrs. Crody, and let her come home now." Frank Tracy worked his way down an aisle of automated phonotypers and other office equipment. The handful of operators, their faces bored, periodically strolled up and down, needlessly checking that which seldom needed checking. He entered the receptionist's office, flicked a hand at Laverne Sandel, one of the few employees it seemed impossible to automate out of a position, and said, "The chief is probably expecting me." "That he is. Go right in, Mr. Tracy." "I am expecting a call from one of the operatives. Put it through. Eh, Laverne?" "Righto." Even as he walked toward the door to the sanctum sanctorum, he grimaced sorely at her. "Righto, yet? Isn't that a bit on the maze side? Doesn't sound very authentic to me." "I can see you don't put in your telly time, Miss Tracy. Slang goes in cycles these days. They simply don't dream up a whole new set of expressions every generation anymore because everybody gets tired of them so soon. Instead, older periods of idiom are revived. For instance, scram is coming back in." He stopped long enough to look at her, frowning. "Scram?" She took him in quizzically, estimating. "Possibly. Dust or get lost was the term when you were a boy." Tracy chuckled wryly. "Thanks for the compliment, but I go back to the days of beat it." In the inner office, the chief looked up at him. "Sit down, Frank. What's the word? Another exponent of free enterprise prehistoric style?" Frank Tracy found a chair and began talking even while fumbling for briar and tobacco pouch. "No," he grumbled. "I don't think so, not this time. I'm afraid there might be something more to it." His boss leaned back in the massive old-fashioned chair he affected and patted his belly as though appreciative of a good meal just finished. "Oh?" "Give it all to me." Tracy finished lighting his pipe, flicked the match out, and put it back in his pocket, noting that he'd have to get a new one of these days. He cleared his throat and said, "Reports began coming in of house-to-house canvassers selling soap for 3 cents a bar." 3 cents a bar? They can't manufacture it for that. Will the stuff pass the health department? Evidently, Tracy said dryly. The salesman claimed it's the same soap as reputable firms peddle. "Go on." "We had to go to a bit of trouble to get a line on them without raising their suspicion. One of the boys lived in a neighborhood that was being canvassed for new customers and his wife had signed up. So I took a place when the salesman arrived with their first delivery. They delivered the first batch. I let him think I was Bob Crody and question him, but not enough to raise his suspicions. And an outfit selling soap and planning on branching into bread and heavens know what else. No advertising, no middlemen. No nothing, as the salesman said, except standard soap at 3 cents a bar. They can't package it for that. They don't package it at all." The chief raised his chubby right hand and wiped it over his face in a stereotyped gesture of resignation. "Did you get his home office address? Maybe there's some way of buying them out. Indirectly, of course." "No, sir." It seemed to be somewhat of a secret. The other's eyes widened. "Ridiculous. You can't hide anything like that. There's 100 ways of tracking them down before the day is out. Of course. I've got Jerome Weissman following him in a heliojet. No use getting rough as yet. We'll keep it quiet, assuming that meets with your approval. You are on the field, Frank. You make the decisions." The phone screen had lighted up, and Laverne's piquant face faded in. The call Mr. Tracy was expecting from Operative Weissman. "Put him on," the chief said, lacing his plump fingers over his stomach. Jerry's face appeared on the screen. He was obviously parked on the street now. He said, "Subject has disappeared into his office building, Tracy. For the past 15 minutes he's kind of looked as though the day's work was through, and since this dump could hardly be anybody's home, he must be reporting to his higher-ups." "Let's see the building," Tracy said. The portable screen was directed in such a manner that a disreputable-appearing building, obviously devoted to fourth-rate businesses, was centered. "Okay," Tracy said. "I'll be over. You can knock off, Jerry. Oh, except for one thing. Subject's name is Warren Dickens. Just for luck, get a complete dossier on him. I doubt if he's got a criminal or subversive record, but you never know." Jerry said, "Right," and faded. Frank Tracy came to his feet and knocked the rest of his pipe out into the gigantic ashtray on his boss's desk. "Well, I suppose the next step is mine." "Check back with me as soon as you know anything more," the chief said. He wheezed a sigh as though sorry the interview was over and that he would have to go back to his desk chores, but shifted his bulk and took up a sheaf of papers. Just as Tracy got to the door, the chief said, "Oh yes, easy on the rough stuff, Tracy. I've been hearing some disquieting reports about some of the over-enthusiastic bully boys on your team. We wouldn't want such material to get into the telecasts." "Lord bottom," Tracy growled inwardly as he left. Did the chief think he liked violence? Did anyone in his right mind like violence? Frank Tracy looked up at the mid-century type office building. He was somewhat surprised that the edifice still remained. Where did the owners ever find profitable tenants? What business could be so small these days that it could be based in such quarters? However, here it was. The lobby was shabby. There was no indication on the list of tenants of the firm he was seeking, nor was there a porter. The elevator was out of repair. He did it the hard way, going from door to door, entering hat in hand apologetically and saying, "Pardon me, you are the people who sell the soap?" They kept telling him no until he reached the third floor and a door to an office even smaller than usual. It was lettered Freer Enterprises, and even as he knocked and entered, the wording rang a bell. There was only one desk, but it was efficiently equipped with the latest in office gadgetry. The room was quite choked with files and even a mini IBM tri-unit. The man behind the desk was old-fashioned enough to wear glasses, but otherwise seemed the average aggressive executive type you expected to meet in these United States of Americas. He was possibly in his mid-30s and one of those alert, overeager characters, irritating to those who believe in taking matters less than urgently. He looked up and said snappily, "What can I do for you?" Tracy dropped on easygoing characterization. "You are the people who sell the soap?" "That is correct." "What can I do for you?" Tracy said easily, "Why, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the enterprise." "To what end, sir?" "You'd be surprised how busy a man I am." Tracy said, "Suppose I'm from the Greater New York News Times looking for a story?" The other tapped a finger on his desk impatiently. "Pardon me, but in that case I would be inclined to think you a liar. The News Times knows upon which side its bread is spread. Its advertisers include all the soap companies. It does not dispense free advertising through its news columns." Tracy chuckled wryly. "All right, let's start again." He brought forth his wallet, flicked through various identification cards until he found the one he wanted and presented it. "Frank Tracy is the name," he said. "Department of Internal Revenue. There seems to be some question as to your corporation taxes." "Oh," the other said, obviously taken aback. "Please have a chair." He read the authentic-looking but spurious credentials. Tracy took the proffered chair, then sat and looked at the other as though it was his turn. "My name is Flowers," the Free Enterprises man told him nervously. "Frederick Flowers. Frankly, this is my first month at the job, and I'm not too well acquainted with all the ramifications of the business." He moistened his lips. "I hope there is nothing illegal." He let the sentence fade away. Tracy reclaimed his false identity papers and put them back into his wallet before saying easily, "I really couldn't say as yet. Let's have a bit of questions and answers, and I'll go further into the matter." Flowers regained his confidence. "No reason why not," he said quickly. "So far as I know, all is above board." Frank Tracy let his eyes go about the room. "Why are you established, almost secretly you might say, in this business backwoods of the city?" "No secret about it," Flowers demurred. Merely the cheapest print we could find. We cut costs to the bone and then shave the bone. I've spoken to one of your salesmen, Warren Dickens, and I suppose he gave me the standard sales talk. I wonder if you could elaborate on your company's policies, its goals, that sort of thing. Goals? You obviously expect to make money somehow or other, though I don't see that peddling soap at 3 cents a bar has much of a future. There must be some further angle. Flowers said, admittedly, soap is just a beginning. Among other things, it's given us a mailing list of satisfied customers. Consumers who can then be approached for future purchases. Frank Tracy relaxed in his chair, reached for a pipe and tobacco, and let the other go on, but his eyes had narrowed coldly. Flowers wrapped himself up in the subject. Mr. Tracy, you probably have no idea of the extent to which citizens of Great America are being victimized. Let me use but one example. He came quickly to his feet, crossed to a small toilet which opened off the office, and returned with a power-pack electric shaver, which he handed to Tracy. Tracy looked at it, put it back on the desk, and nodded. It's a brand I have, he said agreeably. Yes, and millions of others. What did you pay for it? Frank Tracy allowed himself a slight smirk. As a matter of fact, I got mine through a discount outfit, only $25. Only $25, huh? When the retail price is supposedly $35? Flowers was triumphant. A great bargain, huh? Well, let me give you a rundown, Mr. Tracy. He took a quick breath. True, they are advertised to retail at $35, and stores that sell them at that rate make a profit of 50%. The regional supply house before them knocks down from 40 to 60% on the wholesale price. Then the trade name distributor makes at least 50% on the sales to the regional supply houses. Trade name distributor? Tracy said as though ignorant of what the other was talking about. You mean the manufacturer? No, sir. That razor you just looked at bears a trade name of a company that owns no factory of its own. It buys razors from a large electrical appliances manufacturing complex, which turns out several other name brand electric razors as well. The trade name company does nothing except market the product. Its budget, by the way, calls for an expenditure of $6 in every razor for national advertising. Well, what are you getting at? Tracy said impatiently. Frederick Flowers had reached his punchline. All right, they have traced the razor all the way back to the manufacturing complex which made it. Mr. Tracy, that razor you bought at a discount bargain for $25 cost 38 cents to produce. Tracy pretended to be dumbfounded. I don't believe it. It can be proven. Frank Tracy thought about it for a while. Well, even if it is true, so what? It's a crime. That's so what? Flowers blurted indignantly. And that's where Free Enterprises comes in. Very shortly, we're going to enter the market with an electric razor retailing for exactly $1. No name brand, no advertising, no nothing, except a razor just as good as those selling for from $25 to $50. Tracy scoffed his disbelief. That's where you're wrong. No electric razor manufacturer would sell to you. They'd be cutting their own throats. The Free Enterprises official shook his head in scorn. That's where you are wrong. The same electric appliance manufacturer who produced that razor there will make a similar one, slightly different in appearance, for the same price for us. They don't care what happens to their product once they make their profit from it. Business is business. We'll be at least as good a customer as any of the others have ever been. Eventually better, since we'll be getting electric razors into the hands of people who never felt they could afford one before. He shook a finger at Tracy. Manufacturers have been doing this for a long time. I imagine it was the old mail order houses that started it. They'd get in touch with the manufacturer of, say, typewriters or outboard motors or whatever, and order tens of thousands of these, not an iota different from the manufacturer's standard product except for the nameplate. They'd then sell these for as little as half the ordinary retail price. Tracy seemed to think it over for a long moment. Eventually he said, even then you're not going to break any records making money. Your distribution cost might be pared to the bone, but you still have some. There'll be darn little profit left on each razor you sell. Flowers was triumphant again. We're not going to stop at razors once underway. How about automobiles? Have you any idea of the disparity between the cost of production of a car and what they retail for? Well, no. Here's an example. As far back as 1930, a barge company transporting some brand new cars across Lake Erie from Detroit had an accident and lost a couple of hundred. The auto manufacturers sued, trying to get the retail price of each car. Instead, the court awarded them the cost of manufacture. You know what it came to? Labor, materials, depreciation on machinery, everything? $75 per car. And that was around 1930. Since then, automation has swept the industry and manufacturing costs per unit have dropped drastically. The free enterprises executive was now in full voice. But even that's not the ultimate. After all, cars were selling for as cheaply as $425 then. Let's take some items such as aspirin. You can, of course, buy small neatly packaged tins of 12 for 25 cents, but supposedly more intelligent buyers will buy bottles for 40 or 50 cents. If the druggist puts out a special for 15 cents a bottle, it will largely be refused since the advertising conditioned customer doesn't want an inferior product. Actually, of course, aspirin is aspirin, and you can buy it in 100-pound lots in polythene film bags at about 14 cents a pound, or in carload lots under the chemical name of acetyl salicylic acid for 11 cents a pound. And any big chemical corporation will sell you USP grade milk of magnesia at about $6 a ton. Its chemical name, of course, is magnesium hydroxide or MgOH2, and you'd have 1000 quarts in that ton. Buying it beautifully packaged and fully advertised, you would pay up to $1.25 a pint in the druggist section of a modern ultramarket. Tracy had heard enough. He said crisply, "All right, Mr. Flowers of Free Enterprises, now let me ask you something. Do you consider this country prosperous?" Flowers blinked. Of a sudden, the man across from him seemed to have changed character, added considerable dynamic to his makeup. He flustered. "Yes, I suppose so. But it could be considerably more prosperous if," Tracy was sneering, "if consumer prices were brought down drastically, hey? Mr. Flowers, you are incredibly naive when it comes to modern economics. Do you realize that one of the most significant developments, economically speaking, took place in the 1950s? Something perhaps more significant than the development of atomic power?" Flowers blinked again, mesmerized by the other's new domineering personality. "I don't know what you're talking about. The majority of employees in the United States turned from blue collars to white." Flowers looked pained. "I don't." "No, of course you don't. Or you wouldn't be participating in a subversive attack upon our economy, which, if successful, would lead to the collapse of the Western prosperity and eventually to the success of Soviet complex." Mr. Flowers gobbled a bit, then gulped. "I'll spell it out for you," Tracy pursued. "In the early days of capitalism, back when Marx and Engels were writing such works as Capital, the overwhelming majority of the working class were employed directly in production. For a long time, it was quite accurate when the political cartoonists depicted a working man as wearing overalls and carrying a hammer or wrench. In short, employees who got their hands dirty outnumbered those who didn't. But with the coming of increased mechanization and eventually automation and the second industrial revolution, more and more employees went into sales and the so-called service industries, advertising, and entertainment, which has become largely a branch of advertising, distribution, and above all, government, which in this bureaucratic age is largely a matter of regulation of business and property relationships. As automation continued, fewer and fewer of our people were needed to produce all the commodities that the country could assimilate under our present socio-economic system. And I need only to point out that the average American still enjoys more material things than any other nation, though admittedly the European countries, and I don't exclude the Soviet complex, are coming up fast. Flowers said indignantly, "But what is this charge that I'm participating in a subversive?" "Mr. Flowers," Tracy overrode him, "let's not descend to pure maize in our denials of the obvious. If this outfit of yours, Free Enterprises, was successful in its fondest dreams, what would happen? Why, the consumers would be able to buy commodities at a fraction of the present cost." Tracy half came to his feet and pounded the table with fierce emphasis. "What would they buy them with? They'll all be out of jobs." Frederick Flowers bug-eyed him. Tracy sat down again and seemingly regained control of himself. His voice was softer now. "Our social system may have its strains and tensions, Mr. Flowers, but it works, and we don't want anybody throwing wrenches in its admittedly delicate machinery. Advertising is currently one of the biggest industries of the country. The entertainment industry, admittedly now based on advertising, is gigantic. Our magazines and newspapers, employing hundreds of thousands of employees, from editors right on down to newsstand operators, are able to exist only through advertising revenue. Above all, millions of our population are employed in the service industries and in distribution, in the stock market, in the commodity markets, and all the other branches of distribution which you free enterprises people want to pull down. A third of our working force is now unemployed, but given your way, it would be at least 2/3. Flowers, suddenly suspicious, said, "What has all this to do with the Department of Internal Revenue, Mr. Tracy?" Tracy came to his feet and smiled ruefully, albeit a bit grimly. "Nothing," he admitted. "I have nothing at all to do with that department. Here is my real card, Mr. Flowers." The Free Enterprises man must have felt a twinge of premonition even as he took it up, but the effect was still enough to startle him. "Bureau of Economic Subversion," he said. "Now then," Tracy snapped, "I want the names of your high-ups and the address of your central office, Flowers. Frankly, you are in the soup. As you possibly know, our hush-hush department has unlimited emergency powers, being answerable only to the president." I have never even heard of it," Flowers stuttered, "but—" Tracy held up a contemptuous hand. "Many people haven't," he said curtly. Frank Tracy hurried through the outer office into Laverne Sandal's domain and bit out to her, "Tell the chief I'm here. Crisis. And immediately get my team together, all 8 of them. Heavy equipment. Have a jet ready. Chicago. The team will rendezvous at the airport." Laverne was just as crisp. "Yes, sir." She began doing things with buttons and switches. Tracy hurried into the chief's office and didn't bother with the usual amenities. He snapped, "Worse than I thought, sir. This outfit is possibly openly subversive, deliberately undermining the economy." His superior put down the report he was perusing and shifted his bulk backward. "You're sure? We seldom run into such extremes." I know, but this could be it. Possibly a deliberate program. I've taken the initiative to have Miss Sandal summon my team." "Now, see here, Frank." The bureau head looked at him anxiously. Tracy said, impatience there. "Chief, you're going to have to let your field men use their discretion. I tell you, this thing is a potential snowball. I'll play it cool. Arrange things so that there'll be no scandal for the tele-reporters. But we have got to chill this one quickly, or it'll be on a coast-to-coast basis before the year is out. They're even talking about going into automobiles." The chief winced, then said unhappily, "All right, Tracy. However, mind what I said. Curb those roughnecks of yours." It proved considerably easier than Frank Tracy had hoped for. Adam Monco's national headquarters turned out to be in a sparsely settled area not far from Woodstock, Illinois. The house, in the Passay Ranch style, must have once been a millionaire's baby, what with an artificial fishing lake in the back, a kidney-shaped swimming pool, extensive gardens, and an imposing approach up a corridor of trees. "Right up to the front door," Tracy growled to the operative driving the first hovercar of their 2-vehicle expedition. "The quicker we move, the better." He turned his head to the men in the rear seat. "We 5 will go in together. I don't expect trouble. They will have had no advance warning. I made sure of that. Jerry has equipment in his car to blanket any radio sending. We'll take care of phones in the house. No rough stuff. We want to talk to these people." One of the men growled, "Suppose they start shooting?" Tracy snorted. "Then shoot back, of course. But just don't you start it. I shouldn't have to tell you these things." "Got it," one of the others said. He shifted his shoulder to loosen the .38 recoilless in his holster. At the ornate doorway, the cars, which had been moving fast, a foot or so off the ground, came to a quick halt, settled, and the men disgorged, guns in hand. Tracy called to the occupants of the other vehicle, "On the double, surround the house. Don't let anybody leave. Come on, boys." He scurried down the flagstone walk, banged on the door. It was opened by a houseman who stared at them uncomprehendingly. "The occupants of this establishment are under arrest," Tracy snapped. He flashed a gold badge. "Take me to Adam Moncure." He turned to his men and gestured with his head. "Take over, boys. Jerry, you come with me." The houseman was terrified, but not to the point of being unable to lead them to a gigantic former living room, now converted to offices. There was an older man and 4 assistants, all in shirt sleeves in concession to the Midwestern summer, none armed from all Tracy could see. They looked up in surprise rather than dismay. The older man snapped. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" Jerry chuckled sourly. Frank Tracy said, "You are all under arrest. Jerry, herd these clerks, or whatever they are, into some other room. Get any other occupants of the house together too, and watch them carefully, confounded. Don't underestimate these people. And make a search for secret rooms, cellars, that sort of thing." "Right," Jerry growled. The older of the 5 Free Enterprises men was on his feet now. He was a thin, angry-faced type, grey of hair, and somewhere in his 60s. "I want to know the meaning of this," he roared. "Adam Moncure," Tracy said crisply. "That is correct. And to what do I owe this cavalier intrusion into my home and place of business?" Jerry, at pistol point, was herding the 4 assistants from the room, taking the housemen along with them. Tracy looked at Moncure speculatively, then dipped into his pockets for pipe and tobacco. He gestured to a chair with his head. "Sit down, Mr. Moncure. The jig is up." "The jig?" the other blurted in a fine rage. "I insist." Okay, you'll get your explanation." Tracy sat down on a couch himself and sized up the older man, even as he lit his pipe. Moncure, still breathing heavily in his indignation, took control of himself well enough to be seated. "Well, sir," he bit out, Tracy said curtly. "Frank Tracy, Bureau of Economic Subversion." "Bureau of Economic Subversion?" Moncure said indignantly. "What in the name of all that is holy is the Bureau of Economic Subversion?" Tracy pointed at him with the pipe stem. "I'll ask a few questions first, please. How many branches of your nefarious outfit are presently under operation?" The other glared at him, but Tracy merely returned the pipe to his mouth and glowered back. Finally, Moncure snapped. "There is no purpose in hiding any of our affairs. We have opened preliminary offices only in Chicago and New York. Free Enterprises is but in its infancy." "Praise Allah for that," Tracy muttered sarcastically. "And thus far we have dealt only in soap. However, as our organization gets underway, we plan to branch out into a score and ultimately hundreds of products." Tracy said, "You can forget about that, Moncure. Free Enterprises comes to a halt as of today. Do you realize that your business tactics would lead to a complete collapse of gainful employment and eventually to a depression such as this nation has never seen before?" "Exactly," Moncure snapped in Britain. It was Tracy's turn to react. His eyes widened, then narrowed. "Do you mean that you are deliberately attempting to undermine the economy of the United States of Americas? Remember, Mr. Moncure, you are under arrest and anything you say may be held against you." "Undermine it?" Moncure said heatedly. "Bring it crashing to the ground is a better term. There has never been such an abortion developed in the history of political economy." He came to his feet again and began storming up and down the room. "A full 3/4 of our employed working at nothing jobs, gobbledygook jobs, non-producing jobs, make-work jobs, red tape bureaucracy jobs. At a time when the nation is supposedly in a breakneck economic competition with the Soviet complex, we put our best brains into advertising, entertainment, and sales, while they put theirs into science and industry." He stopped long enough to shake an indignant finger at the surprised Tracy. "But that isn't the worst of it. Have you ever heard of planned obsolescence?" Tracy acted as though on the defensive. "Well, sure. In the Soviet complex, and for that matter in common Europe and other economic competitors of ours, they simply don't believe in planned obsolescence and all its related nonsense. Razor blades everywhere except in this country don't go dull after 2 or 3 shaves. Cars don't fall apart after 2 or 3 years, or even become so out of style that the owner feels that he is losing status by being seen in it. The owners expect to keep them half a lifetime. Automobile batteries don't go to pieces after 18 months, they last for a decade. And on and on." The old boy was really unwinding now. "Nor is even that the nadir of this economic hodgepodge we have allowed to develop, this economy of production for sale rather than production for use." He stabbed with his fingers. "I think one of the best examples of what was to come was to be witnessed way back at the end of the Second War. The idea of the ball-bearing pen was in the air. The first one to hurry into production gave his pen a tremendous build-up. It had ink Enough to last 3 years. It would make many carbon copies. You could use it underwater and so on and so forth. It cost $15 and there was only one difficulty with it. It wouldn't write. Not that that made any difference because it sold like hotcakes, what with all the promotion. He wasn't interested in whether or not it would write, but only in whether or not it would sell. Moncure threw up his hands dramatically. I ask you, can such an economic system be taken seriously? What's your point? Tracy growled dangerously. He had never met one this far out before. Isn't it obvious? Continue this ridiculous economy and we'll all lose the battle for men's minds. You can't have an economic system that allows such nonsense as large-scale unemployment of trained employees, planned obsolescence, union featherbedding, and an overwhelming majority of those who are employed wasting their labor on unproductive employment. Tracy said, then if I understand you correctly, free enterprises was deliberately organized for the purpose of undermining the economy so that it will all collapse and have to be reorganized on a different basis. That is exactly correct, Moncure said defiantly. I'm devoting my whole fortune to this cause, and there is nothing in American law that prevents me from following through with my plans. You're right there, Tracy said dryly. There's nothing in American law that prevents you. However, you see, I have no connection whatsoever with the American government. He slipped the gun from his holster. Frank Tracy made his way wearily into Laverne's domain. She looked up from the desk. Everything go all right, Mr. Tracy? I suppose so. Tell Comrade Zotto that I'm back from Chicago, please. She clicked switches, set something into an inner office communicator, then looked up again. He'll see you immediately, Mr. Tracy. Pavel Zotto looked up from his endless paperwork and wheezed the sigh of a fat man. He correctly interpreted the expression of his field operative. Pour us a couple of drinks, Frank. Or would you rather have it Frol today? His best field man grunted as he walked over to the bar. Vodka, eh? Chot Wismiot. How tired one can become of this everlasting bourbon. He reached into the refrigerator compartment and brought forth a bottle of iced Stolichnaya. He poured 2 3-ounce charges and brought them back to his bureau chief's desk. They toasted silently, knocked back the colorless spirit. Pavel Zotto said, Well, Frol? The man usually called Frank Tracy said, The worst case yet. This one had quite a clear picture of the true situation. He saw the necessity, given their viewpoint of course, of getting out of the fantastic rut their economy has fallen into. He ran his hands over his mouth in a gesture of weariness. Chief, do you have any idea of how long it would take us to catch up to them, if we ever did, if they really turned this economy on full blast as an alternative to their present foul-up? That's why we are here, said Chief heavily. What did you do? The man, sometimes called Tracy, told him. Zotto winced. I thought I ordered you. You did, the man called Tracy told him curtly. But what alternative was there? The fire will completely destroy the records. I have the names and the addresses of all the others connected with the free enterprises. We'll have to arrange car accidents, that sort of thing. The fat man's lips worked. We can't get by with this indefinitely, Frol. With such blatant tactics, sooner or later the CIA or FBI is going to get wind of us. Tracy came to his feet angrily. What alternative have we? We have been sent over here to do a job. We are doing it. If we are caught, who knows better than we that we are expendable? If you don't mind, I'm going on home. As he left the office through the secret door that led through the innocuous-looking garage, the man called Frank Tracy was inwardly thinking, Zotto might be my superior and a top man in the party, but he is too soft for this job. Perhaps I'd better send a report back to Moscow on him. The end of Subversive.